Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see third part, what if Harry Potter unlocked his true power before the war. Here is short summary. An intelligent, well-trained boy who lived comes to Hogwarts and Albus Dumbledore is thrown for a loop. Watch as Harry figures out his destiny as a large threat looms over the horizon, unknown to the unsuspecting magical population. Would Harry Potter be willing to take on his role as the savior of magic, or would the world burn in his absence? But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Harry groaned softly as he felt himself wake up. The first thing he registered was acute pain all over his body. Then the realization hit him that he was finding it hard to breathe. He squeezed his eyes shut when he felt blinding pain shoot up his body from his testicles, nearly paralyzing him. He took several deep breaths, ignoring the pain in his to combat the pain elsewhere. The unique smell of a hospital made him realize that he was probably at Hogwarts. With a lot of difficulty, he opened his eyes, confirming his whereabouts. The sight of the school's hospital wing greeted him, along with several familiar faces. Cyrus and Elizabeth Greengrass were sitting in armchairs by the fireplace, both clearly asleep. Astoria had taken a bed for herself and she too was fast asleep. To his left was Daphne, sitting in a chair by his bed and using the mattress as a pillow. To his right was Dylan, resting his head on Harry's arm, refusing to let go as he slept. When he tried to move, Harry winced in pain. Dylan's eyelids twitched at the movement and slowly opened. Blinking the sleep from his eyes, he realized with a start that Harry had regained consciousness. Not wanting to wake anyone who was sleeping, Dylan pressed the locket hanging around his neck, which cast a privacy charm around them. It took all of his self-control to not rush into his brother's arms and give him a hug. "How are you feeling?" asked Dylan softly as he helped Harry sit up. "Fine, I think," Harry replied in a raspy voice, wincing in pain as his delicate, abused flesh came into contact with the pillows. It hurt even to touch and breathe. "You always say that you are fine, even when you're not," Dylan grimaced. "Here, drink this. Madame Pomfrey told us to give it to you if you woke up during the night. Can I have some water first?" Dylan nodded and flicked his wand, making the self-refilling water jug pour water in a glass. Once done, he took the glass and gently placed it at Harry's lips, making his brother sip the water slowly, not wanting to increase the pain Harry obviously felt in his. Dylan then took the goblet of potion and helped Harry drink it too. "Thanks, Dylan," said Harry softly. "Where's Sirius?" "Ministry. When you told him that Voldemort was back, they captured Barty Crouch and now they're doing their best to secure the ministry. He and Aunt Amelia gave us strict orders not to leave you." Harry chuckled but coughed violently instead. He looked at the concerned face of the younger boy and smiled slightly. Extending his arms just a little, he whispered, "Come here." Dylan wrapped his arms around his brother, silent tears rolling down his cheeks. Did my father do this to you?" he asked, dreading the answer. "No. Rabaston didn't touch me. Voldemort used the Cruciatus curse once, but the rest of it was all Bellatrix and Rodolphus." Somehow, that didn't make Dylan feel any better. His own uncle, Dylan's own blood, had done this to Harry. "What's my prognosis?" "I don't know," said Dylan, wiping the tears from his eyes. "They said no potion would help. With the after effects of the Cruciatus curse. Lady Greengrass said they could be some brain damage, but I'm hoping that's not the case." "Harry, I'm so sorry." "Don't be an idiot, Dylan, this wasn't your fault. It was mine to have not expected this. It certainly could have been avoided, had I been smart and been prepared for it. I can't believe that I was so expertly fooled." His words are still ringing in my ears. "What did he say to you?" "He offered to accept me as his son," said Harry in a monotonous voice, staring at the blank wall. "He said that it was a mistake to have tried to kill me all those years ago, but instead, he should have kidnapped me to raise me as his own son. We're so alike it is unnerving," he said, and I have to agree with him, partly. He was referring to the similarities between me and Tom Riddle, not me and Voldemort. I wonder how my life would have been like had he actually done so. Then again, I do wonder how my life would have been like had my parents lived to raise me themselves. Harry was suddenly reminded of what Dumbledore had told him several months ago, right after he had been taken to the headmaster's office after his fight with Hermione Granger. When asked as to why he couldn't bury his anger at Dumbledore, Harry had coldly replied that it was difficult not to hate the man who had made his life miserable, and that what-if scenarios always played in his mind. Had Dumbledore made the right choice and let him be raised by Sirius from the start, then the issue of the Dursleys would never have come into play, thus leading to Harry not hating the headmaster. The words Dumbledore had spoken then had been brushed aside by the teenager, but he could understand the wisdom behind the aged wizard's words now. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live, Harry, always remember that. Harry, don't you hate him? Asked Dylan, looking incredulous. Harry's eyes darkened as he felt his anger building. While it was true that he respected Tom Riddle, Voldemort was a whole different person. Yes, I hate him, he said in a low voice. I've become soft. He knew exactly where to push my buttons, and if not for my skills and some amount of luck, I would not have escaped that graveyard alive. The incident tonight made me realize that the monster who I met tonight was not the little boy I have seen in my memories. Voldemort is a deranged, power-hungry rabid dog that needs to be slaughtered. And I swear in the name of Mother Magic, I'll get my revenge. But Uncle Sirius has still not found the locket, whispered Dylan urgently. Harry paused. He had a point. They had no idea where the locket was, and unless it was destroyed, Voldemort would never truly die. Maybe there are other ways to destroy him without having to destroy the locket. We'll have to look into it. He used you to try to get to me, you know, Harry added quietly after a pause. What do you mean he used me to get to you? Voldemort has a lot of information about me, and he was able to judge me accurately by observing my actions over the years and the relationships I have with different people. When I said he knew how to push my buttons, I meant it. You know how much I loathe child abuse. He tried to reach out to me and manipulate me through it, I could sense that. He also knows how much I care about you, how much you mean to me. He asked me what I would do if you joined him. Would I be willing to join him if you asked me to? To protect you. I would never do that. Spat Dylan passionately. Do you take me for a fool? I know that my father, uncle and aunt would kill me the moment I step in front of them. Voldemort did this to you, and there is no one more important in my life than you, Harry. You're my brother, my father, my hero, all wrapped in one. You have done so much for me, embraced me, loved me, and I won't turn my back on you, now or ever. So you can forget about me joining Voldemort and us being on opposite sides of the war, understood? You better get used to me being by your side all the time, because I'm not leaving you. I will never betray my brother. A hint of a smile formed on his lips. No one could ask for a better brother than you, Dylan, Harry said softly, pinching the boy's cheek affectionately. That really means a lot to me. Thank you. Dylan grunted, his voice thick with emotion, as he helped the older Ravenclaw lie down again. Sitting down on the chair by the bed, he placed his head on the mattress as he tried to go back to sleep. He felt Harry's hand on his head, with his brother's fingers stroking his hair for a few minutes, and Dylan fell asleep, not knowing the conflicting emotions that were raging in the mind of his father regarding him, yearning to meet his son. Severus Snape entered Dumbledore's office, looking pale and shaken, still twitching in several places. Dumbledore, who had been talking to someone on his mirror, deactivated it as he helped his spy sit down on the chair. I take it didn't go well? Asked Dumbledore. The Dark Lord was pleased with the information I was able to give him, said Snape in a quiet voice. But he was already well informed about a lot of things. Apparently, he did not waste time like we originally thought and has been preparing for over a year. As for the torture, it is something everyone had to go through. The Dark Lord is angry, very angry that Death Eaters who had braved Azkaban for 12 years still came to find him, but we did not. Said Dumbledore, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Any information about his plans for Harry? He asked. Snape's lip curled at the mention of Harry Potter. The Dark Lord has given strict orders that he is not to be touched, said Snape emotionlessly. I sense that something happened between the boy and the Dark Lord at the graveyard, though I'm not sure what. All the Death Eaters including Bellatrix agreed with him immediately. There are currently no plans for capturing the boy, but no doubt the Dark Lord is planning something. Meanwhile, he wants to hear the prophecy in its entirety and asked me if I had found out the other half. He was displeased that I did not know it, so he now wants to gain access to the prophecy sphere that, according to Rookwood, is in the Department of Mysteries. Dumbledore started out of the window, looking thoughtful, but did not comment. The prophecy orb might be in his plans, but there are various other matters which take precedence over this, said Snape. I will also have to prove my loyalty to him by giving information on the order. He expects results, similar to what happened in the last war. Dumbledore grimaced. No, he made that mistake once and he wasn't about to do it again. The members of the Order of the Phoenix had all been battle-hardened warriors during the last war. The Pruitt twins, Benji Fenwick, Caradoc Dearborn, Dorcas Meadows, Edgar Bones, Marlene McKinnon, Frank and Alice Longbottom, James and Lily Potter, all of them were powerful and talented duelists. He had tried to draw more fire to the members of the Order, hoping they could fight in order to protect the general population, but he had been wrong. They had all been picked off one by the Death Eaters and Voldemort himself. That had been a very big and costly mistake, one which he didn't want to repeat. I'll have to think more about this, said Dumbledore. But there is a way to make you more valuable to Voldemort. I assume he doesn't like the way the Aurors are being trained ever since Sirius became Minister. Snape did not answer. Dumbledore felt a major headache coming on, but he could see no other alternative. If he had to save lives, other sacrifices had to be made. The students had survived this long without a good teacher, not counting the last 2 years, so they could do so for another year or two. Hopefully, they would be smart and study on their own, which was all he could hope for. How would you like to be the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Severus? How are you feeling, Potter? Asked Madame Pomfrey, scanning him with her wand. I'm fine, Harry stammered, though his voice was still hoarse. But I wouldn't mind something that would reduce the pain. Madame Pomfrey sighed. All your internal injuries have been healed, but the after effects of the Cruciatus curse will decrease only in about a month's time. There are still some lingering symptoms, like the occasional stuttering, body pain and headaches, but in time, I believe you will make a full recovery. What about the pain I feel in my lower regions? Where exactly does it hurt? Harry grimaced, his face and neck gaining color. My genitals, he told her quietly. In the SS surrounding area, I guess, and, well, I have a burning sensation in my ass. It's called the faux castration curse, Potter, she replied grimly. As you know, in wizarding culture, it's considered an insult to mother magic to damage any which are wizards' reproductive organs. Even the worst criminals who would kill mercilessly wouldn't dare attempt it, since it's believed that it would taint one's bloodline by doing so. However, this curse, a very obscure curse, at that, seems to be an exception to them. It targets the genitals, known mainly to practitioners of the dark arts, and mimics the pain of castration. That's what you're currently experiencing. Madame Pomfrey took a deep breath. I must say I've never met someone with your level of pain tolerance, Potter. Anyone else would have begged me to sedate them so that they could sleep through it. Back to the curse, physically, your testicles have swelled and you're experiencing a constant beat that wouldn't go away. The effects have spread, which is what is causing the burning sensation you feel from the insides of your S and upper thighs. This curse is so rare that it took us quite some time just to identify it. When you were asleep, the St. Mungo's healers consulted various experts from around the world, but everyone came to the conclusion that there's no wand-based or potion-based counter-curse for this. There's a salve that helps with the Cruciatus exposure, to a degree, and that's the only option we have to decrease your pain. I'm really sorry, Potter, but you have to let the curse run its course. Harry remained silent for a minute while Daphne and Dylan looked at him worriedly. Finally, he gave the matron a stiff nod. With a flick of her wand, Madame Pomfrey summoned a glass jar which contained a silvery paste inside. This is a salve that should lessen the pain. Have someone apply this all over your body for the next 6 to 8 weeks for the Cruciatus exposure. For the faux castration curse, use the salve liberally and apply it on your genitals, inner thighs and the anus at least 4 to 5 times a day. Keep yourself clean and unclothed, as the charms on your garments will interfere with the healing process. Now is not the time to be shy. If you're in a public place and being nude isn't an option, I suggest you use clothes that don't have magic weaved into them but keep it brief. Also, I know I'm asking for a lot, but I must insist that you don't overexert yourself for at least the next 5 days. Healer's orders. Daphne silently accepted the jar offered to her. After instructing them on how to use it, Madame Pomfrey returned to her office. Dylan removed the hospital blanket covering Harry's body and helped him stand upright. Both hissed as they saw the whip marks that covered the area from just below the shoulders on his back to his upper thighs. There were more whip marks across Harry's torso, and his testicles had indeed swelled to more than twice its usual size, having been cursed by Rodolphus to bring more agony to the already injured wizard. By a stroke of luck, however, his beep seemed to be physically unaffected, but the effects of the curse ensured that it was still painfully erect. The other wounds on his body were a different matter altogether. "I really hope you heal quickly," the younger boy muttered, wincing at the sight before him. There was no telling how much pain Harry was in, but both knew that it wasn't in his character to complain. Dylan applied the salve all over his brother's backside while Daphne did the same to his stomach. 15 minutes later, when it was time to deal with the effects of the faux castration curse, Harry squirmed uneasily. Daphne patiently coaxed him to relax and instructed him to spread his legs wider for them, but he refused to do so. "I'm your fiancé," Daphne said softly, when she realized just how uncomfortable he was. "And Dylan is your brother. I know this is embarrassing for you, Harry, but don't you want the pain to reduce? I should be doing this on my own. If Madame Pomfrey thought you were capable of that, she would have said so. You can do it yourself in a week or two, once you've healed enough. But for now, let us help you. Please realize that it's only us, only me and Dylan, no one else. You've never been shy about your body before. I'm not shy about being BPD in front of you both. It's the feeling of helplessness," Dylan finished, looking crestfallen and guilty once more. "I get it, Harry, I really do. But you're in obvious pain, we both see it. And I know that I would be embarrassed if I were in your position too, but I beg of you, just for the next couple of months, let us help you. Please, Harry. Only if you heal will you be able to fight Voldemort." Exhaling in frustration, and coughing heavily once more, he reluctantly spread his legs wider. As he expected, the searing pain shooting up his body became worse when Daphne alternated between stroking his beep and caressing his testicles while applying the silvery paste, with Dylan lathering it on the insides of thighs and S as Madame Pomfrey had instructed him to do. Despite how generously his brother had covered the area with the salve, Harry's anus still felt like it was being exposed to open flame. The pain from his genitals, even from the slightest touch by Daphne's fingers, made him flinch. He had his eyes closed in obvious embarrassment, face burning, and his form trembling. His breath hitched every few seconds in agony. After 10 painful and highly embarrassing minutes later, the two of them withdrew. Just as they helped him sit down on the bed comfortably, the door to the hospital wing unlocked with a click and Sirius, Amelia and Dumbledore entered. All three looked horrified as they took in the various injuries the Triwizard Champion had suffered. Unperturbed by his state of undress, Harry exchanged hugs with his godfather and honorary godmother. "How are you feeling?" asked Amelia softly, tussling his hair affectionately. Harry coughed violently again and the pain in his increased. After pausing for a few moments, he replied in a hoarse voice, "I've heard that question too many times and again. I'm fine, relatively speaking. Exhausted, but fine. Don't worry, Aunt Amy. I'll heal in a few days." Sirius grimaced. This was par for the course for Harry Potter. The boy hated feeling weak and thus never acknowledged the pain he obviously felt. He felt incredibly guilty for his godson's current state. "What happened after I came back to Hogwarts? What's going on?" After taking a deep breath, Sirius began. "We reacted as soon as you arrived. Thanks to your warning, Barty Crouch has been captured and interrogated. He revealed a lot of information, but Voldemort was quite smart in placing him there. Crouch Jr. had an entire year to go through classified information, including details about the Auror Force, Muggle-born homes and Ministry ward schemes, to name a few. The biggest leak, and the most dangerous one, is the configuration of the censor net around Britain and Ireland. We still don't know the extent of the information leak because there is a secrecy oath blocking it, but we hope to get there soon. But we can discuss that later. First, we would like to know what happened the minute you touched the portkey." Harry nodded, gripped Daphne's hand tightly, and began explaining what had happened in a monotonous voice. He wondered why Dumbledore's eyes seemed to light up in triumph when he mentioned that Voldemort took his blood for the ritual. As far as he was concerned, that was the biggest disaster of the night. They all remained silent after his speech, while Dumbledore looked thoughtful. "We might get a better picture of what we're dealing with if we can examine Harry's memory of the event." "No," said Harry flatly. I won't be sharing my memory of the event with anyone. Sirius and Amelia looked at each other worriedly, contemplating on whether they needed to send Harry to a mind healer again. Dumbledore simply raised his eyebrows, looking at Harry introspectively. There was something in that memory which Harry did not want him to see, he could sense it. There is no information in the memory which is relevant to you. He did not talk about his plans with me, but you already have a pretty good idea, I'm sure. There is nothing in that memory that will interest you, sir. We've already got people working on it, Amelia took over. We are monitoring the borders for any incoming giants, but I can already say that we will have no luck with the werewolves. Dementors, we're still thinking about what to do because right now they're still at Azkaban. Anyway, a press statement was given this morning about Voldemort's resurrection. People are in denial, but it won't be for long. Panic will grip them soon enough and the country will be in turmoil. I have contacted the members of the Order of the Phoenix, said Dumbledore quietly. We will have a meeting soon to see what can be done. The first thing we need to do is find a place to hold our meetings. Hogwarts is not secure, there are too many chances for the information being leaked. What we need is a secure home with established wards which I can put under the Fidelius charm. Sirius' eye twitched in annoyance as he did not miss the subtle suggestion behind those words. How he wished he could smack that sanctimonious bastard in the face, but he couldn't. Dumbledore was the chief warlock, a post nearly as powerful as his own. Even if he hated Dumbledore and would like nothing more than to throw his wrinkled old ass in Azkaban, he was more useful working for their side. The old man also wanted Voldemort dead. If only they could get their hands on that blasted locket. But Sirius was clear about one thing, this would only be a temporary alliance. After Voldemort and his Death Eaters were gone and done for, he would ensure that somehow, Dumbledore lost his positions one by one. He was not the Minister of Magic for nothing. He may hate Dumbledore, but right now, Voldemort was a bigger threat. Everyone in the Great Hall was reading the Magical Daily in utter silence. The headlines sent shivers down their spine. Lord Voldemort returns. Press conference held by Minister of Magic Sirius Black confirms news. Boy WHO lived kidnapped after he won the Triwizard Tournament. Triwizard Cup turned into a portkey to kidnap Harry Potter. Harry Potter nearly tortured to death. Reports say that he is recovering at Hogwarts, news of his extensive injuries unconfirmed, but experts speculate multiple exposures to the Cruciatus curse. Cuts on his body suggest he was tortured with a knife and whipped several times. Dangerous times ahead, be cautious, warns Lady Amelia Black, head of the DMLE. Barty Crouch Sr. impersonated by his supposed dead son for a year. Why did no one detect it? Panic grips the masses. Security at Hogwarts to increase over the summer. Key members of the Ministry and Wizengamot are to be apprehended for being Death Eaters. How much did we screw up at the end of the last war? Lords Malfoy, not, Avery wanted for questioning. New evidence points to the fact that they may have been willing Death Eaters all along. Lucius Malfoy behind the opening of the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts 2 years ago. Wanted for questioning regarding the matter. Theodore Nott placed his newspaper down and buried his face in his hands. He had hoped for years that this would never happen. Now there was no escaping his fate. He looked at Blaise Zabini, who was giving him a speculative yet knowing look. What are you going to do? Asked Blaise. Is running away an option? Asked Theo Riley. Because if I don't, I have only 2 options in front of me, join him or be killed. Hopefully, Father would tell the Dark Lord that I am not Death Eater material, but I doubt it. Like Dylan and Draco, both my father and grandfather were Death Eaters and the Dark Lord would take my refusal as a personal insult. Blaise hummed in agreement. You're still too young for him to recruit, he observed. You're only 15, so you still have time. I doubt the Dark Lord would mark anyone who is still at school. Hopefully, by then, he would be defeated. Theo looked at his best friend incredulously. Defeated? Did you look at the state Harry was in when he arrived? We don't know what happened there, said Blaise calmly. You know how talented Harry is, I'm sure he would have put up more of a fight had he not been caught off guard. Either way, there is nothing wrong in hoping for it. You may not be looking forward to serving the Dark Lord, but dear Draco is. Harry grunted in pain and exhaustion as he placed his head on Daphne's lap, closing his eyes, enjoying the sensation of her fingers stroking his hair. They were in a compartment in the Hogwarts Express, returning to London. Harry was glad that he had finished his NEWTs because he would have been too distracted to write his exams now. He tried to sleep, but his body still ached. Opposite to him, Dylan and Astoria were sitting close to each other, speaking in soft tones. Harry's mind drifted back to the conversation he had with Theo this morning. He knew the Slytherin's position would be difficult, but he hoped that he could end the war before his friend would be forced to take the mark. Just as he closed his eyes, the compartment door was rudely yanked open. "You'll pay for this, Potter," said Draco in a low voice. "You and your bloody godfather can't send orders after my father to have him arrested. The Dark Lord is back and he will teach filthy half-bloods like you a lesson. With him in charge, the balance in the world shall soon be restored." Harry got up slowly and looked at Draco with calm, cold eyes. "Take a seat, cousin," he said quietly. "Why?" Draco sneered. "Want to negotiate terms for your surrender." "Draco, don't act like a child and take a seat, your goons included. I have faced and jeweled Voldemort, so you don't scare me." Draco narrowed his eyes in anger but sat down, Crabbe and Goyle looking clueless but curious. Harry waved his hand and the door sealed shut with a silencing charm in place. "Yes, the Dark Lord is back," said Harry, crossing his legs gracefully and looked at the three of them with critical eyes. "And we are at a crossroad. Tell me, Draco, why do you hate me? For the first 2 years, we ignored each other. I was fine with that because quite frankly, I didn't care about you. But then you started annoying Dylan and I don't take kindly to anyone insulting my brother." "He's not your brother," said Draco imperiously. The temperature in the compartment dropped as Harry's emerald orbs darkened. Dylan's gray eyes were hard as he coolly observed the meeting. "After I threatened you to back off, you wisely did, and yes, it was me," Harry continued, ignoring the gaping face of Draco. "But you started it again after my name came out of the Goblet of Fire. I didn't have a problem with those stupid badges because they were so childish that it wasn't even worth my time. My brother, however, felt differently and so he acted. The end result was your own head of house punishing you." Draco gritted his teeth. This conversation was not going the way he wanted. "You have been raised in a pampered environment, Draco. You have no idea of the real world out there. You have never experienced hardship, pain and hunger like how Dylan and I have. You are excited at the prospect of becoming a Death Eater, but let me tell you right now, Draco, it's not going to be easy. You expect that being a Death Eater would be the greatest achievement of your life, but the fact of the matter is that it would destroy you and your family. Take heed of my advice and stay out of this war and the ancient and noble house of Malfoy will live to see another day. Don't make a mistake that could get you and your mother killed because this war is going to be." "Are you saying that I can't handle it?" spat Draco, shaking in anger. "I am capable, Potter, to handle anything. I'm one of the top students in my year. I am not a stupid weakling that got beaten up by a bunch of worthless muggles like you and your brother. I don't need your advice because I am going to be on the winning side. And the day will come when you realize how great I am." "He does not give rewards, cousin," Harry said finally as Draco got up. "He hands out more punishments than rewards. All I am asking is that you think about it. I'm not asking you to join my side, just to distance yourself from me, Dumbledore and Voldemort. If you do, you have a chance to survive this war. If not." Draco glared at Harry as he walked out, slamming the compartment door close as he went. Crabbe and Goyle were giving Harry funny looks as they passed. "Trying to prevent him from taking the mark?" asked Daphne quietly. "I tried, but it obviously didn't work. He's not a killer, trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Not everyone can take a life and Draco certainly can't. Yes, he's a smart boy, but Voldemort honestly doesn't care about that. If he becomes a Death Eater, he is doomed to fail. All I can hope is that he does not involve himself in the war personally. I hope he realizes the truth before it is too late. Draco is not Death Eater material, he's just a pampered little boy who is too confused by the world around him, doing his best to please his parents. If something drastic happens in his life, he'll break into pieces. I've observed that over the past 4 years and so has Sirius. He sees the world in black and white, which, unfortunately, most others do as well. You can't fault him when Dumbledore and Voldemort are guilty of the same. I was guilty of the same too, but I came to realize over the past few years that everything in life is in shades of gray. Draco's life isn't going to be easy now that Voldemort is back. Theo is mature enough to understand what's going on, but Draco hasn't realized it yet. And I was actually attracted to him. I must have hit my head on something, muttered Astoria to herself, but Dylan heard it. A small smile formed its way to his lips as he turned towards the window. Harry flicked his wands towards the other side of the lake on the grounds of Potter Castle. He was practicing duel casting, something which he was determined to perfect after his duel with Voldemort. The two fire whips decapitated the targets while he finished firing a spell at the practice dummy that was behind him. Sweating and panting, Harry collapsed on the ground, looking tired. He had been practicing for several hours straight. It had been a month since he and Dylan had returned home from school and a lot had happened in that time. After interrogating Barty Crouch and debriefing Harry, Sirius and Amelia had issued arrest warrants against all those Death Eaters who Voldemort had identified in the graveyard. Unfortunately, all of them had done a runner and had disappeared underground. Sending a team of Aurors to Little Hangleton Graveyard after the place had been identified proved to be useless as there was no evidence present other than traces of a dark magic ritual. Unknown to them, a large manor which used to be present on top of a hill in the village had disappeared, and no one in the village even remembered its existence or knew where it was. Dumbledore, who had tried to investigate it, had realized that Voldemort had used a Fidelius charm on the house, which he could not remember, and had turned into his headquarters. Meanwhile, Voldemort had not wasted any time in showing the wizarding population that he was back. Barty Crouch Jr. might have been executed by the Ministry, but the information he had managed to acquire for Voldemort combined with the information Rookwood had been able to provide had made him smuggle giants into Britain without triggering the censor net. There had already been multiple attacks and mass Muggle killing, making the Ministry scramble to erase the memories of various Muggles and their contraptions. If the international statute of secrecy was breached, things would turn very ugly, very fast. Sirius had also informed the Muggle Prime Minister of what was happening. Magical Britain was in a state of war. The Dementors had also sworn allegiance to Voldemort, so now there were thousands of those foul creatures roaming all over the mainland. Sirius had any remaining Dementors at Azkaban destroyed with the use of fiendfire and then dumped their remains in the sea. A few hundred Dementors were destroyed, but there were too many of them out of control to capture them all. The Ministry had grown too dependent on Dementors over the last few centuries for them to change in such a short time. There had been several incidents of Dementor attacks on Muggles, but there had been no attacks on any witches and wizards, yet. Not everything was bad though, because the vampires and goblins had decided to stay neutral in the war, much to Sirius and Amelia's relief and Voldemort's frustration. There had been no werewolf attacks as yet, but everyone knew it was only a matter of time. On the political side, Sirius had little success because the members of the Wizengamot were terrified to vote on any bill. If they took a stand against Voldemort and his Death Eaters, they would be the next ones to be killed. There had already been an attempt on Rufus Scrimgeour's life and people did not want to be on the Death Eaters' target list. Miller's mirrors were proving to be an outstanding source for creating awareness with the public. The Ministry knew they couldn't broadcast anything which the Death Eaters wouldn't find out anyway, so they used it as a means to inform the common witches and wizards of the country in how to defend themselves and their families from the Death Eaters, Dementors, Inferi and a host of other things. A retired Auror would teach defense and offensive spells to the public through the recording crystals so that they would be able to protect themselves in case of an attack. Meanwhile, Harry had been training extensively since he came back to Potter Castle. Dylan, ever Harry's shadow, had decided that he too wanted to train and help his brother, so he began practicing against the dueling dummies as well. Harry had also lent books to Daphne for her to study and she trained with him whenever he was in a teaching mode. Harry was an outstanding teacher, something which both Daphne and Dylan readily agreed. There had been a few attacks on the lesser populated magical shopping districts, but it hadn't come to Diagon Alley yet. Harry was also curious about what Voldemort was up to. Clearly, he had something up his sleeve because he had not taken such a serious stance against the magical world yet. The security provided to the Minister of Magic and the heads of different departments were also beefed up considerably. Sirius, Amelia and Rigel were in grave danger and were top targets along with Harry. He had also raised the war wards around Potter Castle and all its defenses so that in case of an attack, he would be able to defend himself. Just as he was staring off into the distance, he sensed someone sit next to him on the ground. Finished with your training? Asked Dylan, panting, his body covered in sweat. Those practice dummies can really tire me out. I've been using it on level 3 and the spells are supposed to be lethal. How long were you able to hold out before you got hit? 15 minutes, Dylan replied smugly. Don't get overconfident, warned Harry. Those are just enchantments. When you're fighting someone, those curses will actually be lethal, not flashes of light. Sorry, muttered Dylan. It's fine. I'm actually proud of you, so well done. I just don't want you to become overconfident. I found out the hard way that overconfidence leads you to your downfall. I don't want you to face another Lockhart or Voldemort to learn your lesson. The two of them were silent for a while, staring at the swans which moved in the water of the lake on the expansive grounds of the castle. Birds chirped nearby, the grass was green, and they could feel a light breeze. It was so peaceful. It's hard to imagine that there is a war going on outside, isn't it? Said Dylan softly. It's like we are in a different world as compared to all the chaos going on outside. Harry hummed. There were 2 more Dementor attacks on Muggles in Nottingham, he said quietly. What? But that's just less than 20 kilometers from here. Yes, said Harry. I'm going to teach you the Patronus charm. It's actually not as difficult as people say it is. It might take some time, but you'll be able to do it. Like all forms of magic, it needs intent. You need to want to conjure a guardian to help you against the Dementors. This also requires an emotional component like most complex spells based on ancient magic. The Killing Curse, for example, is very difficult to cast because you need to feel the amount of hatred needed to kill. The Cruciatus Curse, on the other hand, would work only when you want to cause pain, you want the other person to suffer. Similarly, wait, if these curses have such properties, then why do you believe that magic should not be classified? I know that you don't put much into the theory of light and dark magic, said Dylan. Good question, Harry praised him, nodding in approval. Tell me, Dylan, what if you have a patient in front of you who has been bitten by AS and you can't identify the source? The poison is spreading through the patient's nerves and you need to know where it is originating from so that you can contain it. This technique was used before the more modern healing spells and magical technology were invented. Or what if a patient's heart stops beating due to unnatural means? The Cruciatus Curse can help save the patient's life in both cases. The Imperious Curse would greatly help in cases of healing patients who need to guide the healer to the place of injury. It was used primarily in cases of brain surgery and healing. The Killing Curse is a quick, painless death for animals which people use for food, or maybe a quick death for patients who are suffering constantly. It may sound harsh, but if my parents had been tortured into insanity like Frank and Alice Longbottom, if the final decision-making power had been vested in me, I would not have let them suffer like that. I would have authorized a medically induced death so that they could be in peace. I wouldn't want them to suffer just because I was selfish in not wanting to let go. Augusta Longbottom never really understood the effect that had on Neville, having to see his parents in that state over and over again since the time he was a baby. Dylan stood up and walked closer to the lake, dipping his ankles in the water. You were saying about the Patronus charm. Similarly, the Patronus charm requires positive emotions to power it, backed by a strong positive memory. Joy, serenity, happiness, love, these emotions would help you create the perfect Patronus backed by a strong memory. Think of a time when you were the happiest. Let the emotions flow through you and you will be able to cast it. Dylan nodded. Lifting his wand upward, he chanted, Expecto Patronum. A lot of silvery mist flew out of his wand, but there was no distinctive animal like Harry's. Dylan tried, pushing more magic into it, but it didn't work. He collapsed on the ground, panting. That was bloody exhausting, he said loudly. It is, said Harry. You were already drained after practicing for so long, so you couldn't concentrate. Come on, let's play some Quidditch. A week later, Harry and Dylan were in the family drawing room of the castle. Harry was sitting on the sofa with Daphne next to him as they observed Dylan. The boy was close, but something held him back. Expecto Patronum. The silvery mist appeared again, but just as a creature was about to form, it disappeared. Dylan groaned as he sat on the couch opposite to the couple. Why wouldn't this work? He shouted in frustration. Your memory is not powerful enough. Maybe you are not letting the emotions flow through you, or you are just not connecting with the memory, said Daphne, frowning slightly. Come on, Dylan. Try it again, she said encouragingly as Dylan got up and walked to the center of the room. They watched as Dylan raised his wand and said, Expecto Patronum. The silvery mist appeared again, but Dylan's eyes rested on Harry and Daphne. He thought about how much he loved them, he thought about his uncle Sirius, Aunt Amelia, Astoria. The silvery mist contorted as a creature began to form. Powerful wings emerged along with sharp talons and a beak. Dylan watched in awe as his Patronus took the form of a golden eagle, a very familiar golden eagle, right down to the scar above the right eye. That's you, whispered Daphne as she looked at Harry. She smiled as she saw the happiness that was shining in Harry's eyes when he realized what his brother's Patronus took the shape of. I don't know what to say, said Harry softly. I'm touched, Dylan. Thank you. I didn't choose it, but if there had to be someone to protect me from soul-beeping demons, it would have to be you, said Dylan grinning. Harry chuckled. All right, now let's start with your animagus training. Daphne and Dylan's eyes lit up when Harry said that. Sitting down opposite to them, Harry began explaining the process to them. Hopefully, they would be able to master the transformation within a year. Harry grumbled mentally as his feet touched the ground at Grimmauld Place, London. He still had not been able to talk to Dumbledore about the next academic year. He had gotten his NEWT results and had scored an outstanding in all 7 subjects with extra credit. He had written to a few of his teachers to inquire about apprenticeship, but all of them, except Professor Slughorn, said that he would also need to speak to Dumbledore first since they were primarily teachers at Hogwarts. To talk to the headmaster, who was supposed to be very busy, Harry and Dylan were here at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. How in Merlin's name did you escape your bodyguards, Uncle Sirius? Asked Dylan curiously. Sirius smirked. I'm not a marauder for nothing, Dylan. The Aurors are under the impression that I'm still at Black Manor. My bodyguards are loyal, but we can't risk anyone knowing the location of headquarters. Here, read this and memorize it, he said, handing them a slip of paper in his handwriting. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix may be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place, London. Once the two brothers read it, Sirius burnt the piece of paper. No sooner did they think of the place, a house materialized between numbers 11 and 13. It was as though an extra house had inflated, pushing the others out of its way. Sirius quickly led them to the front door as he tapped the handle. There were a series of clicks as the door opened, leading them inside. A dim light illuminated the hallway, which, while not very inviting, was at least somewhat clean. I can see why you did not want to live here, said Harry casually as they walked forward. Sirius snorted. This place wasn't this bad when I was growing up, you know. It used to be very elegant and tasteful, but ever since my mother died, it has become terrible. All the enchantments around the house have mutated with the wild magic in the air to create strange curses and a home for magical pests. I asked the other house elves to finally come here to do some basic cleaning. It had remained like this because I don't usually come here, and even the other elves don't want to brave my mother's old house elf, nasty little thing. He hasn't cleaned anything in here for ages, and you can see the results. Anyway, there's going to be a meeting soon, so do you want to come? And be asked to join Dumbledore's little vigilante club? Said Harry, rolling his eyes. No thanks. I don't work for the man and I never will. I'm actually shocked that you provided him with a house. Voldemort is our biggest priority right now, said Sirius grimly. And as much as I hate to say it, things would be much smoother if I work with the Chief Warlock without any issues. This house was a waste anyway, but well protected, and Dumbledore wanted to add the Fidelius charm too, and since I'm the secret keeper, I thought, why not? Go up the stairs, boys, and you'll find one of the rooms clean. I hope. It's fine, Uncle Sirius, Dylan shrugged. He observed some of the scowling portraits. These portraits aren't so bad at Black Manor. Most of them may not be chatty, but they don't act like this. I know for a fact that Orion Black's portrait actually likes me. Again, the wild magic and enchantments gone bad have affected the portraits too, said Sirius in exasperation. What that elf has been doing, I'll never know. By the way, I forgot to inform you that the Weasleys are staying here until the end of the holidays. I don't know why, but it seems their home is not warded yet, and Dumbledore says they are a major target. Either way, as long as they can take care of themselves, I don't care. I'll call you in an hour or two. With that, Sirius disappeared down the hallway while Harry and Dylan were examining some of the rooms. They climbed up the stairs to the first floor landing when they heard a crack as a door opened to the side. Harry, Dylan, Fred greeted them with a broad smile. "We didn't think you would grace us with your presence," said George, grinning widely. "Come on in." The two of them entered the room and looked around. "Well, at least this room is clean," muttered Dylan. From behind, he heard a voice saying, "What are they doing here?" "I'm not here to see you, Weasley," said Harry indifferently. "I came here to talk to Dumbledore, but I was told they were having their meeting, so I have to stay." Ron's ears turned pink as he began sulking. Harry simply raised an eyebrow at the twins, who shrugged. "He wanted to be part of the order, but Mum and everyone else refused," explained George. "Also, Mum has been forcing us to clean this house," said Fred. "It's like waging a war, let me tell you." "Are you crazy?" asked Harry incredulously. "No offense, but with this level of magical decay, no one without experience in dealing with curses should be going anywhere near those rooms. I wouldn't allow Dylan to go in there, and your brother certainly shouldn't." Dylan frowned. "Is it really? Ron, I still can't get into the library," said a very familiar voice. Dylan observed that Harry's eyes darkened slightly, but no one else seemed to have noticed it. "Nice to see you, Granger," said Harry cordially. "What are you doing here?" Hermione scowled when she saw Harry. "I'm Ron and Ginny's friend," she said in her usual bossy tone. "Mrs. Weasley figured that it would not be safe for me to stay in the Muggle world. I might be an important target because of the Death Eaters going after Muggle-borns." Harry and Dylan locked eyes with each other, both of them thinking the same thing. Voldemort had other things to do rather than go specifically after Hermione Granger, whose self-importance was not something others shared. However, she was right in that Muggle-borns were in danger, though Harry doubted Voldemort would target them in large numbers this soon. He had bigger fish to fry, namely the Ministry of Magic. "So, who's in this order anyway?" asked Dylan, breaking the silence. "Lots of people," Fred shrugged. "We've tried to listen to the meetings, but the door is well warded. We've met several people already, so we have a pretty good idea. There are Dumbledore's old friends like Doge and Moody." "Great," muttered Harry. "Then there are a few more Aurors, Hogwarts teachers like McGonagall, Snape." "Snape!" exclaimed Dylan, scowling. "Professor Snape," Hermione corrected him. "Like that arsehole deserves that title," he sneered. "What is he doing for the Order?" "He's a spy," Harry answered quietly, leaning against the wall casually, his ankles crossed. "He's supposed to be spying on Voldemort because Dumbledore is convinced that Snape is on his side." "And what do you believe?" asked George curiously. "Snape is not on Dumbledore's side. Dumbledore is taking a very risky gamble to accommodate the greasy git." "And how would you know that?" Hermione snapped at him. "Professor Dumbledore trusts Professor Snape, so that should be enough for everyone." "I don't trust Dumbledore either, Granger, so that would be a little difficult," Harry shot back, rolling his eyes. "How could you say that?" shrieked Hermione indignantly. "That's Professor Dumbledore you're talking about. He's the greatest wizard ever. The only one you know who ever feared." Harry couldn't help it. He burst out laughing. "The only one Voldemort ever feared," he repeated disbelievingly. "Oh, please. Voldemort does not fear Dumbledore. He loathes him, true, and would do absolutely anything possible to get rid of the man, but fear him? No. That's just propaganda spouted by Dumbledore's supporters." "Why don't you continue?" said Dylan, shutting off Hermione's rant as she opened her mouth furiously to recite facts she had read from books. "Yeah," said Fred slowly. "Then we have our brothers Bill, Charlie and Percy, though Percy is only here to curry favor with Dumbledore and Minister Black." "How is that?" asked Dylan curiously. "I thought Bill was in Egypt and Charlie in Romania." "Well, yeah, but Dumbledore wants international witches and wizards in case the war goes outside Britain," said George with a shrug. "Bill got a transfer here to the London branch of Gringotts. He wasn't too happy, but there are other compensations." "Like what?" "Remember Fleur Delacour? Apparently, she wants to be a curse breaker herself. She applied to Gringotts for a job along with personal training in the field, was placed here in London, and guess who she got assigned to?" "Bill?" asked Dylan, his eyebrow raised. "Spot on," said George, grinning widely. "From what we've managed to find out, they spent a few weeks together and decided to go on a date and, well, it seems to be going well." "Yes," Dylan cried happily as he pumped his fist in the air. She was never a problem, Dylan, said Harry wryly. There's no need to be that happy. Speak for yourself. I can't wait to tell Daphne about this. Harry rolled his eyes as the door of the bedroom opened and Ginny Weasley walked in. It took her several seconds to realize that there were strangers in the room, and when her eyes landed on Harry, her face turned pink. "Hi Harry," she said in a high-pitched voice. "Hello," Harry greeted her politely. "Well, if you'll excuse me," said Hermione standing up. "I'll see if I can get into the library again." "You can't," said Dylan shortly. "And why not?" demanded Hermione angrily. "Because you are not black by birth or have any close blood relatives who are blacks. Unless the head of house gives you permission, you won't be able to enter the library or any other family-warded area." "And how would you know that?" asked Hermione suspiciously. Dylan simply raised an eyebrow. "My brother and I live with Uncle Sirius and Aunt Amelia half the time," he said. "I'm not a black by blood, so I needed permission. Harry already has black blood because of his grandmother, but his position as godson gives him automatic access." Hermione sat down, looking frustrated. "What's the point of having a library if other people can't enter it?" "It's a family library, Granger," said Harry quietly, "not a public library. Family books and grimoires are heavily guarded by the members. It's the same way at Potter Castle." Dylan shrugged. "I couldn't enter the library or the Lord's study until Harry keyed me into the wards." "Potter Castle?" asked Ron incredulously. Harry shrugged casually. Just then, the door to the room opened and Mrs. Weasley poked her head inside. "The meeting is over, kids, you can come down now. Be careful while coming down the stairs and don't make any noise. We don't want to wake anything." "Wake anything?" whispered Dylan incredulously. Harry casually put an arm around Dylan's shoulders. As they walked out of the room, just as they were taking the last step to the ground floor, there was a loud sound. "Crash! Tonks!" cried Mrs. Weasley in exasperation as she set right the troll's leg stand, but before anyone could say anything, there was a horrible, ear-splitting, blood-curdling screech. Walburga Black's portrait was screaming at the top of her voice, and as she did, the other portraits began to scream too. Dylan covered his ears with his hands and looked expectantly at Harry. Bang! Harry shot off a cannon blast from his fingers as the portraits quietened down, looking at him in shock. "If I hear even a whisper from any of you, you'll be very sorry indeed," said Harry dangerously, sparks coming from his fingers. "And just who do you think you are, to demand that of me in my home?" screeched Walburga's portrait. "Harry Potter, James's son," she yelled furiously. "That blood traitor married a mudblood. Out! The House of Black does not entertain filthy half-bloods like you. Filth! Scum! Oh, what a surprise, my filthy blood traitor of my son is also here. Shame of my flesh. Get out, Sirius, and never come back again. How dare you all befoul the house of my fathers." Bang! People came running towards the source of the commotion and were startled to see Harry pointing his wand at Walburga's portrait, the tip glowing. "Insult my parents again, Lady Black, and you'll see exactly how proficient and talented I am in the dark arts," said Harry coldly. "The wards you have put up might prevent any damage to the canvas against most spells, but I'd like to see if it holds up against something as deadly as fiendfire. I could burn this house down in an instant and I'm sure my father wouldn't mind at all. If I use you as an example, the rest of the portraits will think twice before insulting my parents." "Your blood traitor of a nephew married a mudblood, yes," sneered Harry at the shell-shocked portrait. "But that mudblood was actually the heiress of House Slytherin. After my mother Lily Potter died, I inherited her title. You should be honored that I have bothered to grace my presence in your home, Lady Black, because I am Lord Slytherin." Walburga's eyes bulged out when she saw the Gryffindor and Slytherin rings along with the Potter lordship ring on his fingers. "That blood traitor you call your son is also the Lord of House Black," continued Harry angrily. "I do not take kindly to anyone insulting the man whom I love as much as my own father. Sirius Black is the Minister of Magic and has brought more glory to this family than you and your ancestors ever did. You will remain silent and go to sleep, is that clear, grandmother?" "Yes," said Walburga quietly. Harry simply flicked his wand and the curtains snapped shut, plunging the corridor in silence. No one uttered a word, too awed or horrified to speak. Some were blinking in surprise when Harry referred to Sirius as his dad, but none of them questioned him. The reason for the change in title was due to Harry coming to terms with what had happened at the graveyard. Having come so close to death, with Voldemort having nearly manipulated him into joining his side, had struck a chord in Harry. It was only because of his family that he had managed to hold on and not be swayed by Voldemort's offer. Without Sirius and Amelia in his life over the past 4 years, things would have turned out much differently for him, not all of them good. This was the reason Harry had begun to refer to them as his mum and dad. Sirius and Amelia had been reduced to tears the first time Harry had called them that. While Harry would always love and cherish his birth parents, he also came to regard Sirius and Amelia as his adoptive parents too, and if someone were to so blatantly insult any of them, either James and Lily or Sirius and Amelia, it was his duty as their son to defend their honor. That was bloody brilliant, said George in awe. Scary, but brilliant, agreed Fred. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you don't mess with Harry Potter, said Dylan, grinning widely. Harry rolled his eyes. I must say I didn't expect you to reason with my mother, said Sirius, snickering. You spoke her language and shut her up. I've said this before, but she would have killed to have you as a son. Life certainly would have been interesting in this house had you been here all those years ago. Father, Regulus and I would have definitely enjoyed it. She's not the only one, muttered Harry, remembering Voldemort's offer just a month ago. Not everyone was impressed, though. Mrs. Weasley looked horrified. Why, you know the dark arts? She whispered, her face slightly pale. Harry didn't bother dignifying her question with a response. Where's Dumbledore? He asked. He's already left, said Sirius, sounding annoyed. I told him that you wanted to speak to him, but he said that he will be back in an hour or so. Something important to take care of, apparently. He's suffered an injury of some kind, so he's probably gone to Madame Pomfrey. Harry's eye twitched in annoyance, but he silently followed his father to the kitchen. There was a long table with people milling around it. Harry sat down on a chair opposite to Sirius, with Dylan sitting next to him. Dylan had taken to emulating his brother by observing his behavior, so unconsciously, quite a few of Harry's mannerisms were inculcated into his everyday life. The facial expressions, the way he carried himself, all of which were seen in Dylan as he sat down. Harry, Dylan, said Remus cordially as he shook hands with the two. How have you both been? Just fine, Remus, thanks, said Harry, his face impassive again. Lord Potter, it's nice to see you again, Mr. Weasley greeted him with a warm smile. It is a pleasure, Mr. Weasley. Let me introduce you to everyone, said Sirius quickly. Harry, Dylan, this is Arthur Weasley and his oldest son Bill, both of whom you have already met at the Quidditch World Cup. His other son Percy, who works in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, your cousin Nymphadora Tonks. Don't call me Nymphadora, Sirius, she growled, her hair turning red. It's Tonks. Hi Tonks, said Dylan brightly. Hey Dylan, replied Tonks excitedly. Her smile became predatory as she asked innocently, now what is this I hear about you and this girl called Astoria Greengrass? Dylan just gaped at her in shock, but once he recovered, he rounded on his brother. You told her, he said, looking at him accusingly. Harry looked at Tonks in slight disbelief. What part of keep it a secret didn't you understand? Oh, come on, Harry. Tonks huffed. Like I wasn't going to tease him after you told me about it. Moving on, said Sirius loudly, his eyes twinkling in amusement. As you already know, Tonks is an Auror and so are Kingsley Shacklebolt and Hestia Jones, continued Sirius. Then we have Alpheus Doge and Alistair Moody, Sturgis Podmore, Daedalus Diggle, Emmeline Vance, Mundungus Fletcher and Molly Weasley. Everyone, this is Harry Potter and Dylan Lestrange. Everyone in the room suddenly felt uncomfortable when Dylan was introduced and Molly Weasley actually shuddered. Dylan acted as though he hadn't seen it and politely greeted everyone. If we want dinner before midnight, I'll need help, snapped Molly amidst the silence. Tonks enthusiastically got up, increasing the noise level. Harry's fingers twitched when he saw many people giving Dylan looks of suspicion and fear. He actually saw Moody palm his wand. That's it, muttered Harry. Come on, Dylan, we're going home. Wait, Harry, where are you going? Asked Remus. Many of them stopped talking to stare at the tall teen. I came here to speak to Dumbledore. I did not come here to socialize, nor did I come here to meet the members of the Order of the Phoenix. There is only so much I can handle before I blow up, and I do not appreciate the suspicious looks being directed at my brother, so can you blame me for wanting to leave before I attack someone? It's not our fault, Diggle cried indignantly. He's Rabaston Lestrange's son. How do you know that he can be trusted? For all we know, Lestrange might have convinced the boy to spy on us, wheezed Doge. Constant vigilance, barked Moody, his gaze, magical or otherwise, focused on the young Lestrange heir. To his credit, Dylan didn't react at all. His gray eyes were fixed on the ceiling, acting as though he wasn't listening to anyone. The temperature suddenly dropped and the windows developed cracks. Harry's magic was leaking out of his body as he crumpled his hand in a fist. Oh, how he badly wanted to curse those ignorant fools. Harry, calm down, said Sirius quietly. You can't change their minds, I've already tried. Just don't bother with them. How do I know that he can be trusted? Harry hissed, his voice very quiet, eyes turning a shade of blackish green. I know because he is my brother and I love him with all my heart. I trust him with my life, something which I can't say for the rest of you fools. The fact that you judge someone by their name, a boy who has never once met his father, proves beyond a doubt just how bigoted you people are. You believe the worst of him because he is a Lestrange. You believed that my dad was a traitor because he was a black and you threw him in Azkaban without so much as a trail, shamelessly breaking international law in the process. You hailed a baby as a savior, but you couldn't be bothered to check on that said baby for years, the result of which was me being nearly killed by those filthy muggles I call my relatives. You believe people can't be trusted just because an enchanted hat puts 11-year-old children in a particular house. In the end, you are all just as bigoted as the dark. You sicken me. There were cries of outrage at that statement, but Harry ignored them. Sirius closed his eyes in exasperation, but he knew that Harry was right. He himself had been like that before being thrown in Azkaban for a decade, after all. Dumbledore had knowingly thrown him in Azkaban and endangered Harry by placing the boy with the Dursleys. Barty Crouch too had authorized unforgivables against suspects during the last war and had sentenced numerous people without a shred of evidence to support his claim. And the same man had broken the law when it suited him, smuggling his Death Eater son out of prison and hiding him in his own home for more than a decade. It was times like this when he couldn't help but think about what Harry had once said, who said there was a difference between the light and dark. Grabbing Dylan's arm, Harry walked out of the kitchen with people following him. Just as he neared the door, he saw something. A shriveled old house elf, whose skin looked several times too big for it, bald with white hair growing out of its bat-like ears, was standing in the corner. Blood traders and half-blood brats are scurrying around the house, muttered the elf. Oh, what would poor mistress say? Creature must do something. Yes, creature can't let them stay. Shame on the House of Black. For the first time in nearly 2 years, Harry was assaulted by a memory as it rammed into his conscious mind, making him double over in pain. Harry! Shouted Dylan with worry as he tried to support his brother from falling down. He was standing in the middle of a small island, smirking in triumph. This would be his greatest Horcrux yet, the locket of Salazar Slytherin himself. The cave was of special significance because this was where he had used a weaker, more primitive version of the Cruciatus curse for the first time. Of course, he had never known about it back then, when he had used it on Dennis Bishop and Amy Benson. He just knew it had hurt them because he wanted it to hurt. The two of them should never have tormented him as they had. He scooped up more of the potion to test it as he fed it to the house elf he had borrowed from Regulus Black. No, no more, screamed the elf, and he laughed at the pathetic creature's plea for help. Master Regulus, Mistress Walburga, creature can't drink. No more, please, creature doesn't want to drink more, screamed the elf. Dropping the locket Horcrux in the basin, he let the house elf shriek in agony and fear as he saw the Inferi grab the elf's frail hands. He walked out of the cave, knowing that the elf would have been taken inside the lake by now. Another Horcrux was secure. Harry gasped for breath, clutching his head as the pain intensified. He had not had one of Voldemort's memories barge into his conscious mind like this ever since he had worn Rowena's diadem. It had been just like the first time he had experienced it, but this time it was excruciatingly painful. It was like having a Cruciatus curse being cast on his brain. Harry, are you okay? Asked Sirius worriedly. I'm fine, said Harry, panting hard, but he collapsed against his father as he threw up on the carpet, eyes rolling in their sockets. I think some bed rest would make him feel better. Sirius, don't you agree? Dumbledore suggested quietly as he watched Harry clutch his head in pain, having just flowed into the house. His worst fears were confirmed. The connection he had always suspected to have existed between the boy and Voldemort must have strengthened due to the latter using Harry's blood for his resurrection. This was dangerous. He would have to keep a very close eye on Harry in the future. "Dylan, take him to the second floor," said Sirius quietly. "Regulus' bedroom should be free for you to use. I'll bring Lady Greengrass here to check on him." "Yes, Uncle Sirius," Dylan whispered as he wrapped an arm around Harry's waist, helping him walk. Harry had still not recovered from the torture he had suffered, no matter what he wanted others to believe. The Cruciatus curse had long-term effects on the mind and body, and something must have happened which caused Harry too much pain in a blink of an eye. Entering the room which had Regulus' name, Dylan shut the door. With a flick of his wand, he vanished Harry's clothes and tucked his brother in bed. After ensuring that he was comfortable and fast asleep, Dylan summoned his communication mirror and contacted Daphne. A few minutes of conversation later, he undressed for the night and quietly slipped into the covers beside his brother and closed his eyes. He couldn't return home without Harry, and since his brother was in no condition to apparate or use a portkey, they would have to stay here for now. Damn, how bad must Harry have been tortured for the effects to not have disappeared even after a month? Harry groaned as he opened his eyes. The room was dark, but he could see the barest hint of sunlight peeking from behind the thick curtains. Feeling a warm presence next to him, he turned his head slightly, only to gaze into the face of the sleeping form of his little brother, who was attached to his body like a human octopus, with an arm and leg tightly holding him in place. He smiled faintly. Memories of the previous night flooded Harry's mind, and he started analyzing what he had discovered. The house elf, which Voldemort thought had been dragged under the inferi-filled lake, was alive. That was how Regulus had known about it. The elf creature had escaped and told his master about the locket. Regulus, realizing what Voldemort really was for, actually making a Horcrux, decided to steal the Horcrux himself. And what? How did Regulus die? Where was the locket? He tried to get up, but his head was pounding. Sighing softly, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. He snuggled closer to his brother, letting the rhythmic beating of Dylan's heart to help him concentrate on finding his center. Within minutes, the cool magic of occlumency began soothing Harry's mind as the thoughts which were in disarray soon became organized. An hour later, he was back to normal, his magic contained. A hint of a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, the wonders of mind magic. It was probably the best branch of magic there was. After entangling himself from his brother's arms, he pushed the blankets away and shook the boy awake, playfully ruffling his hair, eliciting a reaction. "Off, arsehole," Dylan groaned into his pillow, his eyes still shut. "I'm trying to sleep. Go drown yourself in a lava river." Harry snickered to himself. One of the highlights of his day was trying to wake his brother up every morning, which always proved to be entertaining. Dylan hated being woken up and always cursed his brother every time he tried. Walking to the bathroom attached to the room, he frowned when he saw the dust and dirt covered all over. Exhaling in irritation and wondering what the resident house elf at the townhouse was doing, Harry spent the next 5 minutes cleaning, with invisible spells flying from the tip of his wand as he flicked and waved it in practiced movements. Once the bathroom was spotless, he stood under the shower, letting the enchantments activate. Sure enough, the hot water began raining down on him within seconds, and Harry placed his hands on the smooth granite wall, head lowered, letting the water reduce the pain in his muscles. 20 minutes later, he walked out of the bathroom and rolled his eyes when he saw that Dylan was still asleep. And, it looked like the covers were not pulled at the foot of the bed like they were when he had woken up, but were once again covering the sleeping teen. Honestly, must I do this for the rest of my life? Harry muttered to himself, rolling his eyes at the sight before him. "Dylan, wake up," he said loudly, yanking the blankets away and gently smacking the nude boy's bare ass. Dylan made a sound of obvious annoyance. "Get lost, dickhead. Go bother Daphne and leave me alone," he whispered sleepily as he turned to rest on his back, legs spread lazily, a pillow covering his face. Within seconds, he was breathing deeply, having gone back to sleep. Harry couldn't help but snort in amusement. He wasn't out of options yet. Clearing his throat, he announced loudly, "Dylan, I have a triple chocolate cheesecake and I'm about to finish the last piece." "You wouldn't." The Lestrange Scion cried loudly as he got up with a start, throwing the pillow across the room. He looked around and found that there was no cheesecake waiting for him. Instead, he found his annoying older brother standing before him, still BPD and wet from the shower, arms crossed over his, smirking at him. "Good morning," he said triumphantly. "You are evil." Dylan spat angrily as he got off the bed and headed towards the bathroom, muttering curses under his breath. Chuckling in amusement, Harry cast a drying charm on himself while one of the black house elves popped into place fresh clothes for him and his brother. He picked up the mirror which he had summoned, and contacted Sirius. After assuring his godfather that he was fine, convincing Sirius to not leave his work behind to check on him, he made a mirror call to Daphne as well. Once both brothers were dressed, they walked down the stairs, with Harry stealing a quick glance at every room he could find to see if there were any clues as to where the locket was. He knew that Sirius had already searched this house, but seeing Creature last night made him think that he was missing something. "Come on, let's get some breakfast," Dylan suggested. "All that drama last night has made me hungry." "You mean with the members of the Order? Are you crazy?" asked Harry, his tone slightly incredulous. "After how I accused them last night, I doubt they would want anything to do with us. And you suddenly care because..." Harry's lips twitched in amusement as he put an arm around his Dylan's shoulders. "I've trained you well, little brother. If there is no food, we can always go back home. By the way, are you searching for something?" "Yes, the locket." Dylan opened his mouth to say something but decided to wait for an explanation later. Tilting his head slightly, he remembered the mirror call he had last night. "You have to call Daphne after breakfast," he said softly. "She was really worried last night. The only thing that stopped her from coming here herself was the Fidelius charm." "I already did," said Harry as they entered the kitchen. The conversation in the room stopped as they sat down opposite to Fred and George. There were not too many people at this time as many had already left for work. "How are the joke products coming along?" whispered Dylan. Fred and George grinned. "Really good," said Fred. "We have invented something called extendable ears. It's really handy if there are standard silencing charms around because this can crack through them to spy on conversations. That's what we did for the initial meetings until Mum caught us. She was spitting mad that day." "Cool," exclaimed Dylan, impressed. "What have they been talking about?" "Not really sure," said George with a shrug. "It was about patrol duty, recruitment, werewolves, Death Eater attacks and future attacks. It was kind of boring then, but the meetings now are heavily warded." "Patrol duty?" asked Harry sharply. "Any idea what that is about?" "No, not really. They're quite insistent on keeping it a secret. They don't reveal a thing to us." "Hello, Harry dear," said Mrs. Weasley, smiling at him as though the whole incident last night had not happened at all. "What would you two like for breakfast?" "Eggs, kippers, toast. Whatever is left over is fine for us, Mrs. Weasley," said Harry cordially. He was curiously watching her prepare food and so was Dylan. Pots and pans were flying everywhere, eggs broke themselves and vegetables chopped themselves too. "Never seen anyone cook before?" asked Remus as he entered the kitchen. "Not really. I've had house elves prepare my food since I was 7 years old," said Harry as the plate of food levitated itself in front of him. "I thought I had to cook for myself when I first arrived like how I did at the Dursleys. Needless to say my elves barred me from the kitchens after that incident." Hermione sniffed at the mention of house elves but did not say anything. Harry thanked Mrs. Weasley as the two of them ate their fill. It was quite delicious. "Any progress with the werewolves?" asked Harry quietly. "Things have been unusually quiet with them lately. I assume Voldemort has contacted Greyback and he is mobilizing an army before launching an attack." Remus choked on his food as he spluttered and even Mrs. Weasley dropped her pot with a gasp. It crashed on the floor while the teenagers perked up at any news regarding the war. "How do you know that?" demanded Remus. This was information that the Order had kept classified. How in Merlin's name did Harry know about something which took Remus nearly a month to find out? Harry quirked an eyebrow as he said, "I observe, Remus, nothing more. I've read the papers and my parents' journals from the last war and I know that Greyback was involved, so it stands to reason that he would ally with Voldemort this time too." "Harry, look at this," said Dylan, frowning heavily as he read the Magical Daily. "There have been 3 more Dementor attacks in Nottingham over the past 2 days. It's like they're specifically targeting that area. It's less than 20 kilometers from the castle. Do you think he's sending Dementors to have you key, Ed?" No, replied Harry, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the newspaper. Voldemort will not have me killed by a Dementor. This is either random or someone specifically wants me dead, but it is not Voldemort. How do you know that? Asked Remus. It's not in Voldemort's nature to attack through proxies for someone who hurt his pride, he said quietly. Even if we meet again, he'll give me a chance to fight and he would want to do it himself. If he sends Death Eaters, he would do it to capture me, but let me tell you now that not one of them will fire a killing curse at me. No, this is the work of someone else. Remus frowned at Harry, not sure what to say. How could Harry possibly understand Voldemort's mindset? Wait, the archives in the Ministry of Magic contain the location of Potter Castle, don't they? Asked Dylan slowly. What if it is someone who knows that sent the Dementors to kill you? That makes no sense, Dylan. Why would someone who is not Voldemort or his Death Eaters suddenly want to kill me? I'm already high on the list as far as the resident Dark Lord is concerned, no one else would have to lift a finger. I'm not sure, but maybe this is an attempt to lure you away from the protection of the castle, said Dylan quietly. They know that seizing Potter Castle would be suicide, so they're trying to draw you out by attacking Muggles nearby, hoping that you would save them. Harry looked at the paper again. 3 more Muggles killed by Dementors in Nottingham. No, thought Harry. Voldemort knows that I hate Muggles as much as he does. He knows that attacking Muggles wouldn't make me come to him. This is not Voldemort's game. Who is responsible for this? Harry entered the drawing room of the house, looking for the locket as well as that house elf. Creature had not answered his call all day and he was quickly getting annoyed. The Weasleys and Hermione were fighting the Doxies using some sort of spray. How Muggle, thought Harry, frowning at them. Why don't you just stun the Doxies and vanish them? Asked Dylan curiously. That's what I said, muttered Fred. Now, you are all still not responsible enough to use magic outside school, said Mrs. Weasley briskly. More spraying, less talking. We're 17, said George indignantly, but before his mother could reply, there was a sound from below. Crash! Mundungus! Screamed Mrs. Weasley angrily as he walked downstairs. I told you repeatedly not to bring your stolen cauldrons in here. Besides, we're not allowed to use magic outside school, said Hermione after a pause. The decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery prohibits an underage witch or wizard from performing magic. What? Dylan exclaimed in shock, turning to face his brother. But Harry, I've always used magic during the summer. You were in a magical house, Dylan, Harry replied as he examined the tapestry of the most ancient and noble House of Black. The trace cannot be detected in magical houses, especially those which are as heavily warded as Potter Castle or Black Manor. There is too much magic in the air. That law was implemented to ensure that there were no breaches of the International Statute of Secrecy. It is meant to keep children in Muggle areas from using magic. What? Shrieked Hermione indignantly. You all can perform magic during the summer. I never knew that, said Ron in surprise. Fred and George were looking anywhere else. They knew of the loophole and had exploited it numerous times. They had used magic to create their joke products during the summers, after all. This is another way for the Ministry to keep the Muggle-borns from being welcome in the magical world, isn't it? Said Hermione angrily. This is another attempt to increase the bias against Muggle-borns. How is it that purebloods can use magic while we can't? I should be able to practice magic and show it to my parents. That is precisely the reason it was enacted, said Harry, turning around to look at her. I'm sorry to contradict you, Granger, but the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery was recommended by the International Confederation of Wizards in 1823 and then adopted by every magical government in the world. It is not some shady plot by the British Ministry of Magic to keep the Muggle-borns weak. The law exists solely to protect the International Statute of Secrecy. It is done because the ICW felt that children and teenagers under the age of 17 would not be able to comprehend the magnitude of maintaining secrecy. If someone in your neighborhood were to find you doing magic, can you imagine the repercussions? Magical governments hand out strict punishments to such offenders, and to reduce the punishment against children, this law was enacted. If you were to perform magic in front of Muggles like you say after you turn 17, the consequences would be severe. Why do you think Voldemort and his Death Eaters are such a threat? This law is also applicable to purebloods if they live in a Muggle-populated neighborhood. If you go outside this house, the law applies to you, but inside, where no muggle can see you, it is not, because this is a purely magical household. This has nothing to do with blood as you say, it is done only for the protection of witches and wizards. Hermione was left spluttering in disbelief while Fred and George began stunning and vanishing the doxies in the room before their mother could come back. Ron was clueless about the whole thing, so he was simply looking around. Ginny looked curious as she paid attention to the conversation. "Harry, your grandparents' names are here," said Dylan, pointing to the family tree. Sure enough, there was a name Doria which connected to Charles Potter. A line below them showed James, but there was a burn mark on the tapestry. "Why has your father's name been blasted away?" asked Dylan curiously. Walburga thought it was a shame that the pureblood scion of one of the oldest families in the country had married a muggle-born and that such a blood traitor should not be on the family tree of the House of Black, commented Harry, tracing his fingers over the name. "She blasted her own son from the tree when he ran away, even if it was to the house of her own cousin, so it is hardly surprising that she blasted my father's name too. Besides, this is just a copy, the original family tree can be seen at Black Castle." "Bellatrix Black," muttered Dylan, as it connected to Rodolphus Lestrange. "You won't find your father's name here," said Harry quietly. "This tree only shows members of the Black family and their spouses and children, that's why I'm not here as well. Rabaston did not marry into the Black family." Suddenly, Harry stopped talking as he turned towards the door which had opened marginally. What would she say to old Creature? Oh, the shame of it, mudbloods and werewolves and traitors and thieves, poor old Creature, what can he do? "Hello, Creature," said Harry very loudly, closing the door with a snap. The house elf froze in his tracks, stopped muttering, and then gave a very pronounced and very unconvincing start of surprise. "Master Harry," bowed the elf, his face nearly touching the ground. "Nasty half-blood he is too, managed to convince Creature's mistress of his blood status by feeding her lies, but Creature knows the truth that filthy Master's godson is nothing but scum, a disgrace to the House of Black that he was once the heir. Where have you been, Creature? I have been calling for you all day. We need to talk." "Creature was cleaning," said the elf as he removed an old rag. "A likely story," Harry said sarcastically, his eye twitching in annoyance. "The House of Black is getting blacker every day, it's filthy. Come with me. Master Harry likes to joke," Creature muttered under his breath. "Filthy half-blood thinks he can order Creature about, what would Mistress say?" Hermione was glaring heatedly at the door from where Harry, Dylan and Creature had disappeared. She didn't care what nonsense he had spouted. As far as she was concerned, there was no one who supported the pureblood agenda than one Harry Potter. What was worse was that he always managed to make it sound like it had nothing to do with blood purity at all. "What can Creature do for Master?" croaked the elf. "You can start by telling me everything you know about the locket of Salazar Slytherin, the locket which Regulus stole from Voldemort, the locket which was in the cave where Voldemort made you drink that potion," said Harry, observing the elf's reaction. Creature's eyes widened as he began thrashing about to punish himself. No. Creature failed in his orders. Creature failed to obey Master Regulus. "Creature, stop!" Harry shouted, shocked by the elf's reaction. With a flick of his wand, he bound the elf so that he wouldn't hurt himself. "Now, tell me exactly what happened to Regulus. First, how did you escape the Inferi?" Not having a choice, Creature revealed everything, how he had escaped from the cave, how Regulus had been worried, to taking Regulus to the cave, to Regulus drinking the potion himself and sacrificing his life, and finally, ordering Creature to destroy the locket by any means necessary. Harry was astounded by Regulus' bravery and self-sacrifice, not to mention the elf's loyalty to his master. "It looks like the House of Black produced more than one brave son," he whispered, humbled by Regulus' actions. "May Mother Magic bless your soul to find purpose again, Uncle Regulus. Creature, do you have the locket with you?" When the elf nodded hesitantly, he said, "Good, bring it here. I'll destroy it right in front of you so that you can confirm it yourself." "Master can destroy the locket?" asked Creature, looking hopeful. He disappeared with a crack and came back with a large golden locket with emeralds encrusted on the front in a serpentine shape. Harry levitated the locket to the ground and cast several protection charms around himself and the Horcrux. "Dylan, step back," Harry ordered. Pointing his wand at the locket, he hissed, "Open." The locket opened in metallic click and dark, handsome eyes looked up at Harry. I have seen your heart, and it is mine. Avada Kedavra. The jet of green light flew from the tip of Harry's wand and impacted the locket, making it scream and wail. After it was done, he scanned it. It's destroyed, Harry declared, a dark smirk forming on his lips. That was the last of it. And it has been destroyed. Uncle Sirius would be happy, Dylan smiled brightly. He's been searching for it for a long time, hasn't he? It's finally done. Yes, the older boy agreed. He turned to the sobbing elf and the emerald green orb softened. He was quite pissed off that the locket had been right here the whole time without them knowing about it. Had they destroyed it before, Voldemort would never have risen again, but he couldn't bring himself to be mad at the elf. Creature had at least kept the locket safe. Merlin knows what could have happened had the locket been stolen. The consequences would have been too dire to contemplate. You did well, Creature. If Uncle Regulus were alive, I'm sure he would be very proud of you. His final wish has been fulfilled. The aged elf couldn't help himself as he burst into tears again. Harry and Dylan quietly left the room, giving the house elf his privacy. The last Horcrux was destroyed, Voldemort was mortal. Harry, my boy, said Dumbledore as he sat down at the dining table, along with the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Headmaster, Harry greeted him impassively. He frowned slightly when he saw the shriveled, blackened hand of Dumbledore. Are you all right, sir? Maybe you should get that hand looked at. Alas, there is nothing I can do, the headmaster said heavily. Not to worry though, I'm perfectly fine. Now, I was told you wanted to speak to me. Yes. I have contacted my former professors at Hogwarts and they have all agreed to take me as an apprentice, but all of them with the exception of Master Slughorn said that I should talk to you first. As you recall, when I first brought up the subject of the accelerated program to you, I had expressed my desire to finish my master's degree in several subjects. I know that you do not want me out of Hogwarts yet, so this is a win-win situation for both of us. A witch or wizard had several options open to them after graduating from school. Most of them chose to start their career early, choosing to join their family businesses, seek employment in establishments or governments, or in other cases, pursue higher education. The next step after school was the master's degree. This could be done through apprenticeship under a qualified master, or by joining a university and gain the degree through classroom teaching, or through research, which was the most prestigious of the lot but also the most difficult. The International Committee for Aspiring Masters, which was affiliated to the ICW, took part in awarding the degree after they had submitted their research papers or after they had completed their apprenticeship. The next level after the master's degree was that of the sorcerer level. This consisted of an in-depth study of the subject under consideration and it always included research projects. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick and Slughorn were all sorcerers in their respective fields and were well known internationally for their research papers. The highest level of credit was that of the Grand Sorcerer. This required several years, or even decades of study and research and was awarded to anyone who made a breakthrough in any of the various fields of magic. Albus Dumbledore had been awarded this title for his discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, but he also held the title of Sorcerer for transfiguration and alchemy as well. Harry, being the ambitious boy that he was quite ready to begin his apprenticeship 3 years in advance as he had completed his NEWTs. Dumbledore stroked his beard. And which subjects do you want to pursue? He asked. Arithmancy, ancient runes, charms, potions and transfiguration, said Harry briskly. I have already written to Professors Vector, Babbling, Flitwick, Slughorn and McGonagall and they have all agreed to take me as their apprentice. What about defense against the dark arts? No, I wish to do a research project and earn the degree on my own in that field. There is nothing I will learn more than I already have from the teachers at school. So, what do you say? All right, Harry, Dumbledore smiled. As a teacher, he couldn't in good conscience deny such an opportunity to a boy as talented as Harry. He also hoped that it would help the students of Hogwarts, considering the new defense teacher they were to have this year. If that is what you want, I will allow you to stay at Hogwarts as an apprentice to all these professors. You will be assigned your own quarters like any other apprentice and you may have to teach the lower years if your mentor asks you to. Harry blinked in surprise as a hint of an amused smile formed on his lips. I'm disappointed in you, Professor. I expected more of a fight. I was so looking forward to blackmailing you again, but you took that pleasure away from me." Dumbledore chuckled, his blue eyes twinkling in amusement as the people around them gasped. "You blackmailed Professor Dumbledore?" asked Remus, his voice clearly displaying the anger he felt within. "I did, but I managed to get into the accelerated program without his help, so it wasn't strictly needed," Harry shrugged casually. "If Mum and Dad had not taken me to Madame Marchbanks, I'm sure Professor Dumbledore and I would have come to blows." "Oh, I'm sure you're exaggerating, my boy," Dumbledore waved it off, but he was a touch peeved that he still did not know how the boy knew of Severus' involvement in the prophecy. It continued to irk him. "There is another matter I wish to discuss with you," said Dumbledore. "I was wondering if you would like to join the Order of the Phoenix as a member." There was deathly silence in the room when Molly Weasley shrieked. "What? Albus, you can't be serious. He's just a boy. He shouldn't be made to fight in the war, he's just 15 years old." "This is madness." "She's right, Albus," Remus frowned. "Harry is still very young and we can't expect him to fight in the war. I agree that he's talented, but he just won't be able to understand the risks and dangers associated with it. James, Lily, Sirius and I were 23 when we joined the Order the last time, and James and Sirius were fully qualified Aurors back then, with Lily working in the Department of Mysteries. We can't expect a 15-year-old boy to fight for us." "There is also the issue of security," said Moody gruffly. It was clear that he did not trust Dylan Lestrange one bit. Harry looked ahead and met the gray eyes of his adoptive father, seeking permission. He and Sirius had definitely not expected this offer from Dumbledore, but Amelia had judged the aged headmaster's actions correctly. Both of them had given him the choice to decide for himself, and he had finally arrived at the answer. Sirius discreetly nodded to his son, telling him to answer the question. "Thank you for your offer, Professor Dumbledore, but the answer is no," said Harry quietly, surprising many. Everyone thought that Harry would fight tooth and nail to join the Order. "I do not want to join the Order because, for one thing, we are bound to clash on our policies. You and I have a very different outlook on how the war should proceed and our methods would clash, so no, I cannot join your side." "Your side?" said Emmeline Vance incredulously. "Don't you mean our side?" "No, I meant your side, meaning Dumbledore's side," clarified Harry. "I do not fight to save the British magical world from the oppressive evil that is Voldemort. Every side has a story and I am not blind to the faults of the light, as people call it. I will fight, but it's for me, my parents, the girl I love, and for my brothers Dylan and Rigel, and if that means I need to cripple Voldemort's forces, then so be it. You would not agree with my methods, so while I will work with you, I will not serve under your command." "Have you truly gone so dark, Harry?" asked Dumbledore, looking old and weary. Harry's eye twitched in annoyance. He did not bother dignifying that question with a response. He had answered the same question before. He was never light to begin with, so how could he go dark? As far as he was concerned, he followed the will of magic, nothing more. Classification of light and dark was a human invention, and that was not how magic in its natural state existed. "Would you actually kill the Death Eaters if you are fighting them?" asked Daedalus Diggle, his voice trembling slightly. "If I hadn't been nearly tortured to death by Bellatrix and Rodolphus, then yes, I would have killed every single one of them there, including Voldemort himself if I could," said Harry without batting an eye. "You would see it as slaughter, I would see it as ending a war before it started. I did not ask them to kidnap me, nor did I start the war. It was their fault for being marked by Voldemort in the first place, and I will not be blamed for defending myself and my family." "You are just a child," said Molly Weasley furiously. "You shouldn't be speaking like this. I don't know what you have learnt during your childhood, but this is no way to speak to the headmaster. He is a wise man and you should listen to him." "What I learnt during my childhood," Harry repeated as his face darkened. "I learnt that there would be nobody around to help me in case I was in danger. I learnt that people only look out for their own interests. I learnt that everyone has a secret agenda if they are helping me. I learnt that if I do not stand on my own 2 feet, others would crush me. Granted, some of my views changed after Mum and Dad took me in, loving me as their own son, Daphne and Dylan changing my views some more, but I will never forget what I learnt back then. I have been living alone in a fortified castle tutored by ghosts and portraits since I was 7 years old, Mrs. Weasley. I never had anyone to tell me that I should enjoy my childhood. I spent every day since my 7th birthday constantly studying and practicing magic. There is a reason I was a Ravenclaw and there is a reason I qualified with an outstanding in all my 7 NEWTs with extra credit at the age of 14. As for me not being able to understand the risks and dangers, I have faced a 70-foot-long basilisk at the age of 12, Remus. I willingly went into the Chamber of Secrets alone, knowing that I might not make it out of there alive. I was tortured under the Cruciatus curse by Voldemort, Bellatrix and Rodolphus. Dear Aunt Bella used my body as a knife sharpener. Rodolphus whipped me 50 times and I still managed to duel Voldemort and escape under his nose. I understand that I'm only 15 years old. You're right, I've never experienced war for me to know what it's like. You all have survived the last war, but point out to me one person in this room who has gone through as much as I have before the age of 15. I may not openly tell people of my achievements or pain, but don't mistake me for a weakling. I have never had a childhood to be considered a child at all. I have seen and experienced quite a few horrible things in my life, some of which you can't even digest. I have personally seen the atrocities committed by Voldemort. None of you can even comprehend what I have seen in his memories. None of you can begin to imagine the torture I underwent at the graveyard. None of you. There was utter silence. In the room, Moody's eye was swirling in its socket as he considered training the boy as an Auror. Dumbledore looked thoughtful, not really worried about the other things Harry had said. He was now quite curious about the memory of the graveyard. There was something in that memory which Harry did not want him to see, he was now sure of it. What was it? Maybe he should ask Severus to ask Lucius Malfoy or someone else to provide the memory. May I leave, father? Asked Harry formally. Remus flinched slightly at the term, but the teenager ignored it. Of course, Harry, said Sirius quietly, his face stony, but eyes glistening with tears. His precious little boy had suffered so much in his life and there was nothing he could do to help him get over the pain. Back upstairs, the teens were listening to what was going on using the extendable ear. Hermione had been mentally ranting about how it was unfair that Potter was able to get an apprenticeship, but she was slack-jawed like everyone else when they heard him speak. The silence was broken when Dylan took out his mirror. Daphne Greengrass. The mirror shimmered and Daphne's beautiful face appeared. Hey Dylan, she greeted him with a happy smile. I wasn't expecting your call for another hour. What's up? Daph, can you sneak out and come to the castle tonight? Asked Dylan urgently, as he spotted Harry climbing up the stairs. Harry needs you. I was already planning on coming, but I'll be there soon, said Daphne as she cut off communication. Ready to go? Asked Harry, his eyes a shade of blackish green. Dylan knew immediately that Harry's emotions were not yet fully under control. Yes, he replied. Bidding everyone a good night, they stepped out of the front door of the house and portkeyed to the entrance hall of Potter Castle, just as the flow flared and Daphne walked out of the fireplace, following Harry to the master bedroom. Dylan sighed as he made his way to his room on the second floor, collapsing on the large 4-poster bed. His mirror vibrated and he saw the concerned face of Astoria Greengrass looking back at him. He smiled fondly. How is that you know exactly when I need you, Tori? Crucio. Lucius Malfoy screamed in pain once more, twitching on the floor as he tried to get up. His entire body was burning and he couldn't help but let out a whimper. Pathetic, spat Voldemort. Harry Potter underwent torture which was infinitely worse than yours and yet he stood up with defiance and dueled me to the death. Again, why did you disobey me and use that diary for your own means? Didn't I tell you, Lucius, that the diary was extremely valuable? Why did you not protect it with your life like I had asked you to? I have gone through the text of Arthur Weasley's Muggle Protection Act. It was useless and poorly written. You destroyed my diary because Weasley raided your house. Was your ego the only thing you could think of? My lord, it was P. Potter who destroyed. Silence, hissed Voldemort, making Lucius flinch. The boy only destroyed the diary because it was a threat to his life. Had you kept it safe as I had expected from you, it would never have reached Harry's hands for him to destroy it in the first place. You have failed me again, Lucius, said Voldemort coldly. Your failures have increased steadily year after year and they have been growing worse. First you abandoned me after my defeat in 1991, then you surrendered to the whims of Sirius Black, unable to stop him from becoming the Minister of Magic, thus making it much harder for us to take control of the ministry. Then you let Amelia Bones of all people marry Sirius Black and actually have a child with him and thus lose control of the Black estate forever. Then you let Dylan Lestrange slip under your fingers and be influenced by Harry Potter and Sirius Black while he should have been raised under our ideology instead, and now you let your ego destroy my diary. It's time you realize, Lucius, that I do not appreciate so many blunders. Severus, bring Draco Malfoy before me. I have a task for him. My lord, please, begged Lucius desperately. Not my son. I'll do anything. Maybe this will give you more incentive to not let me down, Lucius, hissed Voldemort. I have a task for Draco. He is to find a way to kill Albus Dumbledore as soon as possible. If he fails, I shall kill you, your wife and your son. Severus Snape melted into the shadows. What are you thinking about? Asked Daphne softly as she ran her fingers up and down Harry's abs as they recovered from their post-coital bliss. I was thinking about Dumbledore's blackened hand. He had recognized it instantly. How could he not? He had been the one to cast the curse in the first place. And he's going after Voldemort's Horcruxes. How do you know that? Asked Daphne curiously. One of the Horcruxes was a ring. It had a nasty, deadly curse on it. My dad and I went to place a duplicate while we destroyed the original, remember? To ensure everything was perfect, I actually placed the same curse on the fake ring in case Voldemort comes to investigate. It turns out that Dumbledore did go there and fell for the trap. He's dying. What? Yes, he's dying, said Harry, a smirk tugging on his lips. There is no counter curse and I'm pretty sure his right arm is already dead. It's only a matter of time before the curse reaches his heart. I'm not sure how long he has because I thought the curse would kill instantly, but then again, this is Albus Dumbledore. He is an extremely powerful wizard and wouldn't go down without a fight, though I'm curious as to how a wizard of his caliber managed to be fooled by it. There is no way can he survive it, though. His days are numbered. Wouldn't Voldemort get more confident if Dumbledore dies? Asked Daphne worriedly. I'm hoping that I can kill Voldemort before that happens, muttered Harry quietly. All his Horcruxes have been destroyed, he's mortal, but doesn't know it yet. Daphne looked at the troubled expression on her fiancé's face. Smiling slightly, she cupped his face, gently stroking his cheek with her thumb. I know that you feel that you are not strong enough to defeat him, she whispered. But please don't lose hope, Harry. Not when we're this close. Yes, you need to train harder and I promise you that I will be there every step of the way. If you need me to get up at 4 in the morning to train in the room of requirement, I'll do it. You're not alone, Harry. Whatever happens, you'll always have me by your side. Harry's eyes grew misty as he struggled to regain control of his emotions. His hand found hers as they intertwined their fingers together. They simply stared into each other's eyes as Harry smiled slightly. What would I ever do without you, Daphne? You'll never have to find out, she replied, dotting him lovingly. Trailing S along the side of her face, Harry pulled her closer to his, breathing in the sweet scent of his fiancée as he went to sleep. On the 1st of September, Harry donned his robes and looked at himself in the mirror. He had chosen to wear clothes that didn't look too out of place with the students while also giving the impression that he wasn't a student himself. They were black, like the uniforms, but the cut was very professional and didn't look like the Hogwarts uniform. There was also no Ravenclaw crest on his robes, but instead, there was a badge showing that he was an apprentice. Packing his trunk, he walked down the marble staircase and saw Dylan already waiting. They stepped into the fireplace and vanished in a burst of green flames. Stepping out of the fireplace in platform 9 3/4, they observed that most adults present were nervous about sending their children to school. Harry didn't even want to think about the attendance of the other smaller schools in Britain and Ireland. Claiming an empty compartment for themselves, they waited for their friends to arrive. 5 minutes later, Astoria entered the compartment with 2 miniature trunks in tow. Dylan's eyes immediately lit up as he stood up to give her a tight hug. Hey Tori, he said happily as he hugged her. Astoria smiled as she hugged him back, and before he could pull back fully, she gave him a chaste kiss on the lips. Nice to see you again too, Dylan, she smiled, enjoying the stunned look on his face. Harry gave a long whistle. I just won 10 galleons, he declared. Why? Asked Astoria as she pulled Dylan with her to take a seat, the latter still in a state of shock. I knew that you would be the one to key him first, but Daphne was sure that Dylan would initiate it. Congratulations, you two. Does that mean you both are dating? Yes, said Astoria as she linked arms with Dylan, who had just snapped out of his trance. I've been working on this the entire summer. He's now my boyfriend. Don't I get a say in this? Asked Dylan incredulously, though he did lean down to give her a key on the cheek, his own cheeks flushed pink in happiness. Nope, said Astoria, grinning. Somehow, I can live with that, said Dylan as he took her hand in his. Harry shook his head in amusement as he took out a book to read, leaving the new couple to talk amongst themselves. They were joined soon by several others, all of them wanting to know if Harry was all right and how he did in his NEWTs. 2 hours later, Daphne and Neville entered the compartment, looking exhausted. Harry gave them each a chilled glass of butterbeer, which they took gratefully. So, how was the prefects' meeting? Asked Theo. It would have been shorter if not for Granger going on and on about what needs to be changed, Neville groaned. Some of her ideas were really good, but the way she wouldn't stop hammering us about it didn't work in her favor, Daphne added, snuggling into Harry's hold as the boy put an arm around her shoulder, hugging her to his. Who else has been made a prefect? Susan Bones and Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff, said Neville. Sue has prefect patrols now, so she'll be here later. Then we have Terry Boot and Padma Patil from Ravenclaw and Daphne and Draco Malfoy from Slytherin. Why Draco? Asked Dylan, frowning. He's one of the top students in our year among the boys, Blaise answered. That's not to say that Theo and I are anything less, but Snape has always played favorites with Draco, so we never expected the badge. Cedric Diggory is the head boy, said Daphne. But that's not really a surprise, is it? Harry hummed quietly as he went back to his book. Several hours later, the train stopped at Hogsmeade Station. Taking the carriages to the school, Harry calmly walked over to the Ravenclaw table and sat down next to his brother, ignoring the stares being directed his way. I think people are wondering why you're back, muttered Dylan. Everyone knows you took your NEWTs and you aren't wearing the uniform. Who cares? Harry retorted as he watched the sorting of the students. His emerald eyes scanned the staff table, and when he saw Professor Slughorn present but not Remus Lupin, he figured it out immediately. Brace yourself, little brother, murmured Harry. It's a good thing you are as talented in defense as you are. Why do you say that? Dylan frowned. I think Snape might be your new defense against the dark arts teacher. That's why. Dylan groaned. The Sorting Hat song was different this time and emphasized on unity amongst the four houses, especially considering that the true history of the founders was known to everyone thanks to Godric's journal. The change was noticeable, if however subtle. Slytherins weren't shunned as before. The rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin was still present, but it wasn't anywhere as bad as it had been. Slowly, the changes were taking place just as Harry wanted. If only the Voldemort problem would soon solve itself. Harry amused himself with the image of Voldemort crying with remorse as he committed suicide. Now that would be funny. Once the feast was over, Dumbledore got up, beaming at all the students. The very best of evenings to you, he said, extending his hands forward in welcome. Many people gasped as they saw the black and shriveled hand. Harry's lips twitched slightly as he tried not to smirk. He really expected better from Dumbledore. Why did he touch the ring or put it on? It made no sense. He had informed Dylan, Sirius and Amelia about Dumbledore's impending death. Sirius did not show it, but Harry could see the smug satisfaction in his father's eyes. We're pleased to welcome back Professor Slughorn, a former colleague of mine, to take up the job as Potions Master, said Dumbledore. Professor Snape, meanwhile, will be taking up the post as the defense against the dark arts teacher. I don't get it, whispered Dylan. Shouldn't Dumbledore appoint a teacher who actually teaches the subject? Putting instructions on the board and belittling us if we made a mistake was bad enough in potions, but defense. Especially considering the current climate, shouldn't we learn to defend ourselves better? What is Dumbledore thinking? It's all for the greater good, said Harry, his upper lip curling. Now, as everybody in this hall knows, Lord Voldemort and his followers are once more at large and gaining in strength. Everyone in the hall quietened at once, and Harry observed the faces of the students. Nearly all of them were terrified, even some of the children of the Death Eaters. Of course, Draco was smug about something, but that was nothing out of the ordinary. Harry tuned out Dumbledore's speech, and once they were all dismissed, He walked towards the private room he had been given for the duration of his stay at Hogwarts. It was right at the base of Ravenclaw Tower with a handsome painting of a golden eagle in flight. A small smile formed on his face as the eagle asked him in a musical female voice. "Password, my lord." "Patronus," said Harry, thinking about Dylan's Patronus resembling his animagus form. The eagle flapped its wings and bowed as the painting moved to reveal a portrait hole, inside of which was a large, comfortable common room with 2 bedrooms. Harry was sure that none of the staff was responsible for this, it must be the house elves. He would be sure to personally thank them tomorrow. "Dylan Lestrange," he muttered. The mirror shimmered as his brother's face appeared. "Yes, Harry. Get your ass down here," Harry smirked. "And bring your trunk too. I've got a new room for you." "You want me to do what?" asked Harry incredulously. "Take the class for the third-year students," said Professor Babbling briskly. "It'll give me some time to work on what we need to achieve for your apprenticeship." "Oh, this is best in having you, Harry. Talented students can always substitute for me. I think I'm going to enjoy this. But I've never taught anyone before," said Harry, his tone had a hint of desperation to it. "Okay, tell you what," said Professor Babbling seriously. "I'll monitor your class today, and if I feel you are not up to the mark, I'll take over. But I do want you to give it your best because trust me, there is no better way to learn than by teaching it to others. You'll have a firm grounding in the subject." Harry mentally let out a frustrated sigh. He should have expected this. He thought Dumbledore had been kidding when he said that he might have to take classes, but apparently not. He stood at the teacher's desk, waiting for the students to arrive. This batch was comprised of the third-year Ravenclaws and Slytherins, so he would be taking his first class with Dylan and Astoria as his students. The students shuffled in, many of them giving Harry curious glances while Professor Babbling was sitting in the corner, reading a book while writing down things on a sheet of parchment. Dylan and Astoria looked at him in surprise as they took a place together in the middle of the class. "Welcome to your first class on the study of ancient runes," said Harry, his voice loud and confident. "I am Harry Potter, Professor Babbling's apprentice, and I'll be taking this class today. You may address me as Mr. Potter or Apprentice Potter, and I ask you all to pay attention because runes is not a subject you can take lightly. It can be very dangerous, but at the same time infinitely rewarding. If I had it my way, I would make this subject compulsory like how it was until 40 years ago, but our esteemed headmaster feels otherwise." Professor Babbling snorted and coughed, trying to hide her grin. She was unsuccessful. "Now, can anyone tell me the purpose of runes?" said Harry. "Why is this subject considered so important? Why do we use it when we have charms, transfiguration and defense? What are its applications?" A few people raised their hands, but Harry wasn't impressed with their answers. Finally, Dylan raised a tentative hand. "Yes, Mr. Lestrange," Harry nodded, his face impassive as always. "Runes is an important subject because it is the building block for most spells and enchantments. Charms and transfiguration are varied, but they are temporary. However, a perfectly crafted runic array is permanent. They are used in permanently enchanting objects, in rituals, but the most well-known application of runes is in warding." "Good. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Wards are what protect us from danger. Hogwarts itself has some of the best wards in the country, and so you can imagine how important runes are if warding is based on the subject. Protective charms and enchantments are made permanent with the help of runes. They can also be used as a means of defense. Let me give you an example. Can I have a volunteer, please?" The students were quite unnerved by Harry's teaching style. After no one raised their hand, Dylan again put his hand up. "All right, come up here, Mr. Lestrange," said Harry. "I hope you all start interacting with me because I don't like teaching to a bunch of inferi. I expect you to be active, is that clear? Now, Mr. Lestrange, cast the most powerful stunner that you can produce at me." Dylan didn't hesitate. Quickly pointing his wand at Harry, he said, "Stupefy." The bright jet of red light flew from the tip of his wand, but just as it was about to impact Harry, the class saw him press something on a sheet of parchment which was on the table next to him. A shield materialized, deflecting the spell. People were stunned by the display. "No, I did not use wandless magic," explained Harry. "What I showed you is an ancient variety of the shield charm, condensed in a rune cluster. I had already drawn it on his sheet of parchment which, as you can see, is now charred. This is just the very basic of what runes can do. So, shall we begin? Once the class was over, the third years were chatting excitedly amongst themselves as they left. Harry sat down on the desk and looked over at Professor Babbling. The smirk on his mentor's face did not help matters any. He was amazing, said Astoria excitedly. Yeah, the class was hooked, agreed Dylan. They were sitting at the Slytherin table for dinner, telling their friends how the third-year Ancient Runes class was. I never really pictured Harry as a teacher, said Susan. The others nodded. It's not like I was given a choice, muttered Harry as he sat down. How was defense? The mood plummeted. He's horrible, said Theo bitterly. He doesn't teach a thing and I'm from the house he actually favors. We won't learn anything from Snape, said Neville. He terrified the crap out of me in class today. He was worse than in potions. He won't tell us what to do, won't show us how to do the wand movements, just gives us the incantation, pairs us with each other and he expects perfect results. Something has to be done about this, said Daphne quietly. Unfortunately it is not on the list of priorities, Harry replied grimly. There was an attack on Diagon Alley last night. 2 witches and wizards were killed and there was a lot of property damage. There have been more Dementor attacks and the full moon is next week. Everyone went quiet at that. How is it for you guys? Asked Daphne. Fine, said Dylan quickly. Can you pass me some of the mashed potatoes? What's wrong? Asked Daphne, her eyes narrowed. Nothing, Dylan told her. He could feel the eyes boring into him. He didn't even need to know what was going on as he said, stop staring at me. Dylan turned to the other side and saw Astoria glaring at him too. All right, I'll tell you. Just stop with the eyes. It's freaking me out. Daphne and Astoria smirked at each other. Works like a charm every time, muttered Astoria. So, what did Snape do? He kept insulting Harry whenever I was in earshot, he sighed. When I was able to perform the shield charm perfectly, he accused me of cheating and gave me a detention. His subtle insults towards my illegitimate birth were not missed by anyone either. He has always hated me, but it wasn't this bad before. We need to do something, cried Tracy. We can't just be sitting ducks. Daphne's eyes lit up. She looked at Harry who was lost in thought. The living room was dim, with the fireplace the only source of illumination, their shadows falling on the carpeted floor. A light sheen of sweat covered their beefy bodies. Daphne Greengrass was bent at the waist, her hands tightly gripping the arm of Dylan's favorite armchair. Her long dark hair was pushed to the side of her face, falling to the seat of the chair. Her lush beeps bounced up and down with every movement, the pink nipples erect. A large hand reached forward to fondle them, making a beep slip through her lips. The fingers pinched a nipple before it slid lower, across her flat stomach, before settling at her curvy hips. The second hand was buried between Daphne's legs, teasing her clit. Her ass was open, displaying a pink hole and beep, the latter which currently had a thick cock buried inside it. Sweat trickled down Harry Potter's bare back. Strong shoulder muscles flexed as he moved. His butt was clenched, muscular thighs pressed very close to his fiancée's body before moving away, a long phallus sliding in and out of her tight beep as he ed her from behind. Damp hair was sticking to his forehead, a few strands falling over his eyes. The platinum locket that hung from around his neck kept hitting his as he moved with every thrust. The hard definition of his six-pack abs could be clearly seen as his stomach contracted due to the exertion. The skin surrounding Harry's groin was pink due to his hips and heavy balls smacking Daphne's ass. With force every second, soft grunts and groans of pleasure escaped his mouth, his usually expressionless face lit with pleasure, an expression that was shared by the Slytherin teenager. Time seemed to pass without their knowledge. The couple switched positions, with both of them now facing each other, their movements fast and desperate. Before they knew it, Harry and Daphne cried out each other's names in ecstasy as they achieved orgasm, bodies closely pressed against each other, as pleasurable sensations assaulted them all over. He collapsed on the soft rug by the fireplace, breathing hard, and was soon joined by his fiancée. The BPD, sweaty teens turned towards each other and ed passionately, basking in the afterglow of making love to each other. A few minutes later, still enjoying the post-coital bliss, Daphne murmured, Harry. Harry made a noise of acknowledgement. His mouth was busy, seemingly attached to his fiancée's nipple, beeping slowly, as if he was feasting on the most delicious, succulent fruit in the world. I was thinking about our problem with the defense program. He simply grunted. I think I may have a solution for it. Harry released her nipple from his mouth with a wet pop. Really? I'm all ears, he said, giving her his undivided attention. We know that Snape is a horrible teacher and that he wouldn't teach the students anything, said Daphne. Perhaps that was the plan all along. How can there be a rebellion from the younger generation if they can never put up a fight? Harry was quiet. I never thought of that, he said softly. I assumed it was Snape's natural charm, but this makes more sense. The Aurors are better trained now than they were under Fudge and Bagnold's regime. Voldemort has to target somewhere to ensure that there is no uprising, in which place is better than Hogwarts. Then why did Dumbledore hire Snape if he knows that he is not going to teach the students? Oh, he knows. But that is acceptable collateral damage as long as it keeps his spy safe within Voldemort's ranks. Daphne hummed. As I was saying, we need a better teacher. Trust me, Daphne, I've seriously considering murdering Snape before, said Harry darkly. It's not that I wouldn't be willing to kill, it's just that Dumbledore has a very close eye on his pet Death Eater. It's way too difficult to get rid of him. That was not what I meant. I meant you teaching us defense. I already tutor you and Dylan. Drop it, drop it, drop it. Daphne sighed. I was talking about you teaching the rest, Harry. If we need to fight, we need more people. The Aurors are already spread thin. If there is an attack on Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley or Hogwarts itself, people need to know how to defend themselves. Not everyone will be into it, Harry retorted, as he mentally groaned. People are busy enough as it is, and so am I. I'm not asking you to do it, said Daphne patiently. I'm only asking you to think about it, all right? Just think of the benefits this could offer you. Harry didn't reply, having already returned to his earlier activity of beeping on her nipples. Within a few minutes, he was fast asleep. Draco Malfoy carefully placed the large cabinet in the corner of the room. It had been 3 days since he had come back to Hogwarts, and he had spent all his time checking if there was a private room to work on his project, deep in the dungeons. The Dark Lord had given him a mission: find a way to kill Albus Dumbledore. Desperately wanting to help his son, Lucius, in secret, had used his sources to find out information about a vanishing cabinet in Borgin and Berks which had its twin at Hogwarts. Subtly feeding the information to Draco, he had stood back, hoping that the boy would be able to finish his mission soon so that the death sentence the boy didn't know about, which was hanging over their heads, would soon be withdrawn. Lucius was not an unintelligent man. He knew that Albus Dumbledore was an extremely powerful wizard. He would never dare to say it out loud, but even the Dark Lord wouldn't want to risk a direct confrontation with the old mage unless it was absolutely essential. Therefore, any conflict involving a wand would be futile. Despite not knowing his father and mother's anxiety, Draco had taken the mission seriously. This was the first mission given to him by the Dark Lord, and he didn't want to let his master down. The Dark Lord had promised to mark him if he managed to succeed, thus making him the youngest Death Eater in their generation. It was a proud honor, and Draco would strive for it. But there was only one problem: the vanishing cabinet at Hogwarts was broken. It had to be carefully repaired, with the rune clusters perfectly carved and enchantments perfectly applied. There was also the problem of getting new materials for the task. He knew that it would be incredibly dangerous and foolish to bring such materials into Hogwarts, but he had to figure out a way soon. But Draco was confident. It was only September. The Dark Lord had given him until the end of October to finish the task so that they could move on to more important targets like Sirius and Amelia Black. Draco wondered why the Dark Lord never mentioned about wanting to kill Harry Potter in their meetings, but he had asked Draco to provide any and all information on Daphne Greengrass and Dylan Lestrange. Draco was only too happy to do so. Soon, he would prove to everyone that he wasn't just a pampered prince. Those words still irked him every time he remembered the conversation with Potter a few months ago. He would show them all. The month of September passed quickly. Harry went back to practicing at a furious rate against the enhanced practice dummies in the room of requirement, and he increased Daphne and Dylan's training too. He was also knee-deep in work because being an apprentice to 5 mentors at the same time was very hard work. Most, in fact, did only one, and a few ambitious people like his mother did 2 at the same time, charms and potions. But he was working on 5, and he was yet to start on his 6th, being a research paper on the dark arts and its defenses. His aim was to show people that they were wrongly classifying magic based on superstition on what was light or dark. Magic was all about intent, and magic in its pure form was gray. Unfortunately, while he had an idea for his thesis, he did not have any time to start it. After his successful class in ancient runes, the other teachers had begun to test him by making him teach the first-year students as well. That had quickly moved to second and third-year students by the third week of September. That didn't mean he was taking all their classes, just a few here and there until he finished the concept he was teaching. The class on animagus transformation was so good that the third years couldn't stop talking about it for days. McGonagall had been giving him suspicious looks, but Harry didn't fall for the trap. His animagus form was a secret, even if he had been registered with the ICW. Amelia had paid a lot of money to keep it quiet, so he wasn't willing to come clean yet. There was a war going on outside the walls of Hogwarts and his ability could save his life someday. Aside from teaching, he was also given a lot of books to read, along with papers to write. Becoming a master in a subject was really hard work, but Harry was thriving. Even though Voldemort had advanced knowledge in many fields of magic, he had never actually learnt from a mentor, specializing in a subject like how Harry was doing now. Therefore, his knowledge was limited because Voldemort spent more time on the dark arts, dwelling deep into them. It was for that reason that Harry was so focused on his apprenticeship. It was a chance to fill the gap with the other branches of magic. Daphne had not broached the top of him teaching defense again throughout the month, but Harry had no doubts that she would do it again. Daphne was nothing if not persistent and had a stubborn streak a mile away. It was not to say that he had not given it much thought, he had, but he wondered if it was worth it. It was only after talking to his dad that he made a sound decision. "We need more Aurors," Harry said Sirius grimly. "We lost a lot of good Aurors during the war with Grindelwald. Even though he didn't exactly attack Britain, our Aurors did go to Europe to help, the decision which was taken after receiving orders from the International Confederation of Wizards. It was not a civil war like how we have now, so the ICW was forced to step in. Anyway, after Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, the Ministry decided that there was no need to have such a large active Auror force to maintain law and order in the country, so by the time Voldemort began to seize power, it was less than 1/4 of its original number. More Aurors were killed during the Voldemort War, and once it was over, Bagnold, and later Fudge cut the amount in the budget which was sanctioned to the DMLE. That was due to Lucius Malfoy and his ilk. Keeping the Aurors on a back foot always helps those who want to rebel. That was the reason I personally donated money to the department, and that's also the reason Alistair Moody is teaching at the Auror Academy. We need more people, but we just don't have quality applicants. Snape teaching potions for a decade and a half didn't help matters at all. Dumbledore ensured that no one knew the effect Snape's teaching had on the country. I myself didn't know until I became minister and saw the statistics. Snape has essentially crippled our country by ensuring that very few witches and wizards gain their potions NEWT and thus not be able to join the Auror Corps. Sure, there are those from other schools, but Hogwarts has always produced the best students. "Anyway," said Sirius, taking a deep breath. "I know that you are very busy, Harry. I can't tell you how proud of you I am for the apprenticeship in 5 subjects and taking a research project for a 6th, but the fact is, unless the younger generation witches and wizards are taught properly, we don't stand a chance of increasing the Auror force. With Slughorn now teaching potions, we don't have to worry about that, but defense is more important for that line of work. I'm not trying to influence your decision, kiddo, but it would help on a massive scale in the future. Just think about it. Of course, there was also the matter of where to teach the students if it came to that. Harry knew that making it an official club would go against Voldemort and Dumbledore's plans of making Snape the defense teacher in the first place, so it had to remain a secret. He also didn't know how many people would be interested, so the idea of using an abandoned classroom was scrapped immediately. The room of requirement would work wonderfully, but there was no way in hell that Harry let the knowledge of that room spread amongst the students. That place was a gem and he guarded his secrets jealously. Besides, there was no telling what would happen if the Death Eaters found out about it and gave the information to Voldemort. The Dark Lord would then realize that his Horcrux might be in danger and come to retrieve it. If that happens, well, Harry had seen memories of Voldemort's temper getting the better of him. The insane man wouldn't hesitate to kill every child at Hogwarts. Finally, in the first week of October, the day before the Hogsmeade weekend, Harry had decided to finally tell Daphne what he had decided. Of course, that was after the class he was supposed to teach. Professor Slughorn had gone even further than the other teachers and actually had him teach a fifth-year class. As the Gryffindors and Slytherins shuffled into the dungeons, many were looking at Harry in surprise when they saw him standing on the teacher's dais in the classroom. Some had the manners to sit down and not ask questions, but others did not. "Potter, what are you doing here?" said Ron Weasley irritably. He had lost his patience with Harry Potter the day he had shouted at Hermione so badly. "Sit down, Mr. Weasley," said Harry, in his usual emotionless voice. "I'll be taking the class today. You may all address me as Mr. Potter or Apprentice Potter. Let us begin. Today we shall be working on the draft of peace. I was told that you have not yet covered it in your class, am I correct?" When he got a few nods, he continued. "This potion is quite repeatedly asked in your OWLs, so you had better pay close attention. It is also a potion that is regularly used, so it is useful to know how to brew it yourself. First, who can tell me the main ingredients needed to brew the draft of peace?" Hermione Granger raised her hand in the air. "Powdered moonstone, syrup of hellebore, powdered unicorn horn and powdered porcupine quills," she said briskly. "Good, 5 points to Gryffindor. Now, let us begin with the properties of moonstone in potion making." The students all began taking notes in earnest as Harry began his explanation, occasionally mentioning the arithmetical properties and also the ingredients in relation to astronomy. The class was enthralled by his detailed knowledge and Harry explained it in such a beautiful way that everyone could understand. Well, he did have to repeat himself a few times for others, it was a difficult concept, after all. Now, as I have stressed in my previous classes, potion making is very dangerous and should not be taken lightly, said Harry firmly. If you remember back in first year, I used to create a shield around my cauldron. I will not let any of you attempt a potion in this class until I'm sure that a shield is in place. Now, I also have a little demonstration for you on how badly this potion could go wrong if you don't pay attention. Harry stepped back and turned towards the cauldron which was simmering on the teacher's desk. This potion is now purple in color, said Harry. Can anyone tell me what the next step is? Hermione raised her hand again, but since she had already answered 3 questions in a row, earning 15 points to her house, Harry simply raised an eyebrow at the rest. I'm not teaching a bunch of inferi. If you don't interact with me, this class is going to be dry and boring. Again, what is the next step? Hermione stood up and Harry fought the urge to roll his eyes. When a few other hands rose in the air, he nodded, yes, Mr. Knott. This is the stage where you add the powdered porcupine quills, said Theo quietly. Correct. 5 points to Slytherin, said Harry, ignoring Hermione's look of annoyance at not being given a chance to answer the question. However, we have to consider the properties of porcupine quills and what we are adding to. At this stage of the potion, the cauldron has to be taken off the heat. Can anyone tell me why? Hermione raised her hand immediately, but Harry saw others volunteering too. Yes, Mr. Longbottom, it is because porcupine quills react badly with heat, said Neville softly, cringing at the memory of Snape. Berating him back in first year. Correct. 5 points to Gryffindor. Now watch closely as to what can happen if you forget to take the cauldron off the heat. A simple mistake can cost you so much more. Knowing that the class was watching him intently, Harry dropped a great chunk of the powdered porcupine quills into the cauldron. The students watched with bated breath as the cauldron melted and exploded violently, scraping the shields around the cauldron. This explosion could have severely injured all of you, said Harry quietly. This is why I keep repeating that you should pay attention and also use the protective measures specified while preparing the potion. Now, the elemental properties of the porcupine quills state that. After he finished his explanation, Harry made them individually prepare the draft of peace. The dungeon was soon filled with potion fumes, but Harry flicked his wand and activated the environmental charms, making the classroom visible again. Halfway there, he realized that someone had made a blunder. Mr. Weasley, read the 5th line of the instructions for me, please, said Harry as he stood opposite to Ron. Ron flushed as he read from the board, add syrup of hellebore until the potion turns turquoise. Did you forget that line, Mr. Weasley? Yes, Mr. Potter, said Ron through gritted teeth. Good, now that you realize that, I hope you don't make the same mistake again. Instead of berating the boy as Snape used to so frequently do, he instead waved his wand over the cauldron, making it shimmer. The potion changed colors repeatedly until it was pale blue. Now, add the powdered moonstone and continue, Harry instructed him, as the rest of the class watched avidly. You're very lucky that the person who taught me how to brew potions isn't here. Had I made a mistake such as that, he would have had a house elf vanish the entire contents of the cauldron and all the ingredients with it. In fact, the moonstone hadn't been properly powdered too. There cannot be any lumps in it whatsoever. Again, he would have completely vanished my potion even if it was completed, just to make me do it over and over again until I had perfected it. Be glad that I'm not that strict. Pay attention to your work. That goes for all of you. Some were astounded when Harry mentioned the way he was taught potions, others glad that no one expected something like that from them. When the time was up, Harry nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Ron Weasley's potion was near perfect. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Good job, Mr. Weasley. 5 points to Gryffindor. Class dismissed. Ron was shocked at having been awarded points for getting the potion right even after making a mistake. Such a phenomenon had never happened in the dungeons before when Snape had been teaching them. The redhead walked out of the classroom in a daze while the rest of the students were chatting excitedly. Daphne winked flirtatiously at him and exited the classroom too. Harry shivered when he remembered what Daphne had prepared for them tonight. Student teacher, with his fiancée wearing a very short and revealing uniform, kinky. Professor, how did I do? Asked Harry politely, ignoring the images that were forming in his mind, very glad that his robes covered the obvious bulge in his pants. Slughorn didn't speak. He had been sitting in the corner of the class the entire time under a disillusionment charm, unknown to anyone but Harry. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. The boy was a natural. That was the most beautiful class on potions I have ever seen from any of my apprentices and even a few professional teachers, said Slughorn, beaming at Harry. Well done, my boy. Well done. Harry simply smiled. The next day, Harry and Daphne were walking hand in Hogsmeade, enjoying the crisp October morning in Scotland. They were idly talking as they made their way around the streets. It was surprisingly not crowded and Harry wondered why that was. No one can stop talking about your classes, Daphne smiled proudly. I already knew that you were an excellent teacher, Harry, but the way you handled that potions class was amazing. Harry smiled slightly but didn't say anything. Now, where are we all supposed to meet? He asked her. Near the large beech tree facing the valley, away from Hogsmeade and prying eyes. A few dozen people are to meet us there. Harry hummed. When they neared the beech tree, Harry's eyes widened. He rounded on Daphne and demanded, you call this a few dozen people? There are probably 200 students here, 1/4 of the school. Daphne wasn't fazed by his anger. And that is a problem because, she asked calmly, better to nip things in a bud before we start fighting again. Look, you're going to teach them anyway, so what's the difference in having 100 students instead of 10? Wouldn't having more students help in the long run as your father said? And what if their friends want to join too? Hissed Harry. Pretty soon, the entire school would want me to teach them. I don't know if you know this, Daphne, but I'm not paid to teach. I do so in classes because it is part of my apprenticeship. This is. If you don't want to teach them, just say so, said Daphne coolly. Don't pick a fight in public. I'm already done arguing with you after last night and I'm not in the mood for yet another argument. You want more Aurors and this is the best possible method of getting them. For your information, many of them here are 6th and 7th year students. They could easily join the Auror Corps right after graduation, especially with the new incentives being offered by the DMLE. Don't think I'm ignorant of your long-term plans, Harry. I know that you consider the Muggles a threat and I also know that you believe we need more Aurors for protection in case of danger, and even with you teaching them all, it won't happen overnight, it'll take 3 to 5 years but the numbers will eventually rise. I'm giving you the perfect opportunity to gain their loyalty which would reap benefits in the future. Take it or leave it, I don't particularly care. Daphne turned and walked towards the large group with Harry slowly walking behind her. While she knew that she had her faults, Harry was no different. Sometimes she felt like pulling her hair out in frustration at the way he behaved and how closed off he was with his emotions. She knew that Harry wouldn't be who he is if he weren't so emotionally detached most of the time, but that didn't mean she should like it all the time. He was also a very proud boy and it was difficult to get him to back down, even for the simplest of matters. She understood that he was under tremendous pressure lately and she did her utmost best to help and support him, but that was not to say she would be fine with constantly being his punching bag. There were days when she was stressed and irritable too. Who knew living with another person was so difficult? Both Harry and Daphne were true alpha personalities and as they grew up, they were scraping shields more than usual. That was not to say that they didn't love each other unconditionally, but with both of them being dominant and assertive, it was difficult to end an argument when both of them weren't willing to back down. According to her mother, both of them were acting like teenagers. Daphne didn't understand that at all. That was what her mother said to everything. Didn't older couples fight too? Oh yes, according to her mother. They did fight, but they also tended to compromise. That word did not exist in either Harry or Daphne's vocabulary. Are you okay? Asked Dylan worriedly. Fine, said Harry quietly as he began casting privacy and notice me not charms around the entire group, no need for others to overhear. Hello everyone, said Daphne loudly. Thank you all for coming here. We have gathered here because a few of us were discussing the curriculum of defense against the dark arts and how it is being taught, or more specifically, how it is not being taught by Professor Snape. Here, said Anthony Goldstein. He's worse than how he was in potions. Yeah. He doesn't show the wand movements, doesn't explain the theory, doesn't demonstrate for us, and expects perfect results on the first try. Said a seventh-year Gryffindor heatedly, several others nodding grimly. His teaching method is just different, that's all, said a third-year Slytherin defensively. He is a teacher and Dumbledore wouldn't have hired him unless he knew that Professor Snape could teach. Many growled at the girl when Daphne interrupted. Not learning how to defend ourselves given the current climate is exactly what will lead us to our doom, she explained. We are currently in a state of war and unless we can fight back, there is no hope for us. What do you think we should do? Said Zacharias Smith snidely. Raise an army. If you were at home during the holidays and your house was attacked, what are you going to do, Smith? Sit on the couch and brag to the Death Eaters about how well you did in Quidditch? Asked Harry pointedly, making the boy flush. The purpose of this meeting is so that you can learn how to defend yourselves in case of an attack. When Death Eaters choose to attack, they don't do so one by one. A dozen will attack at the same time and take you out. Tell me, can you all defend yourselves against a dozen killing curses coming at you at the same time? There was absolute silence as nobody was willing to answer. Or how about the thousands of Dementors that are plaguing the country right now? Asked Harry casually. Do I need to remind you of the attack that took place 2 years ago? What about the Aurors? Asked a fourth-year girl. Surely they would protect us, right? And how long do you think it would take for the Death Eaters to kill you if you are standing right in front of them? It would all be over in a matter of seconds, long before the Ministry could even detect it. The Aurors cannot help you all the time and thanks to Bagnold and Fudge ruining the Auror Corps over the years, they are limited in number. Unless you all learn to defend yourselves, you'll end up like the couple of thousand witches and wizards who died in the last war. This is not a game. What we are offering you is a chance to learn and train. Daphne took over. Harry is willing to teach you if you are willing to learn. You all also want to pass your exams, right? With how Snape is currently teaching, it's not going to happen. When there was a general murmur of agreement, Daphne continued, all right then, the next item of business is how often we do it. I was thinking 2 or 3 times a week because there is no point in meeting less frequently than that. Hang on, Angelina piped in, we need to make sure this doesn't clash with our Quidditch practice. No, Cho agreed, who had become the new Ravenclaw seeker after Harry had left, nor with ours. Nor ours, added Zacharias Smith and there was a murmur of agreement amongst the Slytherins too. Do you think Quidditch is more important as of this date than your lives? Asked Dylan irritably before Harry could answer. The lives of your parents, the lives of your siblings. That's rich coming from the son of a Death Eater, Marietta Edgecombe sneered. Like you have anything to worry about, Lestrange. When are you going to be joining Daddy Dearest to murder innocent people? Everyone beaked in a breath as she said it, looking at Harry expectantly. There was no doubt in everyone's mind that this was going to end badly. Even Zacharias Smith, in all his arrogance, was not stupid enough to say something like this. No one messed with Dylan Lestrange and got away with it. "Get out," said Daphne darkly. There was a strange white tint to her blue eyes. She looked furious. "Excuse me," said Marietta sharply. "She told you to get out," said Harry in a cold voice, his own eyes glowing a shade of blackish green. "We don't want you here. I have tolerated enough from you when I was a student myself. You picked on me, but I didn't have a problem with that as you were not worth my time. You said that fame had gone to my head when I got into the accelerated program, spreading rumors about me in the process, and I ignored you. I found you bullying Luna Lovegood, stealing her clothes and books, and I had to step in to put a stop to it. I don't even want to think about how much Luna would have suffered if I hadn't found out a few months into her first year. You kept insulting and harassing my brother constantly, and I warned you to back off, and I have finally reached the end of my tether. Daphne and I aren't obligated to put up with your shit anymore. You better walk out of here right now, Edgecombe, or you'll face our wrath." "Harry, Daphne, it's fine," said Dylan quietly. "If I wanted to murder people, Edgecombe, I would have done it already. The fact that you are still alive proves that I didn't go down the same route as my father. Now, can we carry on with the meeting?" Marietta paled slightly, but when she saw the heated glares being sent her way, she huffed and walked back towards the village, trembling slightly. Harry Potter was terrifying when he was angry, and she made a mental note to stay the hell away from him for the next few weeks. Maybe it was a good idea to stay away from Greengrass too. She had not forgotten what had happened the last time Daphne Greengrass had gotten angry during the Triwizard Tournament. The scars still remained. "You also have to realize that these group sessions will be kept a secret," Daphne added. "You can't tell anyone because Voldemort doesn't want the younger generation trained, and if the staff were to know what we're doing, word would soon reach the ears of the Death Eaters." "You mean we don't have permission from the teachers?" asked Hermione, aghast. "What we're doing is illegal. There's no rule in the Hogwarts Charter that states that a club shouldn't be formed by the students, but all student organizations have traditionally been approved by the staff in the past. However, you are forgetting my unique position. I do wield power at Hogwarts. The only reason my father has stayed away is due to the war. As Smith so eloquently put in a few years ago, the Smith and Potter families ensure that we are well aware of the Hogwarts Charter and bylaws from a young age. I'm sure he can confirm what I've just told you, not to mention you can borrow a copy of the charter from the library. In response to your question, no, we're not doing anything illegal, but secrecy is necessary considering that we are at war. All those who are interested, please write your names in this book," said Daphne, after a pause. "We'll let you know when the next meeting will be and where." People were quite nervous about writing their names, but after several of them did so without complaint, they grumbled and complied. While the others may not have noticed it, Dylan and Astoria did seem troubled by the frosty atmosphere. Between Harry and Daphne, the older couple seemed to be fighting constantly over the last few weeks. Giving them one last worried look, the younger couple walked away, hand in hand, wanting to explore more of the village. Daphne quietly packed everything and carefully tucked the book with the names into a deep, secure pocket in her robes. Just as she was about to leave, she felt someone grab her wrist. She didn't pull away. Harry slowly walked towards her, squeezing her hand as he did so. "I'm sorry, Daphne," he said softly. "I know that you were only doing what was best, trying to help me achieve my goals. I didn't even think about the time and effort you must have spent to get so many people here. I really do appreciate it, and I'm sorry for getting short with you. I'm just frustrated with everything that's going on and—" "I know," said Daphne quickly as she turned around to face him as her features softened. "I also understand that you needed to vent, and I don't mind that. But Harry, you can't dump your frustrations out on me day after day." "I know," muttered Harry as he pulled her close, nuzzling her face against his. "I'm really sorry. I don't appreciate and cherish you as much as I should. I promise you that I will from today." Daphne frowned. She never expected him to treat her like that. She didn't mind him showing his frustration out on her, just not every day. She was his fiancée. Who else could he do that with? "Harry, I don't. No, listen to me," she said sharply when she saw that Harry was about to interrupt her. Intertwining her fingers with his, squeezing his hand slightly, she continued in a soft tone. I understand that you're frustrated with everything that's going on. Working on so many master's degrees is very hard work, and I don't mind you taking your anger out on me. I'm your fiancé, Harry, and that is not just a title. I'm your life partner, and it is my duty to take care of you. I have never expected you to treat me like a queen. Your love for me is more than enough, and I would gladly make sacrifices to keep you happy, just as you have always done for me. But you have to understand that there are days when I'm tired and frustrated too, and your irritation combined with mine becomes a trigger for us to fight. I've come to realize that living together is really not as easy as I once thought. Are you going to move out of my quarters? Asked Harry, sounding worried, but very touched by her words as well. Of course not. Good. But Daph, I promise you that in the future I won't. He was cut off when Daphne wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him into a loving key. Harry smiled into the key, and gently stroked her wavy dark hair with his fingers as he tightened his grip around her slim waist. A minute later, they parted, breathing heavily, their foreheads touching each other. The green and blue orbs locked gazes as love and pure adoration mirrored each other. Yes, both Harry and Daphne were not perfect and each had plenty of faults, but they were perfect for each other. As an ideal couple, they tended to balance each other's strengths and weaknesses and were only complete as a whole. Their relationship had its ups and downs, but they were confident that their undying love would never fade, their inner fire for each other only growing stronger with time. In the end, that was all that mattered. Harry dipped his head as he keyed at her neck, pushing her against the large beech tree, making her squeak in surprise. Harry, what are you doing? Harry's eyes twinkled in amusement. Well, he said slowly. I found one of your romance novels tucked away under the bed. Daphne's face burned in embarrassment. You found that? She asked, horrified. Yup, he smirked at her. Nice glamour charm, but it wasn't strong enough to fool me. I didn't know that you liked poor. It's not poor, she hissed at him. What you and Dylan have in the bathroom is poor, not the books I read. How did you find those? Asked Harry, looking surprised. I thought we'd hidden them well. Last week, I caught Dylan masturbating in our common room, staring at those women who were featured in your blasted Playwitch magazines. In exchange for not telling either Blaze or Theo about the incident so that they wouldn't tease him about it, Dylan told me all about your secret stash. Well, at least we have no secrets from each other, Harry grinned at her. I did find one particular scene interesting in that book of poor, though. It's not poor. Whatever you say, he said, enjoying the indignant look on her face. Anyway, there is this particular scene where the female protagonist and her boyfriend make love outside, right after they had reconciled after a fight. Daphne, who knew notice me not charms were so useful. That's fiction. A soft beep escaped her lips when Harry's fingers explored her bare stomach, his hand already under her shirt. When did that happen? Please, Daphne. I promise not to tell anyone about your poor collection. Harry, are you pouting? No. Daphne smirked slightly and wrapped her arms around his neck. Well, she said softly, their faces impossibly close. If you pout for me again, I promise to make love to you right here, right now, just like in the romance novel. And for the last time, it's not poor. Harry's eyes lit up in surprised happiness. No one other than Daphne had seen this side of him, ever. He flashed a lopsided grin at her, full of happiness and mirth, an expression that was reserved for her eyes only. Really? He asked excitedly. He pouted as requested and joked, you're not taking advantage of poor, innocent little Harry, are you? Oh, Harry, cooed Daphne, cupping his cheek. You lost your innocence a few months ago, and I was the one to take it from you. Harry smiled as he captured her lips, his fingers slowly sliding down her face to her neck, down her collarbone and finally to the locket that was hanging from around her neck, the same locket bearing the Potter crest he had gifted her on her 12th birthday. With a squeeze, he activated a strong notice me not charm. Daphne grinned as she flicked her wand, vanishing their trousers, leaving them both nude from the waist down. With another wave, she cast warming charms on them. Weren't we supposed to meet our friends for lunch? Panted Harry sometime later, his face buried in the crook of her neck, his hips moving in a steady rhythm against hers, pumping his cock in and out of her beep. Dylan and Astoria will cover for us, Daphne beeped as she arched her back in pleasure. They didn't speak a word as they were soon lost in ecstasy. Gummy bears, said Harry as he neared the gargoyle which guarded the headmaster's office. The gargoyle stepped aside and Harry walked up the spiral staircase and knocked on the door. Enter. Harry entered the office, face impassive as usual as he walked forward. Hello, sir, he said politely. You called for me. Yes, Harry, take a seat, said Dumbledore, looking tired and worn out. First, I must say that I am very impressed with your teaching skills. You truly have a gift, my boy. If you ever were to choose this field, the doors of Hogwarts are always open to you. That's kind of you, sir, but while I do enjoy teaching, it's not something I would want to do all the time. I have bigger plans for the future and teaching isn't on my list. And what might those plans be? Asked Dumbledore kindly. You'll find out eventually, said Harry casually. But considering the fact that you are going to die soon, I don't see that happening. Said Dumbledore, stroking his beard. Anyway, the reason I have called you here, Harry, is because I think it is time we have a few lessons of our own. Harry sat straighter. Alchemy? He asked, his eyes glinting with interest and hope. Dumbledore chuckled. I can see why the Sorting Hat placed you in Ravenclaw, Harry, he replied good-naturedly. No, I'm afraid not. No, what we'll be discussing is something far more important. I'm sure you'll find the information that I'm about to divulge intriguing. Harry simply raised an eyebrow at that. What was the old coot up to this time? A few minutes later, Harry understood what was going on. He could immediately recognize the Gaunt shack in Morphin Gaunt from Voldemort's memories and from his own. He had been to the place before, after all. He knew that Tom had murdered his uncle when he was 16 and the very same day, had murdered his father and grandparents. He watched the confrontation dispassionately, wondering how such an old and powerful family had been reduced to blatant poverty and lack of brains. Salazar would have been horrified that his descendants, even if it was from his blood-adopted son, were living like that, said Harry as they came out of the pensieve. SS are considered sacred by the Slytherin family, and to think Morphin was willing to kill them so mercilessly proves why they were not worthy of the Slytherin family title and fortune in the first place. I assume you have recognized them? Asked Dumbledore lightly. Of course, the Gaunts were well known for their level of insanity amongst the nobility as well as the common folk. They were the laughingstock of magical Britain for a long time. I assume Merope Gaunt was Voldemort's mother while the Muggle was his father. Marvolo, his grandfather, and Morphin his uncle, am I correct? Sharp as always, Harry. Yes, said Dumbledore, nodding in approval. Harry mentally rolled his eyes as Dumbledore spouted drivel about love potions and running away, and he wondered just what the point of it all was. Surely the old man could just come to the point, right? But Dumbledore never worked that way, and Harry never expected him to reveal any secrets this soon. Harry himself never did, so why should he expect the same from Dumbledore? Either way, his parents would most definitely be interested in knowing what the old man was up to. Is this where we're going to meet? Whispered Zacharias Smith, sounding annoyed. In an abandoned classroom. It is hardly big enough to fit 200 people, let alone practice magic. Relax, said Ernie. I doubt Potter is that stupid. He's probably found a place. It's only been 3 days since we decided to form a defense club. I'm actually surprised that he called us this soon. Dylan was acting as though he wasn't paying attention, but that was an interesting quirk of his which he used to spy on people. Using the notice me not charm on his locket to great effect, he wandered around the large, abandoned classroom, listening to everyone talk. After 20 minutes, he realized that it was okay to proceed. There was no one here that would prove to be potentially dangerous. Giving the signal to his brother, he waited as he sat next to Astoria. Welcome, everyone, to our first defense class, said Harry confidently. He was dressed in form-fitting clothes, his hair tied in a short ponytail. Everyone follow me. People were wondering where they were headed as they walked towards a dark corridor away from the classroom. They were on the 4th floor, and the people in the front saw Harry tap a blank stretch of wall and hiss in Parseltongue. The Slytherin ring glowed for a moment and the wall opened with a hiss, showing them a wide passage to slip into. Keep up and follow me, said Harry. The first group followed him, with Daphne leading the ones in the middle and Dylan bringing up the rear. The students were led through another passageway, down several flights of stairs, until another wall opened again and they stepped into an enormous chamber. The green light and S statues made it easy to recognize. Welcome to the Chamber of Secrets, announced Harry. He waited for everyone to come through as he sealed the passageway again. Just as he turned, he heard someone scream in alarm. What? That skeleton, shrieked Hannah Abbott in fright. That's the basilisk, isn't it? That must be like 70 feet long, exclaimed Lavender Brown, backing away. Oh come on, it's just a skeleton, Harry exhaled as he led them to the middle of the chamber. The real one was a lot scarier. Anyway, this is the best place for us to hold our classes. No one other than me can give you access so we don't have to worry about teachers finding us to hand out detention. Now, yes, Granger. Hermione had raised a hand like how she did in class. I think we should elect a leader, she said briskly. Harry's the leader, said Colin Creevey quickly. This isn't a hierarchy, explained Daphne in a calm voice. This is not an organization either. We are trying to learn how to defend ourselves and we have a teacher. That's it. Everything else is superfluous. I still think we should have a name, said Hermione, sounding slightly annoyed that her idea was shot down. It would promote a feeling of team spirit and unity. Harry mentally sighed, praying to Mother Magic for patience. Was it really worth it? They hadn't even started and they were already getting on his nerves. Fine, what name do you want for the group? There was a discussion for about 2 minutes until Cedric Diggory asked, how about the Defense Association? That's a good idea, replied Cho, agreeing with her boyfriend. We can call it DA for short. It would be easier to communicate. Or maybe we can call it Dumbledore's Army, Hermione said. After all, everyone knows that Dumbledore is the only one you know who ever feared. Absolutely not, said Harry firmly. This is not an army and I don't want people to think this is one and I'm most certainly not going to be involved in a group that has Dumbledore's name in it. He and I don't see eye to eye and I don't want his name representing a group that I'm going to teach. The Defense Association is a good idea. Is everyone fine with that so we may move on? When they all nodded, he clapped his hands once. Great, he said. Now, let's begin. I want all of you to pair up and give yourselves room. This place is massive so don't worry about any space requirements. Quickly, now. There was shuffling seen as everyone moved to find a partner and stood in front of Harry. Even though he said that it was not an army, it certainly looked like one from his perspective. Now, the first thing we're going to be learning is how to dodge spells. That's it, said Zacharias Smith loudly. You're not going to teach us magic. If I had known then I wouldn't have come. Really? Said Dylan, throwing the obnoxious Hufflepuff a dark look. You think dodging spells is irrelevant? Well, I don't see how it can help, said Smith with an arrogant shrug. All right, Smith, said Harry, looking at the boy critically. Say I fire a spell at you, right now, which is red in color. What are you going to do to defend yourself? Shield, of course, said Smith, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. Very good, said Harry sarcastically. That would work against a low-powered stunner. What if I'm using the Cruciatus curse on you? Or a blood-boiling curse? Can you tell the difference in the different shades of red in a moment's notice? But the Cruciatus curse is illegal. Just because the spell is illegal doesn't mean people won't use it. The elementary mistake everyone makes is that you all shield and not dodge. A witch or wizard who is stronger than you could easily shatter your shield with a powerful spell. There are a variety of curses that would make your shield useless. The unforgivable curses would also pass through the shield as though it weren't there. Let me demonstrate. Motioning them to join him, Harry said, Fred, George and Dylan are going to fire spells at me at the same time, and I'm going to defend myself without magic. Boys, give me the best you've got and don't go easy on me. Step back, said Daphne as the boys got into position. Begin. Everyone watched as Fred, George and Dylan began firing spells at Harry from different directions. Harry, on the other hand, was dancing around them all without a wand in hand as he avoided getting hit. Using a somersault, he avoided a blasting curse courtesy of Dylan as he moved to the other side and kicked Fred, disarming him. He managed to dodge the rest of the spells until George was out too. Many were surprised at how talented Dylan Lestrange truly was as his spells got more powerful and deadlier. Level 3, shouted Harry. Lethal spells. Aye, shouted Dylan. Defindo. Bombarda. Reducto. Everyone gasped as cutting curses and exploding curses rocked the chamber, but Harry dodged them, slowly moving closer to Dylan. A bone-shattering curse too was dodged until Harry punched Dylan in the face and with a swift kick, disarmed the boy and made him fall on his butt. "This is the power of dodging spells," said Harry, breathing hard. Holding out his hand, he pulled his brother up, muttering spells under his breath as he healed the other boy's injuries. "None of you has the skill to take on members of the Inner Circle Death Eaters. If you come across any of them, none of you stands a chance. It is better to dodge their spells because trust me, you do not want to get on the bad side of Bellatrix or Rodolphus Lestrange. They like to play with their food before they eat it. Does anyone else have any problems with learning how to dodge spells?" When no one protested, Harry smirked slightly. "Good, then let's get started." Harry dragged himself to his suite as he crashed on one of the couches in the common room. The painting of the eagle opened again and his two unofficial roommates entered as well. "I think that was a pretty good first lesson, Harry," said Daphne tiredly as she lay down next to him, leaning her head on his as she stretched her legs. "Understatement of the century," muttered Dylan. "That was probably the best defense class I've ever had." "You already know how to dodge," pointed out Harry. "That doesn't mean I can't improve. My record is 15 minutes against an enchanted dummy. I can't last a minute when you're firing spells at me. It's a good thing you started on this instead of actually teaching us defensive spells. By the way, I know this is supposed to be a secret, but what is stopping them from revealing it to someone else?" "When I said that they can't, I meant it," said Daphne, smiling wickedly. "I charmed the book in which they all wrote their names. It ensures that they can't speak about what we're doing with anyone whose name is not written in the book. If they do try, it's all gibberish. With 200 people, we're bound to have someone who'll turn traitor, though I'm hoping that won't be the case." "Beauty and brains," muttered Harry as he stroked her hair. "I'm so exhausted that I can't even bring myself to walk to my room." Dylan yawned and stretched on the couch. "Wake me up tomorrow, will you?" "Good night." "I agree," said Daphne sleepily as her eyes drifted shut. Harry sighed. Sleeping on the couch couldn't possibly be comfortable, could it? "Oh well, if you can't beat them, join them." Draco Malfoy was nervous as he walked into the throne room of the Dark Lord's manor. The place was actually quite elegant once it was cleaned up and was said to have the best wards and protective enchantments available, with the Dark Lord himself putting up a Fidelius charm. It was the 31st of October, and the Dark Lord no doubt wanted to know about his progress with the Vanishing Cabinet. He idly looked around, wondering where his father was, as he was led into the throne room by his aunt. "My lord," said Draco, sinking to his knees in respect. He did not notice his Aunt Bella slip out of the room nor his father who was tied up in the corner, disillusioned. "Draco," breathed Voldemort, his red eyes boring into the 15-year-old boy. "Rise, my young friend, and tell me how goes the progress with the mission I assigned to you more than 2 months ago." Lucius Winston held back a sob as he realized what was going to happen. His son was going to pay for his failures, but coupled with Draco's inability in repairing the cabinet and not getting Dumbledore killed, it was going to be horrible to watch. Mentally, he braced himself. There was a reason he was tied up, after all. Draco was going to be tortured and he was being made to watch. "Ah, Severus, come in," said Voldemort silkily, and Draco's head turned sharply when he saw his defense teacher walk in. "We were just discussing Draco's progress, or lack thereof." Draco swallowed. "My lord, I am making progress. I have figured out the materials I need to fix the cabinet and also the rune cluster I need to carve on it. However, it is difficult to bring them into the castle. You promised me that Dumbledore would be dead by the end of October, Draco," said Voldemort dangerously. "Why yes, my lord," he stammered. "I'm working on it and I promise you that. I don't have much use for incompetent servants." Draco barely had time to register what was going on when he was screaming in pain. It was more pain than he had ever imagined. His body was on fire, he was being killed, his nerves were going to be ripped apart. No, he couldn't take it anymore. "Did that hurt, dear Draco?" cooed Voldemort, smirking at him. "Tisk, tisk, look at that, Severus. Our little baby dragon has wet himself. He couldn't even stand a few seconds under the Cruciatus curse. Do you think you have what it takes to be a Death Eater?" Draco couldn't answer as he was twitching and beeping. Tears were flowing down his pale face as he was tortured over and over again. "I am losing patience, Draco," Voldemort sneered, pinning the boy down with his foot. "When I said I want Dumbledore dead as quickly as possible, I meant it. You better get it done soon, boy, or you will suffer the consequences. Those consequences are definitely something you would want to avoid. If you fail, Draco, I will torture and kill you, your mother and your father. Let that thought be an incentive for you to work harder and get the mission done. McNair, take our young guest and dump him outside Hogsmeade. Yes, master, muttered McNair as he exited the room, dragging the twitching boy. That was a warning to you as well, Lucius, said Voldemort as he cancelled the spells binding Malfoy Sr. Another mistake on your part and you will pay. Yes, my lord, said Lucius quietly. Good, said Voldemort. I need information from you both. Severus, you told me that Harry Potter and Dylan Lestrange lived together in one of the Potter properties half the time and the rest with Sirius and Amelia Black. Correct. Yes, my lord, said Snape, his face blank. They usually stay together at Potter Castle, but as of late, they spend more time at Black Manor. Dumbledore believes it is due to Potter now acknowledging Sirius and Amelia Black as his parents. I have observed Potter's movements over the years, and I believe that he always spends the first day of the holidays at his family castle, regardless of the circumstances. I have unfortunately not been able to track his movements after he enters the castle during the holidays, as the wards and various protective enchantments are usually raised to their maximum setting immediately upon his arrival. Ah, yes, I have heard about the impressive wards around this Potter castle, said Voldemort as he ran his fingers over Nagini's head. I believe Dumbledore sent you to look around the place to get more information. Yes, my lord, said Snape after a moment's hesitation. Truthfully, he had not been able to find out anything of value which he and Dumbledore hadn't already known or suspected. Lucius, Harry invited you to Potter Castle for a ball a year ago, is that right? Yes, my lord, said Lucius quickly. I had a lot of time to search the place for any weaknesses when Potter wasn't looking. Voldemort leaned forward, a smirk forming on his lipless mouth. Tell me everything you know of the layout and wards of the castle and also any other information you have about it, historical records of fights, the Potter massacre, anything. Lucius swallowed. He was going to be tortured again. There was a reason the Potter family was shrouded in mystery, they were notoriously secretive. He only hoped that whatever information he had would be sufficient. Voldemort's red eyes glowed with triumph as he heard the report. Harry once again found himself in front of Dumbledore, with the pensieve placed in front of them on the headmaster's desk. He wondered what the old man was going to pull this time. He had also heard about the incident with his mentor. Sir, how is Professor Slughorn? Asked Harry quietly. Very lucky, said Dumbledore grimly. The poison in his drink was not very potent, but fast reacting. If he hadn't reacted so quickly to save himself, he may not be alive today. Harry wondered why anyone would want to poison Slughorn. Voldemort deeply respected the man, but maybe the Dark Lord had decided to get rid of the only person who had the faintest clue about his Horcruxes. He would have to think about this. Dumbledore looked faintly troubled. He knew who that bottle of mead was meant for, but the fact that young Draco Malfoy did not do his homework and gave something that tasty to Slughorn, not expecting him to keep it for himself, alarmed Albus. The boy had nearly caused Slughorn's death and Albus would have to keep an eye out so that there were no more accidents. As they continued their lesson, Harry balled his hand into a fist. Really, was it so hard to use a bloody charm or a potion? He and Daphne did it all the time. Forget them, half the students in the 5th, 6th and 7th years were so used to the charm that they could cast it in their sleep. The potion also was not something which was difficult to brew and was available everywhere. Madame Pomfrey ensured that all the girls at Hogwarts were safe from getting pregnant. Unexpected pregnancy was just something that was unheard of in the magical world, and yet, Merope was able to whip up a love potion, which was quite tricky to make, mind you, and yet could not whip up a potion which any competent second-year student could do. But then again, it might have been deliberate. Getting pregnant might have been Merope's intention all along. Then there was Tom Riddle Sr. Harry knew the man was not to blame for his wife's pregnancy because he was tricked into the marriage in the first place. However, there was also the fact that Merope was pregnant. Harry shook his head in disgust. Children were sacred in the magical world. There were no cases of abandonment, and that was the reason there were no orphanages either. If the parents died, there was always some magical relative who would take their child into their home. If Riddle Sr. had just checked up on his son and done his duty, Tom Riddle Jr. might not have resorted to being the insane Dark Lord that he was. Sadly, it wasn't really the man's fault, he was tricked by Merope. He was a victim. His opinion of them, however, only dwindled as he watched the memories. A locket which was worth 1,000,000 galleons was sold for 10 galleons. Asked Harry incredulously. Caractacus Burke was not famed for his generosity, said Dumbledore casually. So we know that, near the end of her pregnancy, Merope was alone in London and in desperate need of gold, desperate enough to sell her one and only valuable possession, the locket that was one of Marvolo's treasured family heirlooms. She also stopped using magic, if I had to guess, after her husband abandoned her. It is also possible that her unrequited love and the attendant despair sapped her of her powers. That can happen. In any case, as you are about to see, Merope refused to raise her wand even to save her own life. Harry shook his head in disgust. She wouldn't even stay alive for her own son. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. Could you possibly be feeling sorry for Lord Voldemort? Of course I'm feeling sorry for the young Tom Riddle, said Harry, sounding annoyed, though his face remained perfectly expressionless. Sometime Dumbledore wondered how he did that. It reminded him again of his old friend, Gellert Grindelwald, who was a natural accoutrement himself. It was Marvolo Gaunt's fault for the way he mistreated his daughter. It was Merope's fault for dosing Riddle Sr. with a love potion, said Harry angrily. It was her fault that she was stupid enough to not use a potion to prevent herself from getting pregnant. She could have slipped a male potion in her husband's drink and he would have been none the wiser. It was ridiculous of her to have stopped feeding him the love potion. It was immoral of Riddle Sr. to have left his unborn son without any help. It was Merope's fault for getting swindled out of Salazar's locket, denying Tom his inheritance. It was again Merope and Riddle's fault that she died in the orphanage, leaving Tom with the tender care of those filthy muggles. None of this was Tom's fault at all. He was just an innocent child, a newborn infant. He suffered for years because of his parents' mistakes, so I will say that yes, I feel bad for one Tom Marvolo Riddle. Dumbledore was speechless. This was not something he had expected from Harry at all. The boy was supposed to see Voldemort as pure evil, but how could he do that if he was feeling sorry for Voldemort? I see, said Dumbledore slowly. If you'll care to watch the next memory, Harry, we'll see more of what I've collected. As they came out of the pensieve half an hour later, Harry didn't react at all. He had seen this memory before after all, but he had not seen the part where Dumbledore had spoken to Mrs. Cole. He had to wonder how many other magical children were suffering like this in Muggle orphanages without help. Tom and Dylan couldn't be the only ones, could they? Harry asked Dumbledore, frowning at the still boy. You suspected him for every small infraction that took place at Hogwarts the minute he entered the school, didn't you? Asked Harry casually. You believed the words of a Muggle and saw him as evil and branded him so. No wonder he turned out like that if he was forced to go back to that hellhole every summer. Dumbledore's frown deepened. What was wrong with Mrs. Cole's assessment of Tom? He asked shrewdly, though he thought he knew the answer. Was it because she was a Muggle? Of course, Harry answered, his eye twitching in annoyance. Her opinion of Tom was clouded by the fact that he was unnatural, a freak, spat Harry. She would never have protected Tom from the older bullies because she believed something was wrong with him. Didn't you hear? We thought she was from a circus. Did you think her opinion would have stayed with her? How many would have harassed Tom because of her comments? It's the same all over again. Lestrange is such a strange name, isn't it? The boy is weird. My sister Lily was a whore and she got knocked up and had to marry this drunken layabout who died in a car crash, with their bastard of a child ruining our perfectly good home. All of them are the same. You should never have sent him back to that place again. Not all children are abused, Harry, said Dumbledore, his eyes turning slightly cold. Just because you and Dylan. And how would you know that Tom wasn't abused? Hissed Harry angrily. It's not like Mrs. Cole would have admitted that she tried to get an exorcism done on the boy. No one ever reveals such information until it is forced out of us. Exorcism? Asked Dumbledore sharply. It's a Muggle procedure, Harry said bitterly, to take care of demons and ghosts that have possessed Muggles. Do you have any idea how scary it is to undergo something like that as a child? I was merely 5 years old when the Dursleys subjected that to me. Dylan was 6 years old when they did it to him. It was done to Tom too. And how do you know that? Asked Dumbledore. Harry, I see the problem. You are getting confused. This is Voldemort we are talking about. You are trying to validate your claims that Voldemort was not at fault. Didn't you hear of the boy's atrocities? The incident in the cave where he tortured 2 children. The incident when he killed that rabbit. When he stole from his enemies. Yes, I kept a keen eye on him when he came to Hogwarts, but it was not unfounded because he opened the Chamber of Secrets and let loose the basilisk that petrified several students, finally killing one Ravenclaw girl. Yes, I don't deny that Voldemort suffered, but you are seeing everything from your point of view. That is not how he was. Actually, I was seeing everything from his point of view. I have the unique advantage of having all his memories. Harry took a deep breath as he mentally kicked himself. Such a subject really rattled him because it came very close to home. He could never get over the abuse he had suffered at the hands of the Dursleys. It was a scar that would never fade, and he knew that Dylan felt the same. The horrors Dylan had endured at the orphanage for 11 years had left him a shell, nothing more. It was only because of the constant attention which Harry, Daphne, Sirius and Amelia showered on him that helped Dylan get back up and boost his self-confidence. Either way, he had revealed more than he had intended to Albus Dumbledore. It was time to do some damage control, even if it meant apologizing. His pride was just not worth the repercussions of Dumbledore not revealing any more secrets, or worse, suspecting him of having access to Voldemort's memories. "I'm sorry, Professor," said Harry quietly. "You're right. This is Voldemort we are talking about. But it would have been tactful of you to have avoided showing me that memory considering my own traumatized past. I have not forgotten my childhood with the Dursleys, nor have I forgotten what happened to my brother. I'm glad you realize that, Harry," said Dumbledore, smiling sadly. "I think we shall stop here for tonight." "Good night, sir," said Harry as he got up from the chair and made his way out of the room. Fawkes trilled softly behind him. Dumbledore sighed and closed his eyes in despair. Was that one decision of leaving Harry with Petunia the cause of so much trouble? "How I wish I could fix that mistake, Fawkes. How I dearly wish I could." The Phoenix trilled mournfully for his companion. Light snow was falling from the evening sky in London. Several witches and wizards were walking around Diagon Alley, obviously wanting to do a bit of shopping for Yule before the alley would be packed with people in a few days. It was about 6 in the evening, with activated lighting charms, bathing the alley and the various shops in bright, colorful light. The festive mood was in the air and people were starting to wonder why there hadn't been any more attacks from the Death Eaters in quite some time now. The masked men and women quietly applied their disillusionment charms from where they were standing at the mouth of Nocturne Alley. They wouldn't stay invisible for long, though. What was the point in attacking the alley if people didn't know that the Death Eaters were the ones who were responsible? They also had a target to kidnap, Florine Fortescue. His grandson, Lord Fortescue, was stirring trouble in the Wizengamot for the Dark Lord, so this should send out a message to him and the rest. According to what Rabaston had heard, Sirius Black was quite frustrated that the Wizengamot wasn't willing to agree on anything and vote on the bills which would help the Ministry win the war. But even without the Wizengamots' support, Minister Black was doing everything possible to make things more difficult for the Dark Lord. The black market was a perfect example. Getting illegal supplies had become infinitely more difficult nowadays. "Remember our orders," said Rabaston to the dozen Death Eaters he had under his command. "Cause mayhem, but don't kill people outright. We don't want a mass rebellion. If people fight back, feel free to kill them. In fact, we have received a tip that there are 2 Order members who are on patrol in the alley today. Eliminate them. Also, destroy Fortescue's shop when you kidnap him. Is everyone ready?" When they nodded, the group headed out and stood near the ice cream shop. With an identical snap, their disillusionment charms were deactivated and the people around them stood rigidly, staring at them in shock until they realized what was happening. There was a sound like an explosion going off as the Death Eaters started their raid. Jets of light flew from their wands as more and more buildings were damaged. A group of Death Eaters moved towards Fortescue's ice cream shop as they blasted the entrance open, injuring several people in the process. Rabaston grinned maniacally behind his mask as he saw the 2 Order members rushing towards the disturbance. One of them was that stupid Muggle-loving blood traitor. He was of no consequence because he was not very skilled in combat, but the other one would be a worthy challenge. Snape's information was accurate. In the scuffle, Rabaston's mask dropped to the ground, destroyed, displaying his face to everyone. He didn't stop though. The gray eyes glinted in delight as he saw the look of shock and sheer terror etched on the two faces as they recognized him. The jets of green light impacted the bodies as they fell to the ground, dead. 3 of the new recruits were killed by the Aurors during the fight, but it was worth it. 2 members of the Order of the Phoenix had been killed, the wizarding public was more terrified than before, and a message had been sent to Sirius Black and the Wizengamot. Rabaston Lestrange was happy. Now, he would have to patiently wait for a week. The Dark Lord had a plan that would bring Dylan back home. Finally, Rabaston would be able to meet his son that he had been pining for so long. Of course, the Dark Lord also wanted Harry Potter, but Rabaston was more interested in Dylan. Too bad he could not take part in the kidnapping. Death Eaters attack Diagon Alley. Florine Fortescue's ice cream shop destroyed. Florine kidnapped by Death Eaters. Aurors kill 3 more Death Eaters during the attack. 50 people reported to have suffered serious injuries, have been transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for treatment. Rabastan Lestrange strikes again. Ministry employees Arthur Weasley and Emmeline Vance murdered in broad daylight. Plans to install emergency warning system at the ministry and other key areas have been approved by the Wizengamot. Will be up and running within a week, says Amelia Black, head of the DMLE. My condolences to all the affected families, said Minister of Magic Sirius Black. We are doing everything in our power to end the war as soon as possible. Diagon Alley on lockdown for the next 3 days. There was deathly silence in the Great Hall at Hogwarts. All of them were intently reading the newspaper. The Weasleys had already left the school late last night when Dumbledore had informed them of the news. There were many eyes which were looking at the brown-haired boy at the Ravenclaw table who was reading the newspaper with a blank look on his face. The boy's gray eyes kept staring at the picture of Rabaston Lestrange who seemed to be firing curses everywhere, a maniacal grin on his face. Dylan could feel the eyes boring into him from every corner of the Great Hall. Some were weary, but most looked hateful. The hate which was present at the beginning of his arrival at Hogwarts was back, and this time, Dylan didn't blame them. His father had killed 2 people and injured several others, some of whom had relatives at Hogwarts. He didn't know how he would look at the Weasleys in the face again. Dylan closed his eyes as he heard a few angry whispers which mentioned his name. Closing the paper, he got up, noting that everyone was now staring at him as though he would start killing them in an instant, and walked out of the Great Hall without a backward glance. Astoria was about to stand up and go after him, but Daphne put a hand on her shoulder, shaking her head. When Astoria turned around, she noticed that Harry had walked out of the hall too. Nodding to her sister, Astoria quietly sat down. Both the Greengrass sisters were incensed. How was Dylan responsible for the actions of the father he had never met? Dylan Lestrange was sitting near the lake at his favorite spot with his knees pressed to his. This was a place he had found in his first year after having to brave the school's hatred of him for being the son of the hated Death Eater Rabaston Lestrange. He had always known that his father was a killer and had mercilessly tortured Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity with the help of his uncle Rodolphus and Aunt Bellatrix, but seeing it like this was like a slap in the face. He couldn't deny it anymore. His father was a cold-blooded murderer. He had BP'd an innocent 16-year-old Muggle-born girl and Dylan had been the result. Even his mother had named him Lestrange only to spite her attacker. Why? Couldn't she have given him some other name, anything which didn't bring him so much misery? What else did he get? Oh yes, he got a big, fat bank account with mountains of gold, but what was the point? It's not like he cared about that anyway. He'd grown up in poverty all his life, but a normal life would have been wonderful as compared to all that money. Tears stung his eyes as he wondered if his father would kill him someday too. Dylan did want to meet his father. He hadn't admitted this to anyone, not even Harry, but he wanted to meet Rabaston and find out once, just once, if the man would accept him as his son. But now, all those feelings seemed to have become numb. He couldn't even picture Fred and George Weasley's faces anymore. The glares being directed his way did not help matters at all. Why didn't anyone realize that he was a victim too? Tears leaked from his grief-stricken gray eyes and down his pale cheeks. He felt someone sit next to him and suddenly, he was crying unashamedly on his brothers as Harry hugged him tightly. Dylan hadn't cried in a long time now, but today was a day he had finally lost control. Harry remained silent as he gently rocked Dylan back and forth as he rubbed the boy's back soothingly, trying to calm him down. After a few minutes, Dylan calmed down but hiccuped. Harry conjured a glass and filled it with water. He gently placed it at Dylan's mouth like his brother had done for him several months ago and made him drink. Several gulps of water later, Dylan wrapped his arms around Harry and he rested his head on his brother's shoulder, staring at the frozen lake. "Do you want to talk about it?" asked Harry softly. Dylan tightened his grip around his brother. I don't know where to start," he whispered. "I had always known the crimes he had committed were numerous, but it was all in the past. But this time it is so real. I can't ignore it. The fact that Fred and George lost their father because my father is. I don't know what to say. Even after everyone told me that he was a mass murderer, even after I found out what he did to the Longbottoms, I had always wanted to meet him," said Dylan quietly. "Even after I realized what he did to my mother, I still wanted to meet him. I wanted to know if he would ever accept me as his son, or if I was just a bastard child born because he got carried away. Even if he would never love me, I had always hoped that he would at the very least acknowledge me. But now, I don't want to be known as his son. I'm sick and tired of it all, Harry. I'm sick and tired of people always calling me a bastard child, always looking at me with terrified expressions on their faces as though I'm a ward stone with a time-delayed exploding curse on it, and I am tired of them blaming me for my father's mistakes." Harry smiled sadly as he hugged his brother closer, keying the top of Dylan's head affectionately. "Sometimes I wish I had never been born," said Dylan so quietly that Harry almost missed it. Harry chuckled humorlessly. "We don't have that choice, Dylan. We don't choose the circumstance of our birth. My parents were only 26 years old when they died and I was the reason they were murdered. Voldemort might have still gone after them because of them being in the Order of the Phoenix, but the main reason they died was because of a prophecy hanging over my head saying that I would be the one to finally defeat Voldemort. If I had not been born, well, I have entertained those thoughts for a long time, but they make no difference." Harry lifted Dylan's chin so that they were looking at each other. "I don't know about anyone else, but I'm glad that you came into my life," he said quietly. "With your arrival, I found a boy whom I love as my brother, someone who I know I can trust with my life. You and Daphne are the reason I fight this war, both of you are the most important people in my life. My life changed in ways you can never imagine once I met you and Daphne. You may think that nothing would have changed if you had not been born, but I say different. I would not be the person I am today if you had not existed. You are an inspiration to me, not to mention a mirror to how I could have been. Even after all that you have faced, you still remain pure at heart like you were at the age of 11 when you had a look of shock on your face when I wished you happy birthday. I don't know if your father will ever accept you or love you as a son, Dylan, but know that I will always consider you my little brother and I would love you to the end of time." Dylan threw his arms around Harry's neck as he hugged him tightly, more tears flowing down his cheeks as he heard Harry's heartfelt speech. It was very, very rare for Harry to speak out like this, but Dylan cherished them whenever he heard it. "Thank you, Harry," said Dylan softly. "I will always consider you my brother too. You're right. I don't need my father's acceptance. As long as I have you, everything will be fine in my life. I love you too." Harry simply smiled as they sat there in silence, emotions running high in both of them. The next few days were quite somber at Hogwarts, so it was a relief when the Hogwarts Express took them to London. Not wanting to make him deal with the students any more than he had to, Harry had portkeyed him and Dylan back to Potter Castle. Many parents too did not want their children traveling via the train, so they were waiting outside the gates of Hogwarts to apparate them back home. There was no telling what the Death Eaters might do to seize power. "Home sweet home," muttered Dylan as he saw the familiar entrance hall at Potter Castle. "It is so good to be back," Harry smiled as they walked up the stairs to their rooms. A relaxing shower later, Harry walked out of his room and entered the room next to his and saw Dylan already practicing the transfiguration exercises required for his animagus transformation. "How's it going?" asked Harry, taking a seat on the armchair in the large room. "I managed to do the paws," said Dylan excitedly. "Both my hands and feet are paws with brown fur, and I have a distinct feeling that I am a canine of some kind." "Canine? Oh, Daphne is going to be so pissed." Dylan rolled his eyes. Daphne thought she had a pretty good idea what her animagus form was going to be. It wasn't that difficult to figure out when she saw the striped orange and black coat. Her Patronus also gave her a distinct advantage in finding out what her form might be. I still don't know what kind of canine, though, said Dylan as he tried to transfigure more of his legs. Maybe a dog, like Uncle Sirius. You'll know once you fully transform, said Harry. Knowing that you are a canine would most definitely help speed up the process. You are actually doing better than I expected. I think you would be done by April or May, so keep trying and don't give up. Now, let's work on the upper body transfiguration. This is more complex as the organs here are what keep you alive. The body of a human and that of a canine. It took the rest of the day in training Dylan for the animagus transformation. They had a quick dinner and retreated to their bedrooms for the night. After a conversation with their respective girlfriends, they went to bed. Severus, have you confirmed that they are indeed staying at their castle tonight? Asked Voldemort, his red eyes narrowing at the potion's master. Only the two of them. Yes, my lord, said Severus blandly. I was not able to verify if there were others in the castle, but that dunderhead thief Fletcher let slip that the two of them are staying there for the night but moving to Black Manor tomorrow. Good, very good, said Voldemort, smirking victoriously. You are dismissed. What am I to tell Dumbledore, my lord? Asked Snape after hesitating for a moment. Voldemort raised a non-existent eyebrow. You can't tell him something you don't know, Severus. Now leave. Yes, my lord, I apologize, said Snape as he backtracked, walking out of the room. He had a funny feeling that Harry Potter and Dylan Lestrange would soon have company. Voldemort moved to his private office in Riddle Manor and removed a small stone basin which seemed to be shimmering, emitting a silvery light. With a wave of his hand, he sliced a thin line on his palm, letting the drops of blood fall into the basin. His smirk widened as he saw the potion change color. Ever since Harry had escaped his clutches in the graveyard not far from his manor, he knew that he could exploit the blood connection he and the boy shared to kidnap Potter. After all, the same blood which flowed in Potter's veins was what sustained him as well. However, there was a small problem. Intent was very powerful in magical rituals, and he realized that the way in which he had forcefully taken Harry's blood during his resurrection ritual would not give him access to the family magic. All magical families, new or old, tended to guard their blood using rituals, but these rituals were never foolproof. Blood magic was one of the biggest weapons a wizard could have over another. So many magical royal and noble families in the past had ended because their enemies used their blood against them. The Potter family had nearly been driven to extinction the same way when one of the sons used his blood to launch surprise attacks against his own family. Voldemort had prepared for this mission extensively, studying every detail he had managed to recover on the Potter massacre. Studying Harry's blood made him realize that the Potter family had taken drastic measures to ensure their blood was never used against them again. That was the reason, Voldemort mused, why Dumbledore had never managed to find Harry all those years ago when the boy had disappeared. Smart, the Potters may have been, but their magic was centuries old, in other words, outdated, and Harry Potter was not experienced, knowledgeable or old enough to strengthen the protections in his blood. The proof was the boy's blood running in the Dark Lord's veins. Voldemort flicked his wand, disabling various protective enchantments as he carefully placed a weird-looking silver instrument on his desk. This was one of his greatest inventions, and if he was not the Dark Lord, Voldemort was sure that the title of Grand Sorcerer would have been bestowed upon him for his work on blood magic. This instrument, a ward inhibitor, would allow him to send his Death Eaters into Potter Castle without triggering the castle's defenses. The Dark Lord couldn't even describe the effort he had put into the invention, but it was worth it. Having the boy of the prophecy on his side would be invaluable to Voldemort. He poured the modified potion containing Harry's blood into the silver instrument. It immediately began puffing, but it would need to be very close to the wards for it to work properly. Potter Castle's wards might be impressive, but Lord Voldemort was better. It was a shame that his best Death Eaters were abroad, recruiting more people for his cause. No matter, the infamous werewolf had not let him down yet. The Curse Breaker will help you gain entry, Greyback, said Voldemort coldly as he entered his throne room where the werewolf and the Curse Breaker were kneeling before him. Malcolm is very talented, but he will be drained once he gets you inside, so he will be apparating back here. You are to get into the castle and capture both boys. Do not kill them, understood? I want them whole and relatively unharmed. The team you are taking may be new recruits and werewolves, but I expect you to fulfill the mission to the letter. If you succeed in kidnapping Harry Potter and Dylan Lestrange, you will be rewarded beyond your wildest dreams." "Yes, my lord," said Greyback, but he cursed his luck in not being able to feast on the two handsome young boys. He wondered if he could do so after the Dark Lord killed them. As long as he had tasty flesh, he didn't care. In the entrance hall of Riddle Manor, Greyback grinned manically at the group of Death Eaters and werewolves. "We'll be raiding Potter Castle tonight," said Greyback, licking his lips. To victory. On top of a large hill in the middle of Sherwood Forest, Nottinghamshire, 20-odd kilometers from the Muggle city of Nottingham, stood an expansive and regal-looking castle amidst hundreds of acres of land covered in snow. It was 3:30 in the morning and everything was quiet. The lake was frozen but the magical moat around the castle churned, displaying that at least one of the extensive wards around the castle was active. Statues of various magical creatures that stood at various places in the grounds and the suits of armor inside the castle were all at rest. The massive blue flag bearing the Potter crest, which was placed on top of the highest tower, fluttered against the wind. The ancient castle really looked breathtaking in its snow-covered form. The paintings inside were snoozing, but suddenly went rigid as though they had been frozen. The house elves all around the castle dropped like statues and began sleeping soundly. The corridors and rooms were eerily quiet. There was no movement, living or dead. Alfred Potter was currently not staying at home, having chosen to attend the annual Ghosts Winter Conference. "Beautiful place, isn't it?" whispered Malcolm as he activated the enchantments which made the house elves and portraits fall asleep. The silver instrument which he held in his hand that contained Harry Potter's blood puffed as he breached a tiny opening in the wards. He waited for a moment, ensuring that it didn't trigger the second layer defenses until he expanded the opening, neutralizing several protections placed by the Potter family. After he punctured the anti-apparition ward which would allow for the Death Eaters to slip through undetected, he placed the instrument on the ground with charms around it so that it interfered with Harry Potter's connection with the wards surrounding the ancient structure. "You can enter the castle," said Malcolm, holding back a sneer at the werewolf. "The trail I have cleared for you should lead you to the apparition point. Once you're there, you'll have only one shot to apparate through the stone fortress and immediately again into the castle, so make it count. I don't need to tell you what happens should you fail." Greyback bared his yellow, pointed teeth at the curse breaker, but nodded to his comrades. A group of 16 wizards and werewolves made their way to the apparition point and turned on the spot to slip through the fortress, and again to enter the castle. With a crack, they found themselves in a cellar. "Where are we?" breathed one of the Death Eaters. "Probably in the dungeons," answered Greyback gruffly. "Spread out in teams of 4. Look everywhere for the boys, but remember, don't harm them." Just as they crossed the threshold, Harry's emerald green eyes snapped open in confusion. Harry lay there on the bed, his heart beating a mile a minute. What was that? He had felt a shift in the wards. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, but he could still feel a disturbance. It was like he was seeing through a thick ice shard, which should not be possible. He should have complete control. The frown on his face deepened. "Tippy," Harry called loudly as he got to his feet. There was no answer. Sally, Toby, Dobby, Winky, none of them answered and Harry's heart skipped a beat. Quickly grabbing a pair of shorts that had been discarded on the floor several hours ago, he donned them on, summoned his wand to his hand, and rushed towards Dylan's bedroom. Looking out of the window from the corridor, he realized that there was probably no one outside. The disturbance came from inside the castle. But then again, it was difficult to judge because of the sheer size of the structure itself. The attackers could be anywhere, but Harry was sure beyond a doubt that the castle was under attack. He had meticulously studied the protections employed at Potter Castle since the age of 7, having been trained religiously by his ancestor's ghost, and could walk the corridors and judge the wards blindfolded. Something was very wrong. Opening the door, he darted towards the bed. "Dylan, wake up," whispered Harry hurriedly, removing the thick blanket off his brother. Unfortunately, the resident of the room was not in a mood to get up. "Oh, Tori," Dylan whispered in his sleep as he rubbed his beak against the soft mattress, a dopey grin on his face. He beeped in pleasure when a sticky, white fluid erupted from the tip of his cock and coated the bedsheets. "Oh, great," groaned Harry, rolling his eyes. "My brother is having a wet dream." "Dylan, He sent a stinging hex to Dylan's ass, making the younger boy yelp as he sat upright in an instant, cum still leaking down his hard shaft. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes while massaging his sore bum, he murmured, "Harry. What are you doing here? Why did you wake me?" Tossing Dylan a pair of underwear, the only thing he could find at the moment, Harry said, "We're under attack. Put those on and come with me. We need to get to my study, so move quickly." Now completely awake, Dylan quickly complied and grabbed his wand. The two brothers then quickly made their way out of the room, carefully walking towards Harry's study. "Harry, the portraits are all frozen," whispered Dylan. "Yes, I know," said Harry, his voice cold, simmering with anger. He wondered for a moment if the wards were malfunctioning, but dismissed the thought immediately. He and Sirius had replaced the ward stones at Potter Castle and Black Manor just 6 months ago, so it wasn't possible for them to have failed this drastically. Whatever was going on was intentional. Someone was deliberately blocking his remote control of the wards so that he couldn't sense their presence. "I sense something," whispered Harry, making them stop in the middle of the corridor. "Wand at the ready. Fire whatever curses come to your mind." "Aye," muttered Dylan. They stood in the darkness, Harry having disabled the lighting charms in the corridor. They waited for an opening. Even though he didn't have full access, Harry could still feel a distant echo, the castle's protective enchantments warning him of a presence nearby. Their enemies were close, very close. The intruders were not prepared for the attack, but they did retaliate. Flashes of spellfire illuminated the corridor, but the fight was over before it truly began. The newly recruited Death Eaters were taken by surprise and were just not prepared for the assaults launched against them, courtesy of Harry and Dylan. "We've found them," screamed one of the Death Eaters, but his voice was drowned when a dark severing charm decapitated him. The spellfire destroyed parts of the corridor, but all 4 attackers were dead. "There are more of them," said Dylan, his voice shaking with fright. "How many are there?" "Come on," said Harry, taking Dylan's hand in his as they moved. Reaching the Lord's study several minutes later, there was a secret passageway that linked the family wing on the 2nd floor to the Lord's study on the 1st. Activating the lighting charms, Harry briskly walked over to his desk. Dylan watched curiously as Harry sliced a line on his palm and dropped several drops of blood on the desk, making a silver round rune plate appear. Pressing the runes with complete ease, which he did not have when he was 7 years old, muttering various spells and passwords at the same time, Harry connected to the wards. The intruders may be able to block his remote access, but they had no chance of blocking his link to the wards from the castle's command center, his study. Harry pursed his lips when he sensed 12 more of the intruders in the castle. There were 8 people nearby and the rest on the 3rd floor. Harry took a deep breath. Intruder alert. Seal the castle. Higher totem locomotor. Security, place floors 1 through 7 under lockdown. Armored knights to the 1st floor in the north wing and 3rd floor in the east wing. Ground security, man the boundaries and ensure no one enters or escapes. Dylan watched in awe as the lighting charms turned off but turned on again, this time emitting a red glow from the ceiling, the alert charm showing that there were intruders in the castle. The windows all slammed shut and the armored knights that he thought were for display actually came to life, no doubt heavily enchanted, gripping a lethal-looking axe. He could not see it, but the various dragons, chimeras, manticores, griffins and other stone statues came to life, patrolling the grounds as ordered. This was the reason Potter Castle and even Hogwarts was said to be safe. The offensive structures were just as deadly as the defensive wards. "What do we do now?" asked Dylan. Harry removed a large silver sword with egg-sized rubies on the handle from a secret compartment on the wall. "Now, we bloody kill them for daring to attack our home," snarled Harry furiously, his eyes slowly turning jet black like a drop of ink expanding on paper, green disappearing. "Stay inside this room, Dylan. I'll take care of those bastards outside. I'm not letting you face them alone," he shouted heatedly. "Harry, please, let me help you." Harry looked at his brother for a moment but eventually nodded. He passed a goblin-made silver dagger to Dylan. "Keep this with you," he said, attaching it to the waistband of the boy's underwear with a sticking charm. "This sheath is made of basilisk hide and the dagger is infused with venom. I can tell that there are werewolves here. They're extremely agile even when not transformed. Stab them if you lose your wand." Dylan nodded with determination as they walked out of the study. The corridor outside too was bathed in the dim red light from the ceiling, the intruder alert in place. No sound could be heard from anywhere because of the lockdown, but Harry could sense the attackers nearby. "Dylan, they have us cornered," whispered Harry in his ear. "4 on either side of the corridor, with us in the middle. Don't let them escape. These 2 armored knights will help you, but more will be on the way, okay? Do the best you can and stay safe. If you think you can't handle it, rush to my study. They shouldn't be able to penetrate its protection." "Yes, Harry. Get ready, now." Flashes of light flew in all directions as the battle commenced. Harry was right, there were werewolves in the attacking party and the speed at which they dodged spells was incredible. Dylan used the quick and effective spell chains he had developed recently as he fought with the best that he had. Severing curses, reductor curses, blasting curses, organ liquefying curses, blood boiling curses, bone breaking curses, anything which was lethal was being fired by the teenage boy, but the attacking party did not seem to want to kill them. The armored knights decapitated 2 of the Death Eaters with their massive axes, and Dylan winced as a cutting curse impacted his bear, drawing blood. Nevertheless, he continued fighting. His attackers were on the back foot, doing their best to avoid the strong and precise spells Dylan was launching at them. Harry, on the other hand, was blasting everyone back with ferociousness, his agility and powerful spells giving him an advantage. One of the intruders, a werewolf probably, was extremely agile and actually missed several of Harry's targets. The 3 other Death Eaters were dead on the floor, but Harry was dueling this particular werewolf with all his might. He would have had a much easier time had they been outside. Unlike Dylan, indoor dueling was not his speciality. Greyback snarled as he fired another curse at Potter. Why couldn't the brat just come silently? This was all that curse breaker's fault. What part of disabling the alert charms did he not understand? He swiftly moved towards the other side of the corridor, still defending himself against Potter's rapid assaults. Making his way to Lestrange, he grabbed the boy by the hair after cursing him in the shins with the same spell Rodolphus had used on Harry months ago. Dylan's wand sailed out of his hand as the boy screamed in agony, hands desperately attempting to cup his genitals. The faux castration curse, designed specifically to cause agonizing pain in order to distract the opponent by cursing the most sensitive part of their body, seemed to work wonders. Greyback had gotten to him. "One more move, Potter, and Lestrange shall die by my hand," snarled Greyback, panting hard, as he pointed a sharp knife at Dylan's throat. "Drop your wand or I'll kill him." Harry now recognized who this was. He had seen him in Voldemort's memories, and he knew Greyback was not kidding when he said he would kill Dylan. His eyes, still as black as the cosmos, focused on the werewolf, calculating a strategy to defeat his enemy as he casually threw his wand away. To Harry's immense anger, he saw blood trickling down Dylan's throat. "Now, you both will quietly come with me," said Greyback, grinning widely. "The Dark Lord wants you both unharmed, but I'm sure that's only because he wants to kill you personally. I can't wait to feast on you both. Move it." Harry simply stared at Greyback. "Call off your helpers, Potter, do you take me for a fool? Remember, any funny move on your part and I'll slit Lestrange's throat." "Don't do it," said Dylan, struggling, but the knife cut deeper into his throat and he cried out in pain. It was not as bad as the pain emanating from his groin, but it still hurt. An idea flashed to him, but it was very risky. Harry had explained the theory of infusing one's body with magic, and he had been practicing it for over a year. Dylan concentrated as he infused his skull with magic and tried to signal his brother with his eyes. Harry didn't respond as they walked, his gaze not leaving his brother for an instant. Suddenly, Dylan smashed the back of his head against Greyback's face, the infusion of magic making the werewolf howl in pain. Taking the opportunity, he grabbed the dagger and stabbed Greyback in the. Just as Harry joined him, the sword of Gryffindor gleaming under the lighting charms of the intruder alert, as he in one swift stroke beheaded Greyback, making his head roll over, the marble floor splattered with blood. Harry sneered at the beheaded corpse of the notorious werewolf. "Your life was hanging by a thread the moment you stepped into my home, Greyback. This is for all those children whose lives you destroyed by turning them into werewolves. Oh, revenge is indeed sweet," he said, savoring the moment, not caring about the fact that he was covered in blood, a glint in his eye. "Come on," he said, grabbing Dylan's arm as they quickly made their way to the study again. Connecting to the wards directly, Harry smirked in satisfaction. The 4 Death Eaters on the 3rd floor had been killed by the armored knights. All 16 of them are dead, he announced quietly. He activated the lights in the study and made Dylan sit down. Harry's bear and stomach were covered in cuts. There was also a nasty gash on his left cheek. Dylan too had several cuts and bruises, but the most prominent was the one on his throat, which was bleeding painfully. Harry waved his wand as he attempted to seal the cut on his brother's neck. The latter, however, was whimpering as he now had nothing to distract him from the pain. "Does it hurt too much?" asked Harry worriedly. "I'm sorry, but I'm not good at healing spells. We'll have a healer examine you thoroughly, don't worry." "I'm fine," said Dylan through gritted teeth. "It'll pass, don't worry." Harry shook his head. "Stand up," he instructed softly. When his brother complied, he kneeled down, pulled Dylan's boxer briefs down to his ankles and tossed them aside. Dylan's breathing became ragged when he reclaimed his seat and immediately crossed his legs, trying to alleviate the pain by rubbing his thighs together. Nearly a minute of gentle coaxing later, he finally scooted his butt forward on the plush armchair and spread his legs wide. After observing the younger boy's genitals for several moments, Harry sighed, with a pained expression on his face, and stated, "Your beep eyes and your testicles are swollen." "That means..." "No, they're not. I'm fine, Harry, I swear." "Don't be childish, Dylan. You were hit by the faux castration curse and denying it will not make the problem disappear. Your cock is hard and this is not due to arousal. You were in a fight for your life just minutes ago, for Merlin's sake. Your balls are definitely bigger than their usual size and unless we treat it, they'll continue to swell until they're twice as large as plums. The effects of the curse, if not contained now, will quickly spread to the surrounding area. The same thing happened to me after I was attacked in the graveyard, remember? I endured it for nearly 2 months. Do you want to suffer like that too?" Dylan grimaced. He did remember, and it was not something he wanted to experience himself. The pain was unbearable and he could already feel it spreading to his ass and thighs. Swallowing heavily, he murmured, "Fine. Let's get it over with." Harry summoned a container that was filled with the salve that Madame Pomfrey had prescribed for him several months ago. Following his brother's instructions, Dylan scooped up the paste, but the moment his fingers brushed against his ball sack, he whimpered and downright refused to touch them again. Unable to reason with him, Harry took over, not listening to his brother's pleas. "Get on your hands and knees," he instructed. "That way, I can do it all at once." "Harry, please," the younger boy begged. "Now, Dylan." Not having a choice, Dylan reluctantly moved to the carpeted floor and got in position. Breathing heavily, desperately trying to handle the searing pain shooting up his body, he waited. His face burned in obvious embarrassment. Not wasting time, Harry kneeled down, facing his brother's side. Generously gathering the salve in both hands, he took a deep breath and began applying it on the affected area, silently and in a professional manner, slowly stroking the length of Dylan's beak with his left fist while using his right hand to caress the testicles. He personally knew how painful the effects of that particular curse were, and even though he knew his brother was currently mortified, as he himself had been when Rodolphus cursed him months ago, treatment was absolutely essential. With an expressionless face and pursed lips, his left hand still wrapped around Dylan's thick cock, he collected more of the salve with his right hand, and much to his brother's frustration, ran his fingers over the crack of the boy's S, soothing the anus, before moving his attention to the testicles once more. Neutralizing Dylan's tantrum every now and then, he continued the process for nearly 20 minutes. "I hate you. I hate you," the Lestrange scion shouted repeatedly. His spread legs were magically frozen, and a sticking charm on his hands and knees were holding him in place so that he couldn't kick his brother, again, who was trying to heal him before the effects of the curse could become chronic. With the salve currently being applied over his anus, Dylan felt like an infant having his diaper changed, and even though there was no part of him that his brother hadn't already seen before, it was still probably the most embarrassing moment of his life. And Harry just had to remind him that it wouldn't be this bad if he simply chose to cooperate. He wondered why that blasted spell wasn't classified as an unforgivable. It was every witch or wizard's nightmare, with no effective wand-based counter-curse. Harry could preach all he wanted, but at this moment, Dylan hated the dark arts. "You don't mind the pain that accompanies nearly being slit in the throat, but you can't handle me healing you." Now I see why healers get angry when patients refuse to cooperate. Harry shook his head in exasperation. Don't blame me for this. After you kicked me for the 5th time, I wasn't going to take any chances. If you want to behave like a child, then that's how I'll treat you. Really, Dylan, I feel like a father trying to force his wayward, injured son to take his medicine. Humph, you just voiced my thoughts. Why don't you go all out and de-age me into a 3-month-old toddler? At least that way, I wouldn't have to die of embarrassment. I'd repeat the words you, brother dear, said to me several months ago, when I was literally in the same situation as you are right now, but I doubt you'd care. Did I say anything when you and Daphne had to apply this on my body 5 times a day for weeks on end? Dylan made a noise of annoyance. Actually, you did. Fine, I did, but you know as well as I do that the pain is chronic and that there is no other method of healing you. It's only me and not a random stranger, so what's your problem? Breathing heavily through his nose, he continued, listen, I've healed the cuts on your body and applied the salve wherever required, but we're still having you examined by a healer. No excuses. Like I have a choice in the matter, Dad, he shot back sarcastically. I hope you can live with the fact that your only son hates you. Daphne is definitely my favorite parent, no comparison. Harry snorted, unable to hide a tired smile as he cancelled the partial body bind curse. He helped his brother lie down on his back and pressed a gentle key to the boy's forehead. You'll get better soon, I promise. Stay here while I contact the DMLE. We need to find out what's affecting my remote link to the wards. Dylan sighed as he watched his brother activate the flow network. What a way to start the holidays. That morning, Potter Castle was swarming with Aurors, searching the grounds for other intruders and removing the dead bodies of the attackers from inside the castle. In the formal drawing room, Sirius Black was standing in the corner, his eyes bloodshot. How? He asked again for what he felt like a millionth time. This instrument was used to get past the wards, said Harry grimly as he pointed at the broken silver instrument on the coffee table. It had my blood powering it. The Death Eaters managed to freeze all the portraits, put the house elves in an enchanted sleep, and then apparated into the castle. I'm pretty sure they apparated because there is no other way they could have bypassed the stone fortress or the moat around the castle. What that instrument is, I have no idea. They managed to use my blood against me to block my remote access to the wards. I could only access them from the control center. We engaged the enemy and fought for a while, but Greyback was too fast. He managed to hold Dylan hostage. He nearly slit Dylan's throat in the process. Dylan managed to knock Greyback away from him and stabbed him in the with a dagger imbibed with basilisk venom. I then went forward and beheaded him. All 16 of them were dead by the time we were done. Pack your bags, you'll be staying with us for the rest of the holidays, ordered Sirius. I don't know what I was thinking, letting you boys stay alone last night. I must be losing my mind. Harry and Dylan looked at each other and nodded slowly. They had been expecting this. Sirius picked up the broken pieces of the silver instrument and looked at it critically. An hour later, he walked down a long corridor in the lowest level of the Ministry of Magic building. He entered the password on the rune plate outside the black door, and once he was cleared, he placed his hand on the golden handle and swung the door open. I have something for you. Potter Castle attacked. 16 Death Eaters and werewolves attacked Harry Potter and Dylan Lestrange. Siege foiled. All attackers killed by the 2 teenagers. Fenrir Greyback killed. Fenrir Greyback, notorious werewolf and international criminal, stabbed in the by Dylan Lestrange and beheaded by Harry Potter. Lord Potter and Minister Black tight-lipped about the attack. Speculation rises about the secret defenses of the ancestral home of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Kidnapping attempt or something more. Lady Amelia Black assures everyone that Lord Potter and Heir Lestrange are safe and sound. Lord Voldemort threw the newspaper down in disgust. It hadn't worked. Why hadn't it worked? The ward inhibitor should have ensured that Harry was blind to the attack, but apparently the boy was not as oblivious to the knowledge of wards like he had assumed. That had been a mistake. He rolled his eyes at the drooling form of Peter Pettigrew. He had taken his anger out on the rat, and Wormtail was so badly tortured that he was now permanently insane. He didn't care. It's not like the stupid rat was useful for anything. A familiar jet of green light impacted Pettigrew, killing him instantly. Nagini slithered over for a feast. Not to worry, Rubaston. We will get them back. Once Harry and Dylan are here, they will not leave until they join us. Are you sure they will join us, my lord? Asked Rabastan hesitantly. Voldemort laughed coldly. They will if they know what's good for them. They are too valuable for us to give up this soon. But first, bring Draco Malfoy before me. I have a new plan in place and the boy is testing my patience. I need him to succeed quickly should I put my plan in motion. Having to watch his parents get tortured should be enough motivation for the boy. Yes, my lord, said Rabastan as he exited the throne room. The Dark Lord was deep in thought. Yes, he would try to bring Harry to his side one last time. Normally, he would not have cared at all. The boy who had caused his downfall all those years ago should have been his enemy that he would have hated with every thought, but Harry wasn't like that. The boy was not what Lord Voldemort had expected. Harry was so similar to how he himself had been at that age, it was surreal. Similar, yet so different. Voldemort knew that he was obsessed with the boy. True, he was immortal and did not need an heir because he would never die, but Harry was much more than that. Such power and knowledge should not be wasted. The boy also had a dark aura about him. Powerful, dangerous, intoxicating, only someone who had ritually increased his magical sensitivity would know about it. Harry Potter would make an outstanding Death Eater, and his natural power would make the younger generation flock to him, and thus, to the Dark Lord. There were also other benefits. Harry was an international celebrity and his fame had spread throughout the international magical world after that attack in 1991. If the boy who lived joined him, he, Lord Voldemort, would be unstoppable. He would be able to move his campaign abroad, conquering territories one by one, leaving his personal assassin to maintain order. There was something else which was nagging him. Harry had said that he did not hate him, but why so? He had killed the boy's parents, so why should the boy feel any sort of affection towards him? But if he did feel some sort of affection, why did he not accept the offer when he, Lord Voldemort, the most powerful Dark Lord in recent times, had offered to accept the boy as his son and heir? He knew that boy had been conflicted when he had mentioned it. He would need to get to the bottom of this mystery. Bellatrix's eyes were burning with fury as she saw the large picture of Harry Potter and Dylan Lestrange on the front page of the newspaper. Dylan Lestrange, the constant reminder of her failure as Lady Lestrange and a wife, was staring back at her, the gray eyes of the boy taunting her. Yet another reminder that she could not bear children and that a filthy mudblood had given birth to the heir of House Lestrange. Daphne hugged her fiancé tightly, tears flowing down her face. Her slim form was trembling as Harry hugged her back as he slowly stroked her hair. "Daph, we're fine," said Harry softly. "We managed to overpower them." "And what if you hadn't?" she whispered. "You and Dylan were nearly killed. Actually, they were there to kidnap us, not kill." She took a deep breath, closing her eyes. Daphne was still shivering when he pulled her in for a chaste key. "Just promise me that you'll be more careful next time, please." Harry smiled and placed a tender key on her forehead. "I promise," he replied, his warm breath tickling her ear. Daphne buried her face in his, listening to his heartbeat as she reassured herself that he was indeed alive. It had been a close call. If Harry had not woken up when he felt that first disturbance, he wouldn't be here at all. Both of them refused to let go of each other, securely wrapped in each other's arms. Her blue eyes were tinted white, glowing with barely suppressed rage. Daphne Greengrass was furious at what had transpired and her inner fire was burning like an inferno. One day, she would deliver justice to those Death Eater bastards that had nearly killed Harry and Dylan. Voldemort and his minions were responsible for the sorrow of countless witches and wizards. Even if she had to train night and day in preparation, she would not rest until they were destroyed. Daphne vowed in the name of Mother Magic that the Death Eaters would learn the true meaning of pain before they were killed. "Harry, Dumbledore wants to talk to you. He says it's urgent," Sirius called out as he entered Rigel's room at Black Manor. "What does he want now?" Harry snapped irritably as he got up from the bed, his youngest brother nested in his arms, whose hair was dark blue and eyes his favorite shade of green. "Maybe he'll continue with your lessons," Sirius smirked. The attack must have given him an incentive to speed up his plans. "Why doesn't he just say it outright and come clean about the Horcruxes?" asked Dylan, frowning. "It would be much easier for him to deal with, right?" Harry shook his head. "No, I never expected him to do that. Dumbledore likes to keep his options open and he'll seek the best possible method of achieving his goals. He may be 150 years old, but his mind is sharp as ever. I'm curious as to why he is dragging it on considering that his death is imminent, but we'll know sooner or later. Come on Dylan, let's go. Howie. Diley. Rigel cried. No go. I wanna play. Harry smiled as he keyed the 2-year-old boy on the forehead. We'll be back in just a few hours, okay Rigel? He said softly. Now, you be good for Mum, alright? If you are, I'll show you the birdie eagle thing again. Yay! Rigel cheered happily and all of them chuckled. Several minutes later, they walked out of the front gates of the manor. Dylan took Harry's arm as the latter turned on the spot and disapparated silently. I still don't get how you can do it so silently, the younger teenager said as he adjusted to their new setting. They were back at Grimmauld Place, London. Number 12 was visible to them because they already knew the secret and they carefully walked up the front steps. Sirius tapped the handle with his wand and the front door opened. The house looked much cleaner now, and Harry and Dylan had to blink their eyes in shock at seeing that. You're surprised that everything is clean, huh? Asked Sirius wryly. I was too. Creature apparently decided that any house belonging to the Blacks must be clean. Also, after the destruction of the locket, he got a rejuvenated sense of momentum. He's still the same and hates me and everyone here, but at least it's not as bad as it had been. The Weasleys are staying here then? Asked Harry softly as they moved towards the kitchen. Dylan stiffened immediately at hearing that. Yes, Sirius replied sadly. They've taken it very hard, all of them. Molly is inconsolable and didn't stop crying for days. Bill is the new head of the family and he seems to be keeping things stable. I told them that they were welcome to stay at this house for as long as they liked, well, at least until they could deal with the loss. I don't understand why the Death Eaters chose to attack at that time. It's like they knew that the Order members would be on patrol in the alley. What do you mean? Demanded Harry as he stopped them, tapping his locket to activate a stronger privacy charm. Well, from the pensive memories I have watched of the attack, said Sirius slowly, I could make out that Rabastan knew they would meet resistance. While the others were busy blowing up the buildings, he was keeping an eye out for someone. That's when Arthur and Emmeline chose to attack. Snape, Harry said through gritted teeth. Dumbledore would never listen to anyone when they tell that Snape is not working against Voldemort. He must have provided that information to Voldemort and Rabastan. Damn, it's like the First War all over again. Will Dumbledore ever learn from his mistakes? Sirius balled his hand into a fist angrily. Everyone in the Order, with Mad-Eye Moody being the most vocal of them, had protested against Snape's membership saying that they shouldn't trust him and yet Dumbledore would never hear a word against him. Why? With the state of the Wizengamot, he couldn't even be assured of a trial if he arrested Snape. Dumbledore and Voldemort pulling the strings would make it futile. Something had to be done about Snape. They entered the kitchen and saw everyone having dinner. The mood was dark and gloomy and Mrs. Weasley was still sniffing in the corner as she prepared dinner. When the three of them entered, there was complete silence. Of course, there was no Dumbledore yet, so they had to wait. Fred and George got up to greet their friends, just as Harry and Dylan walked over to give them a hug. The shock was still too great as the twins began shaking, their sobs silent. I'm so sorry for your loss, whispered Dylan. If there is anything I can do, please let me know. George smiled slightly and shook his head. Suddenly, they heard the crash of falling utensils as someone shouted, "How can you let him in here?" They all turned and saw Ron Weasley standing opposite to them, his face red with anger. You guys are actually greeting him. He yelled. Him. The son of Rabastan Lestrange. The same Rabastan Lestrange who murdered Dad. And you're actually acting as though you're friends with him. Ron, go to your room, said Bill quietly. No, shouted Ron angrily. I can't believe you would consort with the enemy. He is. What am I? Asked Dylan quietly, holding a hand up to silence his brother and guardian. What am I, Weasley? A traitor. A murderer. The destroyer of families, screamed Ron, furious tears streaming down his face. Ron, that's enough, said Bill firmly when he saw Sirius getting very upset and angry. Think about what you're saying. Go to your room, now. A traitor. A murderer. I destroy families, asked Dylan, smiling grimly. I'll accept all those accusations leveled against me if you can answer a few questions. Who did I betray to turn traitor? There were other members of the order who had rushed into the kitchen now when they heard people shouting. Some were openly scowling at Dylan, but others were giving him wary looks. You betrayed us. How else would Dad have been killed? I was at Hogwarts when the attack took place. I'm not a member of the Order of the Phoenix for me to even know that your father was on patrol in Diagon Alley, so how would I know that the Death Eaters were going to attack him? If that's your only theory of why I'm a traitor, then I'll humbly submit to you that I'm not. Next question, you called me a murderer. Have you ever seen me or even heard a rumor about me killing someone? Someone innocent, I mean. I have killed, yes, very recently in fact, but it was in self-defense when Death Eaters attacked our home. So, have I killed anyone innocent, Weasley? When Ron opened his mouth, he stopped, blinking in confusion and anger. I was not the one who murdered your father, Weasley, said Dylan, his gray eyes glowing eerily. The floor beneath him cracked under his rage. As for destroying your family, would you still accuse me of that if I had not been carrying the name of Lestrange? What if I had gone by my mother's name instead? Would you and everyone else here and at Hogwarts still have suspected me? You all look at me as though I'm the one who betrayed you, but did it ever occur to you that I might be a victim of the deeds of Rabaston Lestrange as well? Have you forgotten that my mother was betrayed by my father and I was born as a result? My mother died just an hour after giving birth to me. I've never had a family, Weasley, unlike you who is surrounded by people who love you. My mother only named me a Lestrange out of spite, to make my father realize that he had sired a bastard child, a half-blood at that. What do you think my father, uncle or aunt would do if I ever run into them? Do you think there would be hugs and tears that is expected of a family reunion? I would be killed in an instant for daring to take the Lestrange name, he said frostily, his voice rising steadily as his anger got the best of him. The family that prides themselves in being purebloods for more than 1,000 years now has an heir. A parent who is a half-blood and a bastard to boot. How did I destroy your family, Weasley? How am I in any way responsible for what happened to your father? Why does everyone blame me for my father's actions? Let me repeat myself, I have never met him. I was born and grew up in a Muggle orphanage. It was only on my 11th birthday that I even knew who my parents were. Not once have I contacted him or have even wanted to contact him. Do you want to know why? Dylan walked over to Harry and Sirius and grabbed their arms. Because this is my true family. These people knew whose son I was and still took me into their home with no expectations. For all they knew I could have been a damaged, wayward child, but they still took me in. They provided a roof over my head, food to eat and education at the most prestigious school in magical Britain. They weren't obligated to do any of that and could have easily sent me back to the orphanage, but they didn't. Harry, someone who is as emotionally detached as Harry Potter accepted me as his brother and showered me with love and affection. Uncle Sirius and Aunt Amelia did not have to treat me and look after me like their own son, but they did. They're my family. I'm sorry that you have lost your father, Weasley, but at least you had a chance to know him. I never knew my parents. One is dead and the other would kill me the second I face him. Both of them never wanted me. At least your father loved you, your mother and siblings love you. I can understand your grief, but I won't be able to stand any more accusations against me. I hope you realize that I am human too and I also have a limit beyond which I snap. Don't push me. There was pin-drop silence in the kitchen as everyone looked at their feet, feeling a twinge of guilt. Sirius squeezed Dylan's shoulder comfortingly but the expression on his face showed that he was very angry and upset. They heard someone clear their throat and turned to find Dumbledore at the door. No one is accusing you, my boy, said Dumbledore quietly. I hope you can forgive young Ronald for his words. He is still quite grief-stricken over what happened. I understand, Professor, Dylan replied, though Harry could see a blazing inferno in his gray eyes. Clearly, he was furious. Magic was rolling off his body and his aura flared as Dylan struggled to regain control of his emotions. It is only for that reason that I'm still calm and haven't drawn my wand. Uncle Sirius, may I be excused? Of course Dylan, Sirius said softly as he watched the boy leave the kitchen. Mentally he was kicking himself for not expecting such a reaction from the others. Knowing that the boy needed comfort when his emotions this volatile, he excused himself too. Both of them soon exited the house and apparated back to Black Manor. Dylan did not want to stay at headquarters for another minute and Sirius was very much willing to take him back home. "Harry, I think it is time we adjourn to our meeting," said Dumbledore, leading him out of the kitchen. Harry pursed his lips and schooled his expression to an impassive mask as always. He sent a fleeting look at Ron Weasley, who was looking anywhere but at him, and followed the headmaster out. He could understand Weasley's grief, but as Dylan said, there was only so much the boy could handle before he blew up. And Harry wouldn't have blamed his little brother in the slightest if he had. Harry and Dumbledore entered the drawing room and closed the door. The headmaster flicked his wand and extracted the pensieve which he had brought with him as he smiled at the teen. "I'm happy that you and young Dylan are safe, my boy," said Dumbledore, though he looked quite tired. "It is for this reason that I kept urging you to stay with Petunia, but you never listened." With a sigh, he continued, "But what's done is done. Before we begin, I was hoping to take a look at that device which Voldemort used to crack an opening in the wards. Could you please show it to me? I can't give it to you, sir. It's destroyed. Voldemort must have done it remotely. After all, if he could use my blood to block my control of the wards around Potter Castle, I could do the same to counter his hold of any protective enchantments placed around his headquarters." "I see," Dumbledore muttered, looking at the boy with piercing blue eyes. "I hope you aren't lying, Harry, because that device is very dangerous in the wrong hands." "I don't lie," said Harry sharply. Dumbledore observed him critically but let the subject drop. "So Harry, I assume you remember the tale of Tom Riddle from where we left off the last time." "Yes, sir. You went to the orphanage to offer him a place as a student at Hogwarts." He listened attentively as Dumbledore continued to talk about Tom Riddle's days at Hogwarts, but Harry had known about all this. He knew that Tom had been devastated and angry when he found out that his father was not a wizard and that his mother, the same mother who had died rather than take care of him, was actually a witch. Harry was sure that this anger, coupled with his childhood experiences in Muggle London during the Second World War, having to brave the Blitz, was what made him research Horcruxes. He might admire the young Tom Riddle for many things, but some of Tom's choices really disgusted Harry, the opening of the Chamber of Secrets for one, and also the creation of his Horcruxes. That was when the intelligent young man that was Tom Riddle had transformed into the power-hungry, insane Lord Voldemort who was hell-bent on destroying the world for what had been denied to him. Harry doubted Voldemort himself recognized the changes he underwent. There was hardly anything left of Tom Riddle in Voldemort today. Tom was never a saint, but then again, neither was Harry. Harry was quite impressed with the legilimency skills Dumbledore needed to uncover that memory from the mind of Morfin Gaunt and from the mind of that old house elf. He remembered both those memories too. The first was the time when Tom had killed his father and grandparents. The second was when he had killed the old woman, Hepzibah Smith, and had stolen Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket. Finally, Harry blinked in surprise when Dumbledore revealed a memory of Horace Slughorn that not only mentioned the word Horcrux, but also revealed that Riddle was intrigued by the concept of 7 Horcruxes. It was a memory that Harry remembered but never considered that important. But to someone like Dumbledore, who didn't have access to the location of each Horcrux, the information could very well be monumental. "He wanted to create 7 Horcruxes," said Harry quietly as they emerged from the pensieve. "Yes," said Dumbledore as he sat down on the sofa tiredly. "This is an extremely important memory, Harry, perhaps the most important memory I have ever collected. It shows how far we have come and what more is to be done to defeat Lord Voldemort. You may have destroyed the diary and the ring, but that still leaves 4 more Horcruxes of a 7-part soul. Thankfully, we've already identified what 2 of those Horcruxes could be, Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket, which Tom Riddle stole from Hepzibah Smith. Finding out where Voldemort has hidden them will be a challenge." "Understood," said Harry stiffly. "Also, I must ask you again to not divulge this information to anyone," said Dumbledore firmly. "Not even to your godfather, Harry, because I hope you understand the magnitude of what I have just shown you. If Voldemort gets wind of the fact that we're threatening his Horcruxes, the devices that secure his immortality, the consequences would be too dire for me to even contemplate." Harry paused for a few seconds and gave another respectful nod. Dumbledore seemed satisfied. Too bad Albus Dumbledore did not know that Sirius already knew about the Horcruxes. The second term at Hogwarts took off on a somber and panicking note after the winter holidays. There had been no more attacks, but everyone had heard and read about the attack on Potter Castle and the attempted kidnapping of Harry Potter and Dylan Lestrange. "We won't be working in pairs today," said Harry, addressing the group which had dubbed themselves the Defense Association. "The spells I will be teaching you today will be dangerous and deadly, but they are something which you must know so that you can counter them. I don't expect you to learn the spells, but watching me cast them would ensure that you know how effective they are, and how effective you need to be in case someone uses them against you." "What are we learning?" asked a 7th-year Ravenclaw curiously. "Spells which are not taught at Hogwarts. The Fire Whip, the Bone-Breaking Curse, the Blood-Boiling Curse, the Organ-Liquefying Curse, to name a few, and how you can defend against them." Hermione beeped in a breath. "But those spells are dark," she cried shrilly. "You can't teach us the dark arts." Harry stood silently as he carefully tied his hair in a short ponytail. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I'm not teaching you the dark arts, Granger. Those words mean nothing to me. There is something I want all of you to understand. Magic does not come in forms of light or dark. These brands are what witches and wizards give to magic which they don't feel is right for them. Magic is always in shades of gray. The balance must always be maintained because too much of either light or dark will have unhealthy consequences. Voldemort and Bellatrix are perfect examples of what could happen if someone uses too much dark magic, as you call it. This generation, filled with weak and close-minded witches and wizards, is what happens if there is too much light magic. You can't learn one without learning the other. It would only be a cause for destruction. How will you fight an opponent who fires spells you can't even recognize? How will you treat a wounded patient if you can't even identify the cause? You'll be surprised just how much dark magic is taught in healing and aura academies. This is because without knowing the dark arts, you can't effectively defend yourselves against it. Magic is varied, with different forms, and is quite unpredictable. Without understanding both light and dark magic, you cannot strive for balance. And without balance, there would be no order, only chaos, like the war that is currently plaguing our country. Because that's what it truly is, a war between the Light Lord and the Dark Lord, with innocent people caught in the middle. When two elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers most. My mother's research was right. Without balance in magic, there would only be chaos. It is time for you all to open your eyes and stop seeing everything in black and white. If I was able to overcome my apparent blindness, so can you. Just because all these curses and rituals have been misused by different people over time does not make them evil," said Harry clearly, enjoying the group's rapt attention. "Parseltongue is a perfect example. The language is feared in Europe and branded dark because of people like Harpo the Foul and Voldemort. Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth and we considered him evil for 1,000 years, and how did that turn out? The language itself is very ancient and it has been used for a variety of purposes, the good and the bad. Healing magic using Parseltongue has saved so many lives over several thousand years. Protective enchantments created using Parcel magic are stronger than the conventional wards we have. Hogwarts itself has wards made using Parcel magic, and yet we hate the fundamental thing which keeps us safe. What you might consider evil might actually be used for an act of good. And even if that happens, because of the stigma that is light and dark, it is not accepted. Again, magic in its purest form is just that, magic. Many people were stunned when Harry levitated a small stone and banished it towards a dummy with such force that it blasted right through the dummy human, creating a small hole in the like a Muggle bullet. That was a banishing charm, considered to be a very simple charm taught to 4th-year students, said Harry quietly. And yet, the same charm, which according to you all can be classified as light, just killed that dummy human. What about this? Harry levitated the dummy to the ceiling. If I were to drop this dummy to the ground, do you think it would stay intact? If it were a real person, do you think he or she would survive? I'm using a simple levitation charm which is taught to 1st-year students. This is the epitome of light magic, and yet it can so easily be used to kill someone. Carefully placing the dummy back on the ground, Harry turned to face them. It is all about intent which distinguishes magic from light or dark, nothing more. It is all in shades of gray, and it is your choices which define the magic you perform, not the spells you cast. I won't be asking any of you to perform the spells, but I will be teaching you the theory and demonstrating it for you, but most importantly, I will teach you how to defend yourselves against them. Know that my brother and I would not be alive today had we not known these spells when our home was attacked. Let go of the blind superstition and see the true beauty of magic and not what people have classified it based on ignorance and fear. Such classification might have been necessary at that time, but as years rolled on, it was never reversed. Watch closely. The next several hours were spent in one quarter of the school observing Harry intently as he explained the concept behind several different spells which were considered the dark arts and how to cast and defend against them. The curses were deadly, but Harry explained their origin and how many of them had been used for good until they were misused by wizards wanting to seek power. That's all for today everyone, said Harry loudly. We'll be meeting in 2 days and we'll start on the Patronus charm. I'm happy with the amount of improvement displayed by everyone in this chamber and I have no doubt you all would be able to cast the charm in due time. Wait, isn't the Patronus charm supposed to be very advanced? Asked a third-year boy timidly. Can we all do it? A ghost of a smile formed its way to Harry's lips. Dylan nodded and flicked his wand and said, Expecto Patronum. People gasped as the large silvery golden eagle burst from the tip of Dylan's wand and glided across the chamber as people watched in awe. He learnt it last summer, said Harry to everyone. Daphne and I learnt the Patronus charm when we were 13 as well. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be hard because it took me some time to master it too, but I'm willing to help you if you are willing to put in the right amount of effort into it. Alright, I'll see you all in 2 days. Class dismissed. Half an hour later, the Chamber of Secrets was empty and Harry ensured that every last one of the students had returned to their dormitories. Once done, Harry, Daphne and Dylan returned to their suite, chatting idly about the class. Hermione Granger was walking towards the staff room, a day after the class on the dark arts in the Chamber of Secrets. She couldn't believe that Harry Potter was actually teaching them the dark arts. While she had to admit the spells he had taught them until now were educational, yesterday's class was over the top. Hermione was not an unintelligent girl. She knew that even with several books on defense, she wouldn't have come close to learning as much about the subject without an effective teacher, which, she would wholeheartedly admit, Harry Potter was. While she still did not like keeping Professor Dumbledore and the rest of the Hogwarts staff in the dark, she could not pass up an opportunity of learning more magic. Of course, that was until yesterday's lesson. It was horrifying. She couldn't in good conscience let this slide. No matter what Potter may claim, showing such spells and teaching them was a terrible idea. Didn't Potter understand that someone might use such spells to cause more damage? Either way, she would have to fix this mess before it got out of hand. She was a prefect, damn it, and it was time to uphold the honor the badge demanded. Miss Granger, what can I do for you? Asked Professor McGonagall as Hermione entered the staff room. She noticed that there were several other teachers as well. Good. Professor, I'm here to tell you something that none of the staff is aware of, she said guiltily. I apologize for not coming to you sooner, but it hadn't been a problem until now. McGonagall frowned slightly. Whatever problem you have, I'm sure we can solve it. What is it, Miss Granger? Hermione took a deep breath. Harry Potter has been teaching me and the rest of the school the dark arts in the Chamber of Secrets. The teachers' jaws dropped in shock as they looked at each other, eyes wide. What? Squeaked out Professor Flitwick, not able to form a coherent thought. Can you please repeat that, Miss Granger? Asked Professor McGonagall, looking at the girl, her face suddenly pale. Harry Potter has been teaching me and the rest of the school the dark arts in the Chamber of Secrets, Professor. Nearly 1/4 of the school is involved in this, I'm afraid, and they don't realize the consequences of their actions. I thought it would be educational when I decided to join, but now. Miss Granger, I, spluttered Professor McGonagall, lost for words. Why, in the name of Lord Godric, would you and the rest of the students want to attend a practical UAL education class with Professor Snape in the dungeons? She asked aghast. She couldn't believe that this was happening right under her nose. She knew it wasn't a prank. Hermione Granger wasn't such a girl who would lie to her. So if the young Gryffindor prefect was troubled enough to confess something like this, it must be the truth. What? Squeaked Hermione in shock. No. I said that Harry Potter has been teaching me and the rest of the school the dark arts in the Chamber of Secrets. Minerva, I think we should have Poppy check the students for mind-altering potions, said Professor Vector sharply. If Severus's ally is assaulting the students, then this is bad. Hermione was in shock as the teachers scrambled out of the staff room, with McGonagall taking her to Madame Pomfrey. What had just happened? This is ridiculous, shouted Snape in fury, his face red in anger with spittle flying from his mouth. I would never do such a thing. We have a student who confessed to it, Severus, said Professor McGonagall angrily. After the incident with Harry Potter, Cedric Diggory and the Weasley twins, the Board of Governors had agreed to take strict actions to ensure that such an incident never happens again. 1/4 of the school, Severus, 1/4 of the school. I can't believe you would do this. And I can't believe we were all such blind fools for this long. I assure you, Minerva, that Severus has my complete trust, said Dumbledore tiredly. He had just come back after another fruitless search for Voldemort's Horcruxes and the journey had drained him badly. The curse was turning him weak. If I could talk to the student who came forward. No, said McGonagall firmly, fire dancing in her blue eyes. I will not let their identity be known so that they could be coerced into remaining silent. I have still not forgiven myself for what happened to Potter, the Weasley twins and Diggory, and I will not let this go. I have already contacted the Board of Governors and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. They should be on their way. Snape's eyes widened as the door opened, revealing several angry witches and wizards. What the hell was going on here? The Minister of Magic entered the room, his gray eyes hard as steel. Daphne, you are certainly the most amazing girl I have ever met, muttered Harry, as they saw Severus Snape walking out of the castle with his belongings in tow. You turned something which was a deterrent to keep the secret of the Defense Association from getting out and used it to successfully get Snape sacked instead. Voldemort's best spy isn't at Hogwarts anymore. Brava, my love. I swear, I didn't intend for this to happen, said Daphne, trying to hide her smile. It was actually supposed to be funny while also being effective. After the incident with the Goblet of Fire, I researched a lot about confundus and compulsion charms and how to activate them. I raided my family library and the restricted section here at Hogwarts and used those advanced charms on the book containing the names of the members of the DA so that anyone wanting to rat us out would never be able to do it. It was a varied form of a very simple secrecy contract I tricked them into signing. Instead of telling the truth, they would repeat the words I had conditioned into them. That's really impressive magic, sis, said Astoria, looking impressed. That's high praise coming from you, Daphne replied with an amused twinkle in her eye. I aim to please. Too bad he wasn't arrested, Dylan muttered, sounding annoyed. Harry glared at the front doors from where Snape had disappeared. That was true because once the Board of Governors led by the Minister of Magic had begun to investigate the claims made by one Hermione Granger, they realized that there was a charm in place to make her talk. They couldn't find the counter to the charm placed on her to make her reveal what exactly she wanted to say. Even writing it wouldn't help. The combination of spells she had used could be undone of course, but it would require the source from where the enchantment originated, namely, the diary which held all the names. Harry was sure that the DMLE could have undone the charm had they put their mind to it, but had come to the conclusion that his adoptive parents wanted to get rid of Snape with the opportunity provided, so the effort to undo the charm was quickly forgotten. Once the investigators had realized Hermione's claim may not be the truth, Snape could not be arrested. However, the board was not willing to take any chances. Voldemort was bad enough, and after the Lockhart incident, they didn't need any more incentive to take action. Sirius may or may not have persuaded the other members of the board to see reason. They finally had a solid reason to kick Snape out of Hogwarts, something which they did not have all these years, despite numerous complaints. Sirius gave them all a passionate speech about how Snape's teaching was abysmal and how it had led to the crippling of the Auror Force and the number of healers and potions masters in Britain. He also showed them the statistics of the number of students who had not taken up potions because of him and his harassment of several others. The fact that he was a Death Eater was not something they could ignore. Many students complained about the defense program and how they weren't learning anything from Snape and how they were not prepared for the real world, especially during a time of war. Not everything had gone according to plan, however. Sirius had wanted to lock Snape in Azkaban, but Dumbledore had meddled. The aged headmaster may not have been able to save Snape's job, but he had managed to counter every other allegation leveled against Snape, making him walk a free man. Sirius had been furious about that, but he knew that it wouldn't have worked. Dumbledore still held a lot of power in the political sphere, but he took solace in the fact that the old man would die soon anyway. Harry and Dylan had already made plans for pissing on the man's grave. Hermione Granger had been horrified that her actions had caused the dismissal of Professor Snape. She was still unable to tell the teachers or governors what had happened as nobody was willing to listen. Oh, they knew the classes with Professor Snape were not real, but it had been enough to raise a red alert and things had quickly spiraled out of control. While Professor Dumbledore had assured her that it was not her fault, she still felt guilty, not to mention was furious with Potter and Greengrass for tricking her the way they did. She didn't even register the dirty looks being sent her way from the rest of the school. The other members of the DA knew well and good how much help they were receiving from Harry Potter in teaching them defense. Sure, they may not all agree with his theory about light and dark magic, but it wasn't as if he was forcing them to perform those spells. He had only explained the theory, given the incantation, had demonstrated it to them, and spent more time instructing them on how to counter those deadly curses. He was teaching 1/4 of the school for free. Hogwarts education was expensive, after all, and yet Granger had tried to rat him out, and had she succeeded, the classes would have been stopped. Harry had not once asked for anything in return, only that they do their best so that they could protect themselves and their families in case of an attack. Hannah Abbott's mother had also been killed recently and the threat had just gotten real, and yet Granger didn't seem to understand that. So what if Harry's views on the dark arts differed from hers? People surprisingly agreed with Luna Lovegood when she said that Granger was too narrow-minded and unless she had the facts shoved in her face, she would never acknowledge it. Draco Malfoy let out a shaky breath as he examined the rune cluster on the chart he had prepared. His hair was thin, his skin very pale, and his high grades had dipped significantly over the past several months. He couldn't believe that his OWL year was this bad. The teachers kept piling more homework on them all and Draco could barely finish it. Tears stung his eyes as he recalled the talk he had with Harry Potter in June. The boy had been right. The Dark Lord only handed out punishments. His latest punishment had been worse than before. Oh, it was not physically painful this time, but it was agonizing having to watch his parents be tortured before his very eyes because of his failure. He did not know what the Dark Lord was planning, but it had become significantly more important than just killing Albus Dumbledore. Whatever the plan was, it involved sneaking several Death Eaters into Hogwarts, which required Draco to succeed in repairing the cabinet. Oh, how he wished he had listened to Potter back then. But then again, even if he had listened to Potter, did he have a choice at all? Draco had learnt by now that what the Dark Lord wants, the Dark Lord gets. It would never have made a difference. The Dark Lord wanted to punish his father for his failures and Draco was the perfect way to do it. To think the man, no, monster, would be willing to do this to a 15-year-old boy was disgusting. Then again, the Dark Lord had tried to kill a 15-month-old infant and hadn't seen anything wrong with it. The runes checked out. Now all he had to do was wait for the next shipment of materials, carve them correctly and also apply the enchantments. Once all this was over, he hoped that he, his mother and father would remain alive. At this point, he just wanted it all to end. He would not be the cause of the deaths of his parents. Wiping the tears away, Draco got to work. Another sleepless night in the dark, filthy room in the dungeons. The Dark Lord is demanding more direct results, said Snape stiffly. Clearly, his anger at being sacked had not evaporated. And what results would those be? Asked Dumbledore, looking worn out and utterly exhausted. He drowned the blue-colored potion Severus had brought with him and he felt the pain in his joints reduce. He knew the potion was highly addictive and dangerous in large quantities, but he was dying anyway. He honestly didn't care about any side effects. His attempts at gaining access to the prophecy orb have been less than successful, said Snape as his lip curled. The Department of Mysteries is locked tighter than a Gringotts vault, I'm told. No doubt Black and Croaker are involved. He's also angry at Potter's escape, both at the graveyard and at Potter Castle a few months back. He is thinking of another way in which he would be able to control Potter and he is demanding that I help him. I believe this is a test to prove my loyalty to him. Dumbledore got a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. This could not be good. What is his latest plan? He wants to kidnap Daphne Greengrass. There was silence for several seconds. I see, said Dumbledore slowly. This is troubling. Greengrass in only one person, Albus, said Snape quietly. Need I remind you of the millions of lives that are at stake here? If I do not fulfill this mission, you will have no source from within the Dark Lord's ranks. He does not wish to kill her, so we can rescue her later. I shall provide you with information on how to get her out once she is captured. Miss Greengrass is a Slytherin and a pureblood. Trust me, the Dark Lord will not harm her. Dumbledore sat quietly, pondering on what to do. On one hand, Severus' role in the campaign was extremely important because no one else would be willing to spy for him. His initial plan had been to turn young Dylan Lestrange into a spy as well, but he could never get past the overprotective mother dragon that was Harry Potter, so that plan had been quickly scrapped. Severus' information had been useful over the past several months, so there was no alternative. On the other hand, there was also Harry he had to consider. The boy would take the loss very badly and he knew it. But on the whole, considering the millions of lives that were at risk, was it worth it? Harry had a destiny, he had to die because of the Horcrux that was lodged in his scar, but the boy's rebellious attitude and he defending Voldemort's actions were quite unnerving to Albus. Maybe this would solve their problems. If Daphne were to be kidnapped, Harry would turn to Dumbledore for guidance and support, thus increasing the chances of him sacrificing himself later on. Harry would blame himself for what had happened to his fiancée and that would work for Albus' plans. Severus would also be firmly cemented as Voldemort's trusted advisor, so it was a win-win situation. Using Severus' information, he would instruct Harry and Sirius to launch an attack on Voldemort's forces. Miss Greengrass could be saved, the Horcrux would be destroyed, and hopefully, Voldemort would meet his end. The world would greatly benefit from this plan. But there was the ethical dilemma. Normally, Albus would be aghast that Severus would even suggest something like that and would have protested vehemently, but this was not a normal situation. What had happened during the last war, especially with the Potters and Sirius, still haunted him, but the war was becoming deadlier and people were dying everywhere. Voldemort had to be stopped by any means necessary, and if that meant Daphne Greengrass being held hostage by Voldemort, then so be it. It would only be a temporary arrangement. They could rescue her later. It was for the greater good of both the magical and Muggle worlds. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Sadly, it was yet another burden he would have to carry to his grave. I hope you can forgive me, Harry, but I cannot let Voldemort win the war. We need to destroy him before he destroys the world. I shall do what I must. Here, said Snape, removing a phial containing a silvery substance. I was able to procure the memory of the Dark Lord's resurrection from Crabbe Sr. I obliviated him after he gave it to me, so he should have no recollection of me having this memory. Very good, Severus, said Dumbledore enthusiastically. Now we shall finally see why Harry did not want this memory viewed by anyone. Pour it in the pensieve, will you? Dumbledore and Snape dipped their hands into the pensieve as they disappeared. When they finally emerged, Snape's lips were parted slightly in shock. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was white as a sheet. He covered his face with his left hand as he recalled everything he had seen in the memory, Harry admitting that he did not hate Voldemort, how he had been conflicted when Voldemort made the offer of accepting Harry as his son, how he had finally used a killing curse, silently, thus indicating that he had indeed been practicing the dark arts. What have I done? Whispered Dumbledore, looking defeated, staring blankly at the wall. Have I created yet another Dark Lord in Harry Potter? First Gellert, then Tom, and now Harry. Am I truly responsible for it all? What have I done? That's it, said Harry encouragingly. Keep trying, everyone. Think of the happiest memory you can recollect and feel the emotions of happiness, joy and love. These emotions are what power the charm, not the memory itself. Let them infuse you, and once you are ready, cast. There were many who began shouting, Expecto Patronum, immediately after his instruction. The silvery mist for many of them changed to form some sort of distinctive animal. After several weeks of practice, they were finally able to do it. Very good, Luna, said Harry with a smile as he saw her hair Patronus bounce around the chamber. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Harry, said Luna, beaming at him. Harry smiled as he saw several people looked in awe at the Patroni. Astoria's Patronus was a swan, Ginny Weasley's was a horse, Cedric's Diggory's was a German shepherd, Fred's Patronus was a hyena while George's was a coyote, and he could see Daphne's tigress regally looking at the other silvery animals. Dylan's eagle was gliding across the chamber and Harry's smile widened. Expecto Patronum. The massive Thunderbird Patronus joined the rest as the Chamber of Secrets was filled with silvery animals and happy emotions. Draco took a deep, shaky breath as he opened the doors of the vanishing cabinet. The bird was alive and chirping. His jaw dropped in shock. He couldn't believe it. He had done it. The bird was alive. Just to make sure, he contacted Borgin again and tested the cabinet 3 more times with other animals. Sure enough, all of them survived the trip without any injuries. Draco collapsed on the floor as he laughed like a maniac, his hands and legs still shaking. Taking the mirror from an inside pocket of his robe, he tapped it and said, "Lucius Malfoy. Father, it is ready. The vanishing cabinet is ready, my lord," said Lucius, kneeling in front of the Dark Lord. Voldemort smirked. "See, that wasn't so hard, was it?" he said in a high, cold voice, laced with sadistic amusement. "He just needed the right incentive to get to work. Are you sure he has succeeded, Lucius? I would be very displeased if something were to go wrong during transport." "No, my lord," said Lucius quickly. "Draco is a smart boy and Borgin has confirmed that the experiments have worked." "So it would seem," said Voldemort casually. "Very well. You better hope it works, Lucius. Now, I have a new task for you." "Of course, my lord, I live only to serve you." Voldemort sneered at those words but did not comment. "We need more Death Eaters. Our new recruits are not up to the mark, evidenced by what we have witnessed over the past several months. I want you to travel around, find new and talented witches and wizards and convince them to join our cause. We need assassins, Lucius, if we are to take over the Ministry of Magic. Give them practical tests so that they know we aren't looking for anyone mediocre. I expect results." "Yes, my lord," said Lucius as he backed away from the room quickly. "Rodolphus, Rabaston, you are to attack Hogsmeade with your teams," ordered Voldemort. "Terrorize the students but don't kill them. However, if you are confronted by Aurors or members of the Order of the Phoenix, kill them all and be done with it. Your main assignments are to kidnap Harry Potter, Daphne Greengrass and Dylan Lestrange, understood?" "Yes, my lord." "Severus, you will be leading the team which will be using the Vanishing Cabinet to enter Hogwarts," said Voldemort. "Again, if you encounter Order members, kill them. If the 3 of them are not at Hogsmeade, you'll have to kidnap them and bring them here. Your main assignment is to kill Albus Dumbledore." "My lord, if I may?" asked Severus. When Voldemort nodded, he continued. "May I know who is to kill Dumbledore? Your previous orders were for Draco to kill him but I was prepared to do the deed myself should the need arise. I was wondering if the plan had changed." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed dangerously as his fingers twitched. "Draco is not capable of killing anybody," he spat. "But he is to be given a chance to finish the deed. If not, you are to kill Dumbledore, is that clear?" "Yes, my lord. I want Harry Potter, Daphne Greengrass and Dylan Lestrange here at my manor and I won't appreciate any sort of failure," said Voldemort coldly as he looked at them all. "It is in your best interests to see that the mission is accomplished. I will be providing some help for you during your attack. The Dementors have been instructed to not kill the students but just drain them all. It will prove to be a suitable distraction for the students and teachers, enough for you to capture the 3. It was the first week of April and the sky outside was a rare sunny day in Scotland. Dylan Lestrange came out of his room and smiled when he saw his girlfriend by the window in the common room of Harry's suite. He silently walked up to her and hugged her from behind. Astoria gave a surprised squeak. "Hello, beautiful," whispered Dylan, his breath warm against her ear. "Ready for our date? You were the one who took so long to get dressed," said Astoria teasingly. Dylan lightly nibbled on her earlobe. "I took a shower and got dressed in less than 10 minutes. I woke up late, that's all. So you forgot about our date?" "Never," breathed Dylan as he turned her around, pulling her close. "So, how is it like, being 14 years old?" "It's only been a week, so I can't tell the difference," Astoria giggled, wrapping her arms around his neck. "I can't believe I am dating a younger man." "Only by a few months," protested Dylan, but he was interrupted when Astoria leaned up and captured his lips in a soft key. He smiled as he pulled her closer, running his fingers through her hair. "I love you, Astoria," he whispered sincerely. "What?" asked Astoria, blinking in surprise. I love you, repeated Dylan, not at all fazed by her look of shock. I know that we haven't dated for too long and that we're barely 14 years old, but I want you to know how I feel about you. You've been my best friend since I was 11 and I've enjoyed every second of the past 7 months we have been dating. I don't expect you to feel the same way, but I just wanted to tell you. I love you too, said Astoria softly as she wrapped her arms around him, hugging him tightly. I never expected you to say something like that, that's why it surprised me. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't know how you would react, considering your childhood and how you were raised. But I do love you, Dylan, very much. Dylan's eyes lit up in surprised happiness as he looked at his girlfriend. A dopey grin formed on his face as he asked, is this the part where I get to key you? You can key me whenever you want, lover boy, teased Astoria right back. Really? Well then, Miss Greengrass, let me demonstrate to you the greatness of one Dylan Lestrange. Oh, quite full of yourself today, aren't you? Astoria murmured as their lips met. They were quite oblivious to the couple watching them with fond smiles on their faces. Oh, they're so adorable, gushed Daphne. Yeah, they are, Harry agreed, smiling faintly. He's grown up so much, hasn't he? Just thinking of the small boy who was so shy in talking to anyone, to looking at him now, a confident 14-year-old is startling, to say the least. Words cannot describe how proud of him I am. Words cannot describe how proud of you I am, said Daphne softly as she looked at him. You have come a long way too, Harry. Don't think you haven't changed for the better because you have. From the 11-year-old Ravenclaw who seemed to be carved out of ice, to the proud young man you have become, I can't even begin to describe how happy I am that you have managed to overcome all your obstacles. Yes, we still have Voldemort to deal with, but I have faith in you. Nothing is impossible for you, Harry, and this is something I believe with all my heart. We'll get through this together, you'll see. Harry smiled as he keyed at the side of her face lovingly, savoring the moment, delicately cupping her cheek. You're the light of my life, you're the love of my life, he said in a small voice. I can't ever live without you. You'll never have to, Harry. I'll always be here by your side, I promise. You'll never be alone again. I love you. I love you too, Daphne. The Battle of Hogsmeade. I heard that a new restaurant has opened in Hogsmeade, as Astoria as they walked down the marble staircase. It's another branch of the Grand Elixir, explained Daphne. Wait, I love that place, said Dylan excitedly. Harry has taken me there a few times. Isn't it supposed to be the best restaurant in magical Britain? Quite fancy too, actually. Yeah, and the food is delicious, agreed Astoria, grinning happily. She noticed that her soon-to-be brother-in-law was distracted. Harry, are you okay? Huh? Blinked Harry in confusion. Yeah, Tori, I'm fine. I just can't help but feel as though something is off. He distractedly touched the Gryffindor and Slytherin rings on his left hand. Draco Malfoy opened the doors of the vanishing cabinet and was surprised to see Severus Snape inside. Move aside, Draco, said Snape silkily. I need to step out. How much longer before the others arrive? Draco looked at his wristwatch. Just wait about a minute and we can transport another person. The cabinet is too old to handle continuous travel. Snape hummed as he watched. Gibbon arrived a minute later. My lord, asked the portrait of a young woman, bowing respectfully. Alert the rest of the paintings in the castle, said Harry quietly. There is something odd with the wards, I can feel it. Maybe I'm just paranoid, but just keep an eye out, all of you. If you find anything suspicious, inform me and Professor Dumbledore at once. Yes, my lord, said the witch as she left her painting. Harry, what's wrong? Daphne asked him curiously. Nothing, Harry answered reassuringly. You know what? Why don't you three go ahead? Grab a table at the Grand Elixir and I'll meet you there for lunch. I'll just prowl around the castle for a bit. All three of them frowned, but seeing the determined look on Harry's face, they knew it was futile to argue. All right, said Dylan softly. Don't stay for long, okay? Fine, brat. Dolt. Harry chuckled as he shook his head in amusement, watching the three of them proceed to the entrance hall. Quickly walking up the stairs, he went to his suite and grabbed the Marauder's map, checking for anything out of the ordinary. The wards were not flaring up, but Harry was way too paranoid to stay still. The attack on Potter Castle had given him a wake-up call. It was too close for comfort and he and Dylan could have easily been killed or kidnapped that night. Giving instructions to the portraits, he prowled around the castle, checking the map as he went along. It would take time. Hogwarts was a large castle, after all, but he would ensure everything was fine. Idly, he took the stairs leading him from the entrance hall to the dungeons. The attackers at Potter Castle had entered through the dungeons as well, so it was a good place to start. "Yaxley, report," said Rabaston as he observed the students through his omnioculars. "The two Greengrass sisters and your son have just left the castle," said Yaxley as he walked up to him. "I expect they'll be in the village in about 10 minutes. Did you tell your son not to come to Hogsmeade today?" asked Avery. "And risk him babbling about the mission to his friends." Nott snorted. "Have you forgotten that my son is a close friend of Harry Potter? I don't have a death wish. Besides, we won't be killing anyone here, so it's not a problem. Theodore will run and hide, I'm sure of it. Really, what a disappointment that boy is. All the time fiddling with potions when he could be studying the dark arts and curses instead. Doesn't use his wand unless necessary," he said in disgust. "Get ready," ordered Rodolphus. He didn't really care for Nott's comments. He and Bellatrix would give anything for a child of their own, but he convinced himself that he would have a nephew he could spoil rotten soon enough. "Your father and I are coming for you, Dylan. You'll be back with your family very soon. Potter isn't here. Inform Snape that Potter might still be in the castle. It's up to his team to kidnap the boy. We'll take care of Greengrass and Dylan." "What about the younger Greengrass?" asked Avery. Rodolphus paused. "Leave her. Follow the Dark Lord's orders. Harry Potter, Daphne Greengrass and Dylan Lestrange, no one else." "Potter is inside the castle," said Snape as he deactivated the mirror. "It's our job to capture him." "Good," said Electo Caro in delight. "I've wanted to see what little Potter is made of. He looks quite delicious, very handsome boy, isn't he?" she said with a giggle. Snape looked visibly disgusted. Why was he constantly surrounded by people who were enamored with Potter's good looks? No, thoughts about Potter were a distraction and he could not afford to lose focus today. Their mission was vital as it would prove to the Ministry that the Dark Lord's power had not diminished, despite recent setbacks. Contrary to the public's opinion, Sirius Black had not been a sitting duck over the past several months. Once Harry had informed him of Voldemort's return, he had swiftly taken charge, utilizing the best resources the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Mysteries had to offer. Unknown to the entire magical population, the Department of Mysteries was more than just a research center. It also worked as the nerve center for the protection of magical Britain, working closely with a secret elite wing of the DMLE. The intelligence wing had been working more efficiently than ever before, thanks in part to the judicious use of the inflow of gold allotted to the department by the Budget Committee, the result of which made Voldemort snarl in anger. The time was long gone when Sirius used to depend on flashy spells to win his battles. Now more mature and patient, he realized why the Black family held ultimate political power for so many centuries. It was due to the power of subtlety. He needed to work in the shadows to bring down the Dark Lord, in addition to the war effort carried on by the Aurors. Working directly with Amelia and Croaker, the Ministry had managed to target Voldemort where it would hurt most during wartime: money, personnel, and resources. Even though the Wizengamot had been uncooperative in the beginning, Sirius had lashed out against the body for its cowardly behavior. The attack on Diagon Alley before Yule was just unacceptable, and if the members did not want to vote, they were to face jail time for treason as they were failing the people of magical Britain with their uncooperative behavior. With a few well-placed threats, the Wizengamot got its act together and had swiftly passed laws that would facilitate Sirius work. Just 2 weeks later, secret organizations that operated underground were shut, with their leaders in Azkaban. Voldemort's biggest financiers also found themselves in Azkaban when Gringotts was forced to reveal their bank transactions, tracing them to phantom companies that were linked to various Death Eaters through a vast array of smaller businesses. In other words, Voldemort was slowly finding himself being drained of funds. Waging a war did not come cheap, after all. The tight control the Ministry had over the black market was another big blow to Voldemort's forces. The censor net was reconfigured, closing Britain and Ireland to the rest of the world, thus making sure that Voldemort could not take his campaign abroad without detection. That move hindered his plan to get more personnel from Europe. Sirius may not be fighting public battles, but he had stabbed the Death Eaters in the back. Security at the headquarters of the British Ministry of Magic in London was at peak efficiency, thus making it infinitely harder for Voldemort to infiltrate the government. The Dark Lord was already losing the war, which was why the current mission was extremely important to him. The very thought of losing the war made Snape's upper lip curl in disgust. Just as the last person, Amicus Carrow, emerged from the vanishing cabinet, there was a loud crack as the cabinet crumbled. They watched mutely as the plates which Draco had installed came undone, destroying it. "I thought you fixed it," said Alecto furiously, glaring at Draco. "I did. How else would you have entered the castle, you stupid woman? The cabinet is very old and I told you it might not last after this trip." "Watch your tone, boy," growled Alecto threateningly as she pointed her wand at Draco. "Or be prepared to face the consequences." Draco glared back at the woman. "Touch me, Carrow, and you'll have to face Aunt Bella's wrath." "Enough," Snape said harshly, killing the argument. "We have entered the castle as planned, so the cabinet isn't important anymore. After we kill Dumbledore, we won't be using this exit anyway. Draco, you have one chance only. Kill Dumbledore or face the consequences." Draco gulped as his nervousness returned, his body trembled as he followed the rest of the Dark Lord's followers. Harry's heart began beating faster as he felt more disturbances in the Hogwarts wards. It was true that the wards answered to Dumbledore ultimately and the headmaster controlled them, but the family rings also gave Harry the passive ability to scan and sense the protective enchantments around the castle. Maybe he could directly access the wards, he wasn't certain, but he had never tried that because he would have to take control at Hogwarts Command Center, which was the headmaster's office, just like how his study operated as the central command center for Potter Castle. The Marauder's map was showing nothing out of the ordinary and he was just about to turn around and climb up the stairs back to the entrance hall when there was a dot in the lowest part of the dungeons, a place that even the house elves never ventured. Severus Snape. What was Snape doing here? Wasn't he sacked? The dot was followed by another. Draco Malfoy. This was weird. Draco was a neat freak, so it didn't explain what he would be doing in such a filthy place. Unless Draco really was being buggered by Snape as he had claimed once. Another dot. Alecto Carrow. Amicus Carrow. Saul Gibbon. A dozen names appeared, with them walking up the stairs to the castle proper. Expecto Patronum. The silvery thunderbird burst from the tip of Harry's wand and flew off to warn Professor McGonagall. If Hogwarts was indeed under attack, he would need backup in order to fight the Death Eaters. He went forward, idly checking the map. Any second now. He waited at the end of the corridor just as Snape and the others turned towards his direction. Flashes of spellfire could be seen as the battle began. "Look, Daphne!" Astoria exclaimed excitedly. "Twilfit and Tattings have a new selection of spring dresses." "Come on, not again." Dylan threw up his hands in exasperation. "Tori, how many clothes do you want to buy? You have more clothes than Spain. Daphne, do something." Daphne chuckled in amusement as she keyed at Dylan's cheek affectionately. Just at that moment, the temperature suddenly dropped. She frowned as she cast a warming charm on herself, but it didn't help. The sky got darker until the village was bathed in dim, gray light coming from the distant sun. "What's going on?" asked Tracy as she joined them, her arm locked with her boyfriend, Theo Knott. "Dementors," whispered Daphne in fear as the soul-beeping demons descended upon them. Hundreds of students in the village began screaming in panic when Daphne, Astoria and Dylan raised their wands. Expecto Patronum. The tigress, swan and eagle burst from the tip of their wands and charged at the incoming Dementors. The other members of the DA, getting the hint, drew their wands and cast their Patronuses too. Some were successful, but others weren't. However, the Dementors had not expected resistance. Just as they were driven away, 24 Death Eaters apparated in the middle of the village and started firing spells. The sound of sirens blaring could be heard everywhere, the alert charms installed by the Ministry of Magic activating immediately. "Get that caterwauling charm deactivated," shouted Yaxley through the magical earpiece embedded in his mask. Dylan's face was stony as he joined the fight, twirling in midair, non-verbal spells flowing easily from his wand. Next to him, Daphne was dancing around the Death Eaters, avoiding their curses as she fired lethal spells at them. The Battle of Hogsmeade had begun. Harry slashed his wand in the air as the battle intensified, destructive dark curses slipping easily from his wand as he jeweled Snape. The older man, however, was not an inner circle Death Eater for nothing. He too was very proficient in the dark arts and could not help but be impressed, however grudgingly, by Harry's talent in the dark arts. Draco Malfoy had been pushed to the side as he tried to shield himself from the flying debris and curses, looking in awe as Harry fought 12-1. However, the odds didn't last for long. The newer recruits were nowhere near as talented as the Inner Circle members and were quickly taken out by direct or stray curses cast by Harry and Snape. Harry grunted in pain as a cutting curse impacted his face, drawing first blood. His eyes darkened as more lethal spells flew his way and his anger at Snape intensified. "Do you want to play to your strengths? Then I'll show you mine, Snape." Switching tactics. Battle transfiguration it is. "Let's see how to manage to evade my attacks now, you greasy git." "I'll deal with him," yelled Snape, through the magical communications device in his mask, to the Caro siblings and Gibbon. "Take Draco and go. Finish Dumbledore and I'll subdue Potter." The other three nodded as they fought through the incoming spells, disappearing down a corridor in between Harry and Snape. Harry cursed his luck. Where were the teachers when you need them? "Hogwarts is under attack," said Harry's calm voice. "A dozen Death Eaters are deep in the dungeons, about to attack from inside the castle. I'm about to engage them but I need reinforcements." The enormous Thunderbird dissolved into mist as McGonagall looked at it in shock. As she and the rest of the teachers in the staff room were about to leave to help Harry, Professor Sprout ran inside, puffing. "Hogsmeade is under attack," she said, panting. "All our students are in danger. 24 Death Eaters and by the looks of it, they've brought Dementors too." "I'll take care of the attack inside," said Dumbledore, rising to his full height. This was not what was supposed to happen. There had been no attack on Hogsmeade from what Severus had told him. Maybe Voldemort did not inform Severus and the outside attack was just a diversion to bring the rest of the teachers out. It was still a few months early for him to die, but it could not be helped. Severus had been briefed about the soul piece in Harry's scar and how the boy had to die by Voldemort's hand only. That was the only way to accurately destroy the soul piece and maybe, just maybe, save Harry in the process, but there was a very slim chance that the boy would actually survive. The information which he had given to Harry regarding the Horcruxes would also have to do. He had placed memory files in his office, with any and all information he had obtained on Horcruxes, and had written in his will that they were to be given to Harry. Hopefully, the boy would be able to destroy the Horcruxes and end the threat of Voldemort for good. Albus only hoped the boy wasn't selfish and sacrificed himself when the time was right. There was no telling what would happen if Voldemort was allowed to gain more power. As the rest of the staff quickly made their way to Hogsmeade, Albus Dumbledore made his way to the dungeons. "We're outnumbered," yelled Dylan. "We need reinforcements." Daphne twirled 360 degrees and slashed her wand as a jet of orange light impacted a Death Eater, making the organs inside his body liquefy as he died a horrible, agonizing death. "Tori, you need to leave, now," he shouted. Astoria may be intelligent but she was not a warrior like her sister and he knew that. "Theo, take her with you and get the hell out of here." Theo and Tracy didn't hesitate. They dragged Astoria away, who wanted to stay and help her sister and boyfriend, tears streaming down her face. "Let me go," she struggled. "I need to help them." "You'll only be a distraction to them," said Tracy firmly. "None of us is good at this and we'll only cause more problems." "Don't lose your head, Astoria. Remember Harry's lessons. Look, other members of the DA are helping them. Harry and the Aurors will be here soon. Come on, let's take care of the injured. Lead the younger children away from here." Fred and George Weasley were together, fighting with such ferociousness that it reminded the inner circle of their late twin uncles, Gideon and Fabian Pruitt. Other members of the DA were fighting too. Neville Longbottom, Susan Bones, Ernie Macmillan, Parvati and Padma Patil, Cedric Diggory, Luna Lovegood, Blaise Zabini, Adrian Pusey, and several others. "Don't kill," hissed Rodolphus angrily through the magical communications device. "We are not to kill the children. But they've already killed 4 of the new recruits. Take out Greengrass and your nephew, quickly. They're the ones doing the most damage," yelled Avery angrily. Indeed, now there were only 20 of the Death Eaters, fighting against more number of students. Aurors and Order members on the way. shouted Yaxley as he began dueling Amelia Black, who had just apparated into the village, bringing a contingent of warriors with her. Rabastan couldn't believe what he was seeing. The way his son fought was so magnificent that he was actually proud of the boy. Dylan was standing next to Daphne Greengrass, fighting him and Rodolphus, both teenagers not budging an inch. Potter has taught them well, snarled Rodolphus. Their teamwork shows that they have been practicing together. They're good, but not good enough. Rabastan grunted as a spell connected with his as he upped his attack. Both their targets were right in front of them. They needed both alive and unharmed, which meant they couldn't use their wide arsenal of spells against them. We need to finish this soon before we lose our forces, he shouted. Not, Avery, get behind those kids and stun them, ordered Rodolphus. In the dungeons of Hogwarts, Harry Potter was engaged in a furious fight with Severus Snape as the corridor around them was being destroyed. Getting a signal from his comrades that Dumbledore had arrived, Snape sent a blasting curse at the ceiling, making the debris fall between him and Potter. While he knew that kidnapping Potter was part of the plan, killing Dumbledore was more important. If Potter was weakened, it would work in their favor. Running up the stairs, he saw Alecto, Amicus and Gibbon fighting Dumbledore while again, Draco was pushed against the wall, though this time, Snape was sure the headmaster had done it to protect the boy. When Snape entered the corridor, Dumbledore's attack faltered and soon, his wand went flying from his hand as Snape disarmed him. He was quickly surrounded by the Death Eaters. Dumbledore wandless, cackled Amicus. Dumbledore defeated. Oh, how delightful. Do it, Draco, hissed Alecto as Draco slowly made his way towards the old man, his hands shaking like jelly. Draco, you are not a killer, said Dumbledore, shaking his head sadly. I understand that you were coerced into doing this, but this is not the only path you can take, my boy. I urge you to reconsider. We can offer you protection, Draco. Yeah, right, snorted Amicus. What help can you offer anybody when you're on the floor, about to be killed? What's the matter, old man? Reflexes aren't what they were, I see. Old age, Amicus, one day perhaps you'll understand, if you are lucky. What's that supposed to mean? Said Amicus angrily. Always the same, weren't you, Dumby, talking and doing nothing. I don't even know why the Dark Lord's bothering to kill you at all. Come on, Draco, do it. But there was no curse coming from the pale boy's lips. Snape realized that he had given the boy a chance and pushed Draco out of the way. The other Death Eaters said nothing, holding their breath in anticipation. Finally, the moment had come, the moment they had all been waiting for. Snape gazed for a moment at Dumbledore, and there was revulsion and hatred etched in the harsh lines of his face. Severus, please. Snape raised his wand and pointed it directly at Dumbledore. Avada K. He didn't finish the incantation as Snape began screaming in unbearable pain. There were several cuts forming on his body as inch by inch, he fell to the ground in pieces, bringing agonizing pain to the former potions master of Hogwarts. The other three Death Eaters turned, only to be met with dark red jets of light. They too screamed as their skin melted, their blood boiling in their veins as they died painfully. The last thing Snape saw before he died was the triumphant smirk on the face of a bruised and battered Harry James Potter, the boy he had come to loathe as much as his father. That's for revealing the prophecy to Voldemort, Snape, spat Harry as he looked at the several dozen pieces of Snape's body in satisfaction. He summoned Dumbledore's wand to his hand, idly noting that it felt warm and comfortable in his palm as though it was always meant to be with him. Draco Malfoy threw up as he saw the dead bodies of the Death Eaters. He backed away, looking terrified when Harry looked at him. No, please, begged Draco. I didn't have a choice. Don't kill me. My parents, tortured, the Dark Lord, threatened to kill, please. Harry simply stared at the boy. Relax, he said impassively. I'm not going to kill you. Draco began sobbing his heart out, crouched in a fetal position. It was over. Dumbledore was not dead, but the Death Eaters were. The Dark Lord was going to kill him and his parents, he knew it. Harry, what have you done? Asked Dumbledore, aghast, his face pale, too weak to even get up. What had happened? One moment everything was going according to plan and Severus was about to kill him, and suddenly Severus and the other Death Eaters were killed. Which meant, Harry was now the master of the Elder Wand. The power of the wand had not been destroyed as he had intended. You're playing a very dangerous game, Dumbledore, said Harry darkly. If I, a person who only has passive control of the wards, could detect that something was wrong, how could you, a wizard who is more experienced and knowledgeable than I, having complete access to the wards, not know what was going on? You willingly let this happen, didn't you? What was your motive? Harry stopped as his heart began beating faster, blood draining from his face. The locket hanging from around his neck was giving out pulses of magic, and only now did he realize what that meant. The Potter crest on the locket was glowing with a dark shade of red. No! Harry exclaimed in horror as he ran down the corridor, just as Professors Slughorn and Sprout entered. Daphne and Dylan were in danger. Your son is good, Rubaston, said Rodolphus as a smirk formed on his lips. The boy was actually enjoying this. I can see why Dylan was able to wear the heir ring on his finger. He certainly is worthy of carrying the Lestrange name. Oh, I can't wait to spoil him rotten. Rubaston grunted. Yes, he was impressed too. It was disgusting that his son was a half-blood, but such talent for a boy who was barely 14 years old. Yes, he was talented because he had been trained extensively by Harry Potter, but still, the fact remained that Dylan would make an outstanding Death Eater. Daphne Greengrass was no less. With all the injuries and cuts on her face and body as she fought them ferociously, she looked more like a warrior princess. In fact, Rodolphus was reminded of his wife when he fought the 16-year-old girl. Such power, such strength, such knowledge, such talent, coupled with beauty and grace, no wonder Potter was in love with her. Who wouldn't be? He certainly had been smitten with Bellatrix Black when he had been at school for similar reasons. If not for that by Ch. Longbottom, he and Bella might have been blessed with a daughter like Daphne Greengrass. Rodolphus didn't feel guilty at all for what he had done to Frank and Alice. They deserved it for denying him and his wife the ability to bear children naturally. Get ready, hissed Rubaston. Now, stupefy. 4 jets of red light flew towards the 2 teenagers from all sides. Daphne and Dylan were able to deflect the 2 being fired by the masked Lestrange brothers, but they did not see the 2 coming from behind. As the spells collided with their backs, they dropped to the ground, unconscious. Get their wands too, said Rodolphus. Quickly, we must get out of here. Daphne. Dylan. Stop. Stop. Stoop. The roar of rage could be heard everywhere as Harry Potter ran towards them, his face red with fury. Get him, ordered Rubaston. We'll take these 2 to the Dark Lord. Capture him too. Harry fired deadly cures at the Death Eaters just as the 2 holding an unconscious Daphne Greengrass and Dylan Lestrange dissipated with a crack. No! Screamed Harry at the top of his voice, tears streaming down his face. Come back. Bring them back. The sword of Gryffindor materialized in his hand in a flash of gold as Harry began gutting down every Death Eater he could get his hands on. Where are they? Demanded Harry to a Death Eater. Where did they take them? I, stuttered Avery before his was beaten by the basilisk venom-imbibed silver blade. I'm asking you again, shouted Harry, ignoring a cutting curse that impacted his shoulder. Blood was pouring from various cuts on his body. Where are Daphne and Dylan? Headquarters, answered Yaxley, looking terrified as the sword inched closer. Where? Hissed Harry, his eyes turning impossibly jet black, green having completely disappeared. Where is it? Yaxley choked as Harry tried to crush his throat. F. Fidelius, said Yaxley before the blade impacted his heart too. Harry collapsed on the ground as the sword disappeared again. The Aurors had managed to round up the remaining Death Eaters. The students who had fought were all injured, but there had been no deaths among them because the Death Eaters had not been actively trying to kill, thankfully. They were being rushed to St. Mungo's and the Hogwarts hospital wing. Harry! Cried Amelia worriedly, kneeling down in front of her son. Furious tears were streaming down his face as he looked at her. The world started spinning in front of him as his vision blurred. They've taken them away, rasped Harry, finding it difficult to breathe, not able to bear the pain in his. Daphne and Dylan have been kidnapped. With that, he fainted in his adoptive mother's arms. The Hogwarts hospital wing was filled with injured people as Madame Pomfrey and other healers from St. Mungo's treated them. The Aurors were taking statements from various people, the dictaquills noting it down quickly. There had been 1 death, however. Rufus Scrimgeour is dead, said Kingsley grimly. He was killed during the battle. Amelia sighed as she closed her eyes in defeat. Anyone else? No, He was the only one from our side, but several of our people are badly injured, said Kingsley. 15 Death Eaters are alive and the rest of them are dead. Their bodies are being transported to the ministry morgue as we speak. Good. Shaq, you're now the acting head or until the Wizengamot makes it permanent or appoints someone else. Hold a press conference as soon as possible and tell them that no student was killed and that out of the 36 Death Eaters that attacked, only 2 got away. Also, inform them about the kidnapping of Daphne Greengrass and Dylan Lestrange. The more eyes looking for them, the faster we can get them back. Send a team to look for the 2. Yes ma'am, said Kingsley as he left the hospital wing. Amelia moved towards the bed of Draco Malfoy where Sirius was listening to the story grimly. She keyed herself into the privacy charm and heard him continue. Snape was about to kill Dumbledore. He had just finished the first syllable of the killing curse when Potter arrived and killed them. It was, Draco swallowed as he tried to forget those images, horrifying. They all died violent deaths. I begged him to spare me, he just stared back, telling me that he wouldn't kill me. Taking a deep breath, he continued. After that, Potter accused Dumbledore of knowing about the attack and yet not doing anything about it. That's when he looked horrified about something and ran away. Professors Sprout and Slughorn arrived and walked us to the hospital wing. You had no idea about the attack on Hogsmeade? Asked Sirius shrewdly. No sir, said Draco truthfully. I wasn't told anything. I was only told to repair the cabinet and kill Dumbledore when the party arrived. I didn't even know who was supposed to come through the vanishing cabinet. Do your parents know about this mission? Why would Voldemort put you up to this? You're just a 15-year-old boy. Draco shook his head weakly. He never expected me to survive. He expected me to die trying. This was the punishment for my father's recent failures. When I did not succeed, he tortured mother and father right in front of me. Before that, he tortured me with the Cruciatus curse. If I had not fixed that cabinet, he would have killed them. I was only fulfilling my duty as a son. I was trying to protect my parents. You will not be arrested today, Mr. Malfoy, said Amelia finally. But you will be tried by the Council of Magical Law for your actions. You are not to leave Hogwarts until you have received your trial. Any attempt to do so will lead to arrest. Do you know why Daphne and Dylan were kidnapped? They were kidnapped? Asked Draco in surprise. No, I have no idea why they would do that. After giving him a dreamless sleep potion, the couple went towards Harry's bed. The nearly 16-year-old boy was staring out of the window, a blank look on his face. When he had woken up, Harry had been hysterical until Sirius had to subdue him. The tears had since vanished, leaving a cold mask behind. A mask much, much colder than usual, his emotions buried deep within. Voldemort's headquarters is under the Fidelius, said Harry quietly. We need a new plan to get inside it. Are you sure Dumbledore knew about the attack? Asked Sirius, frowning. Positive, said Harry coldly as they walked towards the headmaster. Conjuring privacy screens and enchantments, he looked at the dying man without a hint of remorse in his heart. Hello, Dumbledore. Harry, said Dumbledore as pain shot through his body. My boy, I don't have much time. There is more information that you need to know. The Horcruxes. The Diary of Tom Riddle, the Ring of Marvolo Gaunt, the Diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, the Cup of Helga Hufflepuff and the Locket of Salazar Slytherin. Anything else? There is also his S, Nagini, Dumbledore added urgently. I know for sure that the S is a Horcrux from what I have observed and heard from Severus. Then, he hesitated. His plan for Severus to give Harry this information had been shot and there was no other way. Albus knew that he was dying, so unless he parted with this delicate information, there was no hope at all. He only hoped that Harry, Sirius and Amelia would make the correct choice. My boy, there is no easy way for me to tell you this, said Dumbledore, closing his eyes. When Voldemort attacked you on October 31, 1991, when the killing curse rebounded on him, a part of Voldemort's soul was severed from his body and managed to latch onto the only living thing in the room, you. There is a piece of his soul in your scar, Harry. This is the reason your scar hurt that night last summer in Grimmauld Place. Your connection with Voldemort became stronger when he was resurrected and I believe it is because of that soul piece that you can speak to SS and were able to claim the Slytherin lordship. For Voldemort to be killed, all his Horcruxes need to be destroyed, including the one in your scar. Sirius and Amelia looked at each other, relief evident on their faces. Harry's mind was processing information quickly as he realized now why he had Voldemort's memories in his mind. His house elves might have destroyed the Horcrux, but apparently, Harry had retained the knowledge from the soul piece. So what do you think I should do? Extract the soul piece and destroy it? Asked Harry mildly, ignoring the arrogance of the man in dismissing Lily Potter's heritage. There is no way a Horcrux can be extracted from a container, my boy, said Dumbledore somberly. I'm sorry Harry, but the only way for the Horcrux to be truly destroyed is if Voldemort destroyed it himself. You will have to willingly let Voldemort kill you. I'm sorry. Well, then it's a good thing that the soul piece in Harry's scar has already been destroyed, spat Amelia furiously. You bloody manipulative old goat. You raised my son like a pig for slaughter. I'm half tempted to slit your throat right now. It was necessary, Amelia. Voldemort has to be stopped. It must be done for the greater good of all. Countless lives are at stake. All right, said Harry, with a dark, predatory smile on his lips. Let's assume that you are right and that I will have to sacrifice myself. Tell me this, why did you knowingly allow Hogwarts to be attacked? Dumbledore opened his mouth to reply but began coughing violently. Even his blood was turning black because of the curse. No answer. Asked Harry, his eyes glinting dangerously. I'm glad the curse I cast on the fake ring Horcrux is killing you, Dumbledore, because had I not already caused your death, I would have killed you on the spot. Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, excuse me. All the Horcruxes except this newly discovered S have been destroyed, including the one in Harry's scar, said Sirius. Quietly. Nice wand, Harry commented, twirling the Elder Wand in his fingers. It looks quite unique too. Let's see how well it works in helping me shatter your already weakened mental shields. No, Sirius, you're the Minister of Magic, said Dumbledore desperately. You can't let him do this, not when I'm bedridden. You reap what you sow, said Sirius darkly. You dare ask for mercy when you showed us none. You were the chief warlock and yet decided to throw me in Azkaban, knowing of my innocence. You placed Harry at Petunia's feet knowing how much he was going to suffer. No, Dumbledore, I'm not going to stop him. I'll even sign an executive order that ensures that what he's doing is legal. I want to know exactly how deep your betrayal goes. Amelia, you're known for always following the law. You yourself said that no one is above the law. This is wrong. Amelia looked at Dumbledore with barely concealed disgust. Yes, I am a follower of the law, she said angrily. But you are forgetting, Dumbledore, that I am also a wife and a mother. And what you did to my husband and children is unforgivable. I may not have given birth to Harry and Dylan, but I do consider them my children. Right now, my oldest son is in pain because his brother and fiancé were kidnapped. My other son was kidnapped and you knowingly did nothing. What next? Are you going to take Rigel away from me too? No, I'm not going to interfere this time. This stops now. It's people like you who manipulate those of us who strictly follow the law and use us for your own benefit. I need to get Daphne and Dylan back and you're being very uncooperative. Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore, under the authority bestowed upon me by the Wizengamot of magical Britain and Ireland, you are hereby under arrest. Harry, do it. Dumbledore couldn't do anything to stop it as Sirius and Amelia left, not wanting to watch. He had already been horribly weakened because of the curse and the resultant battle. He saw the cold blackish emerald eyes and before he could even say anything to convince Harry not to do it, the boy struck. Legilimens. After what seemed like an eternity, Dumbledore gasped as Harry pulled out of his mind, and stared into the black depths of the eyes that belonged to the boy in front of him. He wondered what had happened to the boy's eyes. Were they not supposed to be green? You know something. Had the Horcrux not been removed, I would have sacrificed myself, Harry said quietly. Had the existence of magic been a threat, I would have sacrificed myself a dozen times over to protect our world. But you have the nerve to ask me to do so without giving me a choice, having taken everything from me. There was sudden wetness in Harry's eyes as he stared at Dumbledore. Who do you think you are? What right do you have in denying me my existence in the world? I'm not as selfish as you perceive me, Dumbledore. You took so much from me. You caused the death of my parents, you unjustly imprisoned my godfather, you placed me with magic-hating muggles, you tried to manipulate me, tried to martyr me, sacrificed my brother and fiancé, and yet you expect me to forget everything and do as you say. Harry, said Dumbledore weakly. Daphne and Dylan are the most important people in the world to me, hissed Harry, his rage growing no bounds, a lone tear sliding down his face from orbs as black as the cosmos. And right now, I have no idea if they are even alive. You knowingly let Daphne be kidnapped so that I would blame myself and walk to my death. No, Dumbledore, you have brought this upon yourself. Trust me, if anything happens to Daphne or Dylan, I will burn the very world you were trying to save. A world without them isn't a world worth saving. Especially when it's filled with ungrateful, selfish, arrogant people like you. You expect me to fight fair and follow the law when you have taken the two people who are the reason for keeping my sanity intact. I am cornered by both my allies as well as my enemies. I am human too, Dumbledore. I have feeling and emotions too. I am not a tool to be used. Why can't you understand that? You were so sure that I had to die that you formed such disgusting plans around it. Had someone in your family held a piece of Voldemort's soul in them, would you be willing to kill them so callously too? Would you be willing to kill Ariana, just to defeat another Dark Lord? Oh wait, you've already done that. I shouldn't be surprised that you did the same to me. After all, I am a relative stranger to you. Why should you care about my happiness? You better hope that Daphne and Dylan are all right, Dumbledore, because if something were to happen to them, I swear in the name of Mother Magic, Voldemort will be the least of your problems. Dumbledore closed his eyes in defeat as Harry walked away. He had only been trying to save the world from Voldemort's wrath. Harry's words left a deep mark on him as he felt compelled to question himself. Would he have killed Ariana if she held a piece of Voldemort's soul in her too? Would he have been willing to sacrifice his sister like he had been willing to sacrifice Harry? Like he had sacrificed the boy's parents, godfather, fiancé and brother. Albus choked back a sob, guilt eating him alive like the very curse that was slowly killing him, as he soon lost consciousness. Dylan groaned in pain as he regained consciousness. His body ached everywhere because of the way he had fought in Hogsmeade. Opening his eyes, he blinked in panic when he realized that he was in a small room. There were 2 mattresses on the floor, the other being occupied by Daphne. He cried frantically. Daph, please wake up. She winced in pain and opened her eyes. Daphne blinked at him and croaked out, "Where are we?" "I don't know, but I'm pretty sure we're not at Hogwarts," said Dylan grimly. "Oh, great," muttered Daphne as she sat up. "We've been kidnapped." They sat there in silence for 5 minutes, after which Daphne got up and began examining the room. Their wands and lockets were all taken away, and since they couldn't even summon a house elf, she carefully touched the walls of the room, trying to see if there was a hidden passageway. "What are you doing?" asked Dylan curiously. "Trying to find a way out," she replied quietly. Just as she neared the door, it opened, revealing a middle-aged man with dark brown hair and very familiar-looking gray eyes. Dylan gasped. "Father," he breathed, his eyes wide in shock and recognition. Rabaston Lestrange felt his heart clench when he entered the room and observed Dylan. Had the boy just uttered the one word he had been longing to hear since he had found out about his son? He could definitely see the family resemblance in the boy. The cleft chin that was dominant in his family over the past 2 generations was present, and the gray eyes were also another indication. Dylan's hair was a lighter shade of brown with slight curls, no doubt inherited from his mother, and his face was on the thinner side as well. All in all, Rabaston had to admit that his son was a very good-looking boy, a real eye-catcher once he grows up. He reached up and gently cupped his son's face. He couldn't believe he was finally meeting the boy he had been pining for so long. "Dylan," said Rabaston softly as he stroked the boy's face lightly with his thumb. He suddenly felt uncomfortable. He had wanted to meet his son for so long, and yet now that they were face to face, he didn't know how to react. After a minute of staring at each other, several emotions and thoughts running through their minds, Rabaston took out a slip of parchment and showed it to them. "Read this." Not having a choice, Dylan and Daphne read what was written on the piece of parchment. "The residence of the Dark Lord can be found on the highest hill in the village of Little Hangleton." "Follow me," ordered Rabaston. "If you both try to escape, you'll be very sorry indeed." Daphne and Dylan gripped each other's hand tightly as they followed the older man. They only hoped that Harry and the Ministry would find them soon. Rabaston apparated and they found themselves before a handsome-looking manor. Moving away from the entrance hall, they were quickly taken to the ballroom which had been converted into Voldemort's throne room. When they entered, they saw the Dark Lord sitting on a throne, with Bellatrix and Rodolphus by his side. Dylan winced slightly as he and Daphne were pushed to their knees, forcing them to kneel in front of him. "Daphne Greengrass and Dylan Lestrange," said Voldemort silkily. "Welcome to my home." "Lord Voldemort," said Daphne, looking directly at the Dark Lord. "Thank you, but we would be more welcome at a place where we belong." "Crucio." "No!" shouted Dylan, but it was too late. Daphne was twitching and screaming as the curse impacted her, even if it was only for a few seconds. Her eyes gleamed with hatred, flashing an eerie white for an instant, dark hair falling over her eyes as she glared at her attacker. "Don't you dare speak the Dark Lord's name," hissed Bellatrix angrily as she lowered her wand. Rodolphus grimaced as he looked at Dylan's reaction. This was not the way he wanted to meet his nephew. "I must admit, I am surprised, Miss Greengrass," said Voldemort, twirling his wand in his hand. "Not many people are brave enough to say my name, let alone do so in front of me." "You're forgetting who I'm betrothed to," said Daphne, getting her breathing under control. "Ah yes, of course, Harry Potter's fiancé. How lovely to have you here, my dear. And here we have the scion of House Lestrange. Dylan, isn't it?" "Yes," said Dylan through gritted teeth. "Oh my, so much hostility for one so young," said Voldemort in amusement, looking at the boy with red, pitiless eyes. "Yes, I can see the resemblance. You have Rabaston's eyes. How was your meeting with your father, Dylan?" "Excited to finally come home. The first person who comes under the purview of family is my brother," said Dylan quietly, clenching his fists. "Home is always where my brother is. I would happily live on the streets if I had him with me. Since Harry is not here, I'm not at home, nor is this my home." Rabaston frowned as he heard that statement. What did Dylan mean by that? Wasn't the boy happy to be reunited with him, his father? How touching, such devotion towards a boy who is not even related to you by blood. "Don't worry, Dylan. Your brother will be here soon enough. In fact, he was supposed to come here tonight with you, but my servants messed up. I have told them repeatedly not to underestimate Harry Potter, but did they listen?" Voldemort summoned a silver instrument and placed it on a table next to his throne. Extracting 2 wands, he placed them on it, getting the readings through a slip of parchment. "These are your wands, aren't they? Walnut and Dragon Heartstring, 12.5 inches, Bella, you might want to keep an eye on Miss Greengrass here, both your wands are nearly identical in nature. And you, Dylan, Rowan and Phoenix Feather, 12.25 inches. Yes, can we please go now?" Dylan winced when his head was shoved down painfully. "Mind your language around the Dark Lord, Dylan," said Rabaston harshly. "You should be honored that he is taking time to talk to you at all, and is this the way you respond to him? Do you have a death wish?" "I don't have a death wish, father, but it is difficult to talk to him when I have nothing to say. I just want to know why we are here." "You are here so that you can be amongst your family again," said Rabaston angrily. "What's wrong with you, Dylan? I thought you would be more excited and happy in finally meeting us for the first time, but you don't seem to behave that way at all. Do you know how long your Uncle Rodolphus and I have been wanting to see you and talk to you? Is it because of Dumbledore? What did that old bastard do? Has he brainwashed you over the years?" "I'm not stupid enough to listen to that manipulative old goat," Dylan frowned. "Yes, I have always wanted to meet you, father, but I also hoped that it would be under better circumstances. I never thought I would be the prisoner." "You would have preferred me to have been the prisoner instead?" asked Rabaston in disbelief. "Do you take pleasure in your own father being trapped and tortured in a cell in Azkaban? You took pleasure in torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity and trapped them in their minds forever, and then doing the same to my mother, albeit differently. Compared to that, you got off pretty lightly, father. Why, you little shit," snarled Rabaston furiously as he slapped Dylan hard. Dylan didn't utter a sound as fell face first on the floor. Soft hands picked him up and hugged him protectively. Even though she was sitting on the ground, covered in bloodstains, Daphne managed to retain her regal look as she looked at Rabaston haughtily. "Tisk, tisk," Voldemort clicked his tongue mockingly. "Such behavior is quite unbecoming of someone of your station, Dylan. Insulting your own father. What would the world say? The world already calls me all the possible names, so another shouldn't count," said Dylan quietly as he wrapped an arm around Daphne's waist, hugging her closer. Let us go. So soon. I still have a question to ask you. Will you join us, Dylan? Will you take your place at your father's side and become a Death Eater like him, your uncle, aunt and grandfather? Think about the honor that shall be bestowed upon you. Not many can boast of 3 generations of Death Eaters. You, unlike Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott, are not weak. You cannot escape, so don't try it. As for your brother, Harry will also be given a choice to join me. I know that he will join me this time and become a Death Eater. Join me and you both can stand proudly by my side as I conquer the world. Gray and blue eyes fixed on Red as they stared at one another. Never, said Daphne quietly and clearly. My loyalty is to one person only for all eternity, and that person is my fiancé. No one else. My brother is my life, said Dylan promptly. I know what you offered him. I know that he turned you down even after you offered him a place as your son. If he did not join you then, he will not join you now. I will not betray my brother. Voldemort's eyes grew cold. Even if it means going against your father? He asked, his anger barely restrained. Dylan looked at the furious face of Rabaston Lestrange. He had seen the affection in his father's eyes before, but now that the older man realized they were not on the same side, there was only anger, and dare he say it, pain and sadness. Rodolphus didn't meet Dylan's eyes either. All his dreams of spoiling his nephew seemed to be crashing around his ears, and there was nothing he could do to prevent it. The Dark Lord's word was law, after all. I can live with myself if I go against my father, but I cannot live with myself if I go against my brother. Crucio. Daphne and Dylan screamed and thrashed around in intense pain, but after 10 seconds, the Dark Lord stopped. So be it, said Voldemort coldly. Bella, take them to the dungeons and convince them to make the right choice. You're going to accept what he says and allow your own son to be tortured? Asked Daphne angrily, disgust clear on her face as she looked at Rabaston. If he really were my son he would not stand against me, spat Rabaston, trying to hide the obvious pain he felt, forcing the tears away. He's being a rebel and rebellious children are punished, aren't they? Well, I hope Dylan learns his lesson before we talk again, and then, if he is willing to make the right choice, I'll accept him as my son. You disgust me, spat Daphne. And you, she rounded on Voldemort, her deep blue eyes glowing an eerie white, not showing a hint of fear as she pointed her hand at the Dark Lord threateningly. Be warned, Voldemort. Harry will come for us. You have made a grave error in kidnapping us. You have already declared your death sentence. I don't know if I will live to see him again, but when he kills you, when you are at the brink of death after Harry conquers you, remember me. Crucio. Voldemort lowered his wand as he saw the twitching 16-year-old girl be led away from the throne room by Bellatrix. How dare she threaten him? Bella would ensure the girl got what was coming to her. Harry would kill him, would he? Well, he would kill Harry Potter first. It matters not how useful Harry's loyalty could be for his future plans. He had given the boy a chance to join him and Harry had declined. He had to remember now that Harry Potter was the boy prophesied to kill him. He would not take the chance anymore. The plan to retrieve the prophecy sphere from the Department of Mysteries was not going well, but it was only a matter of time before he would gain access to the Ministry. Harry Potter would be taken care of as soon as possible. This, Voldemort was sure of. He would kill the boy himself. He was not worried about the boy killing him. His Horcruxes were all safe. What could a 15, nearly 16-year-old boy, however talented, do against an immortal, invincible Dark Lord? Nothing and no one could defeat Lord Voldemort. A golden eagle flew above the skies of Little Hangleton, not really attracting any sort of attention from the people below. It was a mundane eagle, so people didn't really bother with it as it glided over the village. However, to those who could observe it, they would realize that the bird was quite unique. The eyes for one weren't yellow like they were supposed to be, they were a brilliant shade of green. There was also a dark patch in the feathers above its right eye in the shape of a lightning bolt. The eagle seemed to be searching for something, but it could not find what it was looking for. After half an hour of gliding over the village, the eagle flew high above the clouds, twisted in a way that should not have been possible for an eagle, and disappeared. The eagle appeared again suddenly in the sky above Scotland. Descending into the Forbidden Forest, the eagle changed into the form of a teenage boy. The boy was more than 6 feet tall, had silky jet black hair and cold emerald green eyes. Taking long strides, the boy walked towards Hogwarts Castle as if he were on a mission. Entering the Slytherin common room without even needing the password, Harry walked towards the rooms of the 5th years and opened the door and entered without invitation. "Good evening, Draco," said Harry coldly as he stepped into the room. "You and I need to talk." "About what?" asked Draco, his eye twitching in anger. He was seething. It was Potter's fault that the mission had failed. If anything happened to his parents, it was because of Potter and his interference. His fist tightened and his knuckles turned white as he tried to control his anger. No, he couldn't attack Potter. The younger boy was too powerful and Draco knew he would stand no chance in a fight with the Potter heir. "About your loyalty to Voldemort, and the fate you have in store, should you make the right decision. Give me all the information you have on Voldemort's headquarters." "Why should I help you?" asked Draco, a sneer automatically forming on his face. He realized his mistake a little too late as he was thrown against the wall painfully. A second later, Draco realized that he was being choked. Harry Potter seemed to be using wandless magic to lift him off the ground, lightly squeezing his throat in the process. Harry loomed dangerously over the boy as he released his hold on Draco, making the Malfoy scion fall to the hard floor. "You don't have a choice, brat. Answer my question, now. Why the Fidelius? I thought Voldemort didn't care for that charm." "It's not much of a protection, but more of a deterrent," explained Draco, gasping for air after Harry released him. "He doesn't want people actively looking for the place. If it is invisible, how can the enemy even think of launching an attack?" Harry hummed. "So there are plenty of other protective enchantments in place, I assume?" he asked mildly. "I don't know what wards he has put up, but I expect there are plenty," said Draco slowly. "But I do know this, those wards were recently installed, so I'm not sure how powerful they are yet." Harry nodded in understanding. Riddle Manor, even if he could not remember what it was called or where it was a Muggle home, which meant that there were no ward stones placed underground during construction. It was not designed by a wizarding architect. Voldemort must have done it recently once he realized the advantages he had in having his own manor, even if he hated his Muggle father. The Dark Lord hated depending on everyone, so why should he live at someone else's house when he had his own? Riddle Manor was hardly small. Draco was right. Even if there were lots of protective wards and enchantments, they could be broken by an army. If the army didn't know where to find the manor, there would be no question of launching an attack at all. "Who is the secret keeper? How does it work?" asked Harry quietly. "Aunt Bella. Whenever a new recruit is brought to the place, they are given a slip of parchment on which the location is written in her handwriting." "I see," said Harry slowly, stroking his chin as he thought about the possibilities. "Now, let's discuss your recent actions." Draco palmed his wand, but he found, much to his shock, that he was frozen, magically bound by the younger boy. "Don't make another mistake, Draco," said Harry, as his eyes darkened. "I understand that you were forced to do this, but don't think that absolves you of your crime. You also had a choice. It was your decision to help that bastard and you helped him kidnap Daphne and Dylan. Your decision led to injury and death. Don't play the pity card in front of me. I'm your cousin through blood and Dylan is your cousin through marriage. Where's the family loyalty, brat?" "I didn't know of the kidnapping," said Draco heatedly. "Maybe so," said Harry coldly. "You know what? Let's make a deal. I'll ensure that you are not sent to prison, or worse, sentenced to the Dementor's key. Convincing the Council of Magical Law won't be too hard." "In return for what?" asked Draco wearily, shuddering at the mere thought of having to spend several years in Azkaban. "Swear fealty to the House of Potter." There was a pause for several seconds as Draco looked at Harry as though unable to believe what he had just heard. Recovering, he spat. "Never. The House of Malfoy bows to no one. We won't be anyone's puppet. Besides, I'm not the head of house for me to swear loyalty to you." "Is that so?" asked Harry dangerously. "Your family has lost its power, Draco. You yourself said that your father is not valued by Voldemort as before. Your political power is non-existent. You have nothing to back your pride. If Voldemort finds you, you're as good as dead for failing in the mission he assigned to you. Albus Dumbledore is very much alive. Don't be a fool. You are the heir of House Malfoy. Swear fealty to the House of Potter and protect yourself, or trust me, I will make your death very painful indeed." Truthfully, Harry had no intention of killing Draco, but the threat was enough to make the boy sweat, especially after he had witnessed Harry's fight with Snape. The Malfoy heir was more useful to him alive than dead, especially if he could force the boy to swear fealty to the Potter family. Such a phenomenon hadn't been seen for more than 1500 years, but Harry was beyond pissed with the Malfoy family. Their actions, starting with Abraxas Malfoy, were what caused this war in the first place. Without his very first Death Eaters, especially Abraxas, Voldemort would never have gained as much power as he had. With Lucius opening the Chamber of Secrets with the help of the Diary Horcrux and Draco's role in Daphne and Dylan's kidnapping, Harry didn't feel any remorse in manipulating the boy in front of him. The House of Potter deserved vengeance for being wronged by so many people in recent years. An hour later, Harry walked out of the Slytherin common room, intending to meet his father. His new ally had given him information which the Ministry of Magic would find useful. Harry watched Elizabeth and Astoria Greengrass weeping in the corner, his heart filled with guilt. Had he not been betrothed to their daughter, Daphne would never have been targeted. He had expected them to blame him, but they had not. Cyrus had only demanded an explanation. Voldemort wanted to kidnap Daphne from what we have found out, said Sirius quietly as they sat in his study at Black Manor. However, given recent attacks, it is clear that his motives were much more than that. He obviously wanted to kidnap Dylan and Harry too, though why I have no idea. I know why, said Harry. When they faced him, he said, Voldemort wants me as a Death Eater. The night of the third task, he actually offered to adopt me as his son, but I declined. He still believes that I can be turned, which was why he went after Daphne. If he holds her prisoner, I would dance like a puppet and through me, he can control you, the Minister of Magic, which is exactly what he is hoping for. Dylan is a different matter. Voldemort knows how strong our bond is and he is also Rabaston's son. It would be a great asset to have Dylan on their side instead of ours. Harry found more things in Dumbledore's mind, said Sirius with a grimace. It appears he knew about the kidnapping attempt on Daphne, but he didn't do anything against it. In fact, he encouraged it when Snape said it could make him more trusted amongst the Death Eaters should they succeed. What? Hissed Cyrus angrily. You mean the old goat knew that Daphne was going to be kidnapped and did nothing? Why? It's all for the greater good, though how he thought he could end the war with Daphne being kidnapped is beyond me, said Harry quietly. I found out that he sacrificed my parents to end the last war as well. There is a prophecy about me and Voldemort, that's why my parents went into hiding in the first place. He leaked the prophecy to Voldemort through Snape and when my parents were too good at not getting caught, he took the second attack on Potter Manor as an advantage and placed them under the Fidelius charm with Pettigrew as the secret keeper. How did it matter if 2 adults and an infant died if Voldemort could be defeated as well? How did it matter if the members of the Order of the Phoenix were sacrificed if he could save the general magical and muggle population from Voldemort's wrath? He is a most effective chess master and yes, his actions did cause Voldemort's downfall, but in the end, he became exactly what he was trying to destroy while telling himself that he was different. Truthfully, Harry was not really surprised by Dumbledore's actions because deep down, he had suspected it. Thousands of witches and wizards had been killed by Voldemort and his Death Eaters and Dumbledore had been desperate. He was leading the war effort so as any effective leader would do, he sacrificed a few to save many. It was no doubt efficient. Just like Voldemort, Dumbledore had been doing everything he could to win the war. His actions were disgusting, betraying people whose loyalty in him was unshakable, but Harry could understand Dumbledore's motives. He may not agree with them, and he may hate Dumbledore for eternity for what he had done to his parents, but he understood. But he would never forgive Dumbledore for leaving him at the Dursleys and raising him like a weapon that was to be deployed and destroyed at the right time. He would never forgive Dumbledore for putting Sirius in Azkaban for 10 years when there was no need for it. He would never forgive Dumbledore for the way he sacrificed Daphne, just to protect Snape's rank in Voldemort's inner circle. Harry wasn't lying when he said that he would let the world burn to protect Daphne and Dylan. Yes, some would not consider that to be a good trait, but Harry was not good, in the traditional sense when it concerned the people he loved. When he loved passionately and did not do things halfway. He would get his fiancée and brother back. A world without Daphne and Dylan was not a world he wanted to live in. Cyrus clutched his head as tears filled his eyes. Is there any means by which we can get Daphne back? He croaked. The only reason he knew his daughter was still alive was because of an ancient blood magic ritual. But even blood was useless in tracking her down, and he only hoped that she wasn't badly hurt. Sirius stroked his chin as he looked out of the window. 10 minutes later, in the bowels of the enormous building that housed the headquarters of the British Ministry of Magic, Sirius opened a black door with a golden handle which led him to the Department of Mysteries. Daphne groaned in pain as she tried to sit up. Bellatrix was truly a sadistic ch. Daphne had never felt more pain in her life. She was a mess, with blood all over her robes and a nasty-looking gash on her cheek. The sleeves of her robes were ripped and she was still shaking badly from the after effects of the Cruciatus curse. She grimaced as she saw Dylan stir beside her. Carefully helping him sit, she tore a piece of her dress and dabbed the wounds on his face with it. "We need to find a way to get the hell out of here," muttered Dylan, wincing in pain, a tear flowing down his pale face. He too looked a mess, his shirt ripped in several places with cuts on his face and body. "I agree," said Daphne quietly. "Wandless magic would keep us alive for a while, but we can't conjure food, only water. I'm not sure if they'll provide food, but it is best if we keep our options open. We only have one other ability left which might help us." Dylan looked at her curiously. "What is that? How far along are you with the animagus transformation?" He sighed in frustration. "I'm so close yet so far away. I know what my form is, but I'm not able to completely transform." "Why do you ask?" asked Dylan curiously. Daphne smirked darkly, the anger clearly visible in her deep blue eyes. "There might be wards that keep witches and wizards in here trapped," she whispered. "But what about animals? Can they keep us in if we turn into animals?" "Our forms are also lethal," breathed Dylan, realization dawning on him. "We both know that Bellatrix would be back for another round," said Daphne grimly. "If we can surprise her and kill her off, we might be able to escape undetected." "Oh well," said Dylan as he stretched, wincing in pain. "A dangerous plan is better than no plan at all." A man wearing a large black cloak was prowling around Nocturne Alley. His face was covered by a hood as he walked in long, confident strides. He was here to meet someone. He turned a corner and found the place he was looking for, a shabby pub which looked empty at first glance. Going inside, he ignored the stares as he walked up to the barman. "I'm here to meet my contact," he said in a low voice. "Identification, Pureblood 2689. The barman nodded. "Walk up the stairs, it's the first room you find on the left," he said gruffly. The man in the hood left a single silver coin on the table which the surprised barman took immediately. Walking up the stairs with supreme confidence, his hands inside the deep pockets of his robes, he came across a door to the left. He knocked on the door once, twice, thrice in a pattern. There was a creak as the door opened automatically. The man entered without invitation. If he was startled by the ridiculous pink wallpapers and kitten plates, he didn't show it. "Ah, our newest client," said a very fake, extremely surgery-sweet voice. "Identification. Pureblood 2689, said the man smoothly in a deep voice. He looked around and saw that there wasn't a chair for him to sit, so he flicked his wand in a fraction of a second and conjured a comfortable armchair for himself. The wand was out of sight immediately. "Ah, yes," said the woman. Hem, your name." The man paused. "Wilson, Evan Wilson." The woman was dressed in a pink cardigan and the sweet expression on her face was clearly fake. The man could see the cold blue eyes, just barely concealed by her cheerful demeanor. She, quite frankly, resembled a large, fat toad. Just looking at her was enough for anyone to hate her, and her giggle wasn't helping either. "I heard from some reliable sources that there are those here who could use my services," said Wilson smoothly. "The source also said that I had to go through you to gain access to the upper levels." "I'm not sure what you are talking about, Mr. Wilson," said the woman sweetly. "I am simply a businesswoman, nothing more. I don't think you are the type of client I would prefer. You may leave." "What do you take me for, Madam Umbridge?" asked Wilson dangerously, and with a swift wave of his wand, she was bound tightly. "I know what sort of business you are running here, and I'm not here as your client. I want you to help me get in contact with important people." "I'm not interested in you," he said with a sneer. "Why, you can't do this," whispered Dolores in fear and anger. "Do you know who I am?" An employee of the improper use of magic office at the British Ministry of Magic, said Wilson with a dark smirk. The former senior undersecretary to Minister Fudge, but that job went down the drain when he got sacked and Minister Black came to power. But I must say, I never expected a prostitution ring. Oh, may Lord Hades have mercy on your soul. What have your parents taught you, my dear? Crucio. Dolores screamed and screamed, but there was no one there to hear her. The wards ensured that. After a sufficient amount of time, knowing that she would not be able to rebel, Wilson pointed his wand at her. Imperio. You will recommend me to Lucius Malfoy. Dolores nodded blankly. Once she was done and had sent the letter through all post, the assassin obliviated her and the barman and walked out of the pub. Sneering at Umbridge's clients, he decided to do something about it. That pub in Nocturne Alley had been raided that night by the Aurors and many people were arrested, including one Dolores Umbridge, who had been swiftly dosed with Veritaserum, revealing her involvement in the attempted murder of Harry Potter by repeatedly sending Dementors to Nottingham to have him ed. The victims of the prostitution ring were sent St. Mungo's to recover. A plot which had been going on for nearly a decade had been uncovered, just because an assassin named Evan Wilson had needed Umbridge's help to get to Lucius Malfoy. It's risky, said Croker, head of the Department of Mysteries, frowning. Are you sure it won't be detected? I'm counting on it, sir, said Harry impassively. I'm not saying it is foolproof, but at least it isn't something as obvious as a simple glamour or the polyjuice potion. Under Croker's watchful gaze, Harry stepped in front of a mirror as he pointed his wand at his face and began hissing. The books he had found in the Chamber of Secrets had been very useful, especially the Parseltongue spells. This was an ancient variety of the glamour charm, so Harry was hoping that it could not be detected or countered that easily. The black hair changed to red, the high cheekbones sank lower, the nose shortened, the lips thickened slightly and the eyes turned from green to a darker shade. The skin tone also became darker as he finished his glamour. What do you think? I wouldn't recognize you as Harry Potter, Sirius replied after a pause. Good, I think this should do it. Algernon, give it a try. Croker pointed his wand at Harry's face and fired a powerful reversal spell. The glamour didn't budge. You're right, it works. How are we going to communicate? We can't. Communicating with us would put you at risk, but we have found a way to track your movements and listen to what is going on. The unspeakable extracted a very small crystal. We'll put this inside you so that any conventional scans of a probity probe cannot detect it. We'll be monitoring you constantly, so once you know that you are in trouble, we'll help. When you said you're going to put it inside me, what exactly does that mean? Asked Harry. His voice was steady and cold as always, but he seemed wary. He had a bad feeling about this. Croker simply raised an eyebrow. We'll need you to drop your trousers and underwear for that, he said, sounding faintly amused, a hint of a smile forming on his usually stony face. I thought so, muttered Harry. Wait, if you stick it up there, it will come out when you try to remove it, right? I don't want to have a tiny crystal stuck up my ass for the rest of my life. It'll be fine, said Croker dismissively. Easy for you to say, you're not the one having it, said Harry darkly. Stop it, hissed Daphne, looking at the woman with as much hate as she could muster. He's just a 13-year-old boy. What has he ever done to you? Bellatrix laughed as she observed the twitching boy on the ground. It's the very fact that he exists, the bastard child of a mudblood having gained the title of scion of the Lestrange family. Pathetic, spat Daphne, trying to control the shaking of her limbs, ignoring the searing pain in her body. To think a woman of your age would hold a grudge against a small boy just because you and loser of a husband couldn't have a child. Slap. A red handprint could be seen on Daphne's pale face as Bellatrix glared at the girl. Don't you dare insult my husband, Greengrass, she shrieked angrily. Don't you dare judge Rodolphus without knowing what you're talking about. He loves me more than anyone in the world and I will not allow you to disrespect him. Be warned, do it again and you won't like the consequences. Had you insulted the Dark Lord, I would have killed you on the spot. I will insult anyone who brings pain to my fiancé. I haven't forgotten what you and your husband did to Harry, replied Daphne furiously, pulling Dylan close to her protectively, his head against her bosom. Dylan is your nephew. Killing nameless, faceless people is one thing, but your own family. You really are an insane aren't you, Bellatrix? No wonder the houses of Black and Lestrange was nearly driven to extinction by having people like you in charge. Not another word, said Bellatrix dangerously, her wand pointed at Daphne's forehead, the tip glowing. Do you know who I am? I am Bellatrix, the eldest daughter of the most ancient and noble House of Black, one of the most powerful families in all of magical Europe. I have always known about my responsibility. Do you think I don't care about my family? Open your eyes, Greengrass. You would know the duty of the oldest sibling. I was trained by the elders in the family since I could barely walk. Who do you think taught Sirius everything he knows about politics? It surely was not his parents. Uncle Orion was too focused on his business ventures and Aunt Walburga only cared about her parties. I took care of him and Regulus since the time they were little boys. If Sirius is a successful minister, it is because of me. If Sirius is a powerful wizard, it is because of me. If Sirius has as much control over the ministry and Wizengamot, it is because I taught him everything I knew, trained him since he was a boy, and looked after all my siblings like an elder sister should. I have done my duty to my family, and it pains me every day that my cousin was manipulated into joining the wrong side of the war. Trust me, Albus Dumbledore will pay for what he did to us, causing a rift in the Black family by interfering in our affairs. Andromeda is still alive only because she is my sister, even though she married a filthy mudblood. This bastard, she spat at Dylan, is the son of a mudblood whore. He is a stain on the noble line of Lestrange, and as the head of house, it is my duty to get rid of him. Not good enough, Daphne sneered at the woman. Don't rationalize your actions, Bellatrix, because nothing can ever justify your exploits over the years. You honestly don't care about anyone but yourself. You may say that you care about your brother and sister, but if Voldemort ordered you to kill them, you wouldn't hesitate for a second, would you? Why? Because the Dark Lord's word is the law. You wouldn't hesitate to kill Sirius if your master orders you to do it, am I wrong? Where's the love you have towards your cousin then, Bellatrix? You're nothing but a drone. You're as good as an Inferius. Bellatrix's face contorted in rage, but the insane glint was suddenly back in her eyes. Over the past 2 weeks, Daphne and Dylan had the pleasure of meeting the woman every day as she tried to convince them to join the Dark Lord. In that time, Daphne had realized that Bellatrix's moods were highly mercurial. She would converse with them for an hour, talking about a variety of subjects, acting as though they were friends, and then start torturing them all of a sudden, feeling a vindictive pleasure in hearing them scream. She seemed quite unbalanced and insane. If Daphne didn't know better, being the daughter of a healer made her recognize a few symptoms, she would honestly say that Bellatrix had 2 personalities within her. One who was probably the original Bellatrix, who was dark, intelligent and yet loved her family passionately, and the second being the insane woman who didn't care about anyone but her husband and the Dark Lord, killing everyone in her path without a second thought. Daphne didn't know when the disorder started, but if what she had heard from Bellatrix's original personality was true, it was due to losing the ability to bear children that started it all. That had traumatized the woman very deeply. Bellatrix should have been in St. Mungo's under the care of a mind healer, but of course, for her crimes, she was sent to Azkaban, where the illness only got worse. Unfortunately for them, it looked like her sadistic part of her personality had suddenly taken over. Well, I think it is time for another round, don't you, baby Dylan? Cooed Bellatrix. She cackled when Dylan hid his face behind Daphne. What about you, princess? Daphne's breathing quickened as she wondered what she could do. The room they had been provided was very tiny. She didn't even know where in the manor they were. There was a small window in the corner, but she knew without a doubt that it was artificial. There were no beds either, forcing her and Dylan to sleep on the hard floor. Only one lone toilet was conjured in the corner, and food, if it could be called food, was provided twice a day. Daphne tried her best to look after Dylan, but it was proving to be difficult. Bellatrix was targeting the boy more often than not. She would not let her break him. Come on, Dylan, said Bellatrix in a babyish voice, pouting. Aren't you going to play with Aunt Bella? I'll make it fun, I promise. Crucio. Dylan braced himself for the spell to hit him, but instead, he heard an unholy scream from Daphne. His eyes snapped open when he saw the older girl in front of him, her arms around him, trying to physically protect him from the curse. Oh, look, said Bellatrix, cackling in delight. Someone here wants to save little Dylan from the Cruciatus curse. Looky, Looky, nephew. You finally found a new mummy. Your pathetic mudblood of a mother didn't want you and you settled for a teenage girl instead. Tisk, tisk. Such a sad and pathetic life, isn't it, Dylan? Too bad Daddy Harry isn't here too. Then it would have been a complete family. Dylan ignored the mad ramblings of his aunt as he tried to help Daphne off the floor. The bond between the two of them had deepened considerably over the last 2 weeks. Dylan had always looked up to Daphne, but he had now come to regard her as highly as Harry, his affection for her as much as he felt for his brother. No one other than Harry, Daphne, Sirius and Amelia had done so much for him before, and he vowed to protect Daphne by any manner possible as she had done for him. "Are you okay?" he whispered after Bellatrix had left for the day. Daphne nodded as she rested her head on his shoulder tiredly. Both of them seemed to be running a fever. "Let's continue with our occlumency exercises," she rasped. "The animagus transformation is the only option available to us." "I know," murmured Dylan. Tears pricked his eyes as he croaked, "Thank you, Daphne." "Thanks for everything." Daphne smiled slightly, squeezing his hand. "It is the duty of the older sibling to take care of the younger ones," she said softly. She tried to joke as she said, "At least you aren't as annoying as Astoria." The mention of his girlfriend brought more tears to Dylan's eyes. The two of them hugged each other tightly as they tried to survive the pain. But their hope in Harry did not fade. He would come for them. They were sure of it. "Ah, you must be Evan Wilson," said Lucius Malfoy as the tall man walked forward. "The self-proclaimed assassin, welcome to our testing ground. I received a letter from Madame Umbridge about your abilities." "Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you as well," said Evan, but did not extend his hand in greeting. "I have heard a lot about the Dark Lord and I decided that our goals are similar. I would like to offer my services to him as an assassin, which is why I'm here." "Your record indicates nothing about your past targets and strengths," said Lucius, staring at the man suspiciously. "That's my speciality," Evan replied smoothly. "I have taken care of numerous targets for both personal and professional reasons over the last few years, but I have ensured that no one has ever tied them to me. I entered the field quite recently, so I still have time to build my reputation. And why should the Dark Lord hire someone who admits that he is inexperienced and new to the job? Because of my talent, Lord Malfoy, my talent. Isn't that why you are testing us here for the next 2 weeks? My talent in magic should more than compensate for any lack of experience on my part." Lucius stared at the young man in front of him. Wilson was nothing impressive to look at and he doubted the boy was barely past his late teens. The assassin's record had stated that he was from Sweden, but Lucius couldn't be sure. After all, languages were hardly a problem in the magical world. It was barely an afterthought as there were translation charms and potions to deal with such barriers. He wondered if the young man could even survive the first day of the test, let alone the next 2 weeks. "Fine, assemble with the rest of the witches and wizards present," said Lucius coolly. "We still have a few more assassins we're waiting for. We'll begin in an hour." Evan nodded as he walked towards the 24 witches and wizards, all of them looking at him as though he were a delicious piece of meat. In other words, young, naive, and vulnerable. "Oh, looky, looky, everyone," said a witch, cackling with delight. "We have a baby amongst us. What's your name, little one?" Evan didn't answer as he calmly stared at the night sky. "Oh, we have a shy one here," said the woman with a pout, but her tone hardened. "What's the matter, dear? Too embarrassed to speak to us? Look at me when I'm speaking to you, brat." Just as her hands reached out to grab his face, Evan's wand was out in a fraction of a second. There was just a pure ripple of magic as a nonverbal torture curse was cast on her, making the woman scream. It wasn't the cruciatus, but it was still painful. Evan lifted the curse just after a couple of seconds. "I don't like to socialize," he said coldly. "I prefer to be alone. Bye. Try to annoy me again and I'll end your miserable existence." A non-verbal blood-boiling curse was fired from his wand, missing her by an inch, making the woman yelp in fright. The other assassins backed off, though some of them looked at him challengingly. There was a crystal suspended in midair, observing them. At Riddle Manor, Lord Voldemort watched on his mirror as this boy took on one of the older assassins in Britain in a fraction of a second. The woman might be good, but she was also known for her attitude of backing off, so it wasn't a surprise. What impressed him the most was the sheer confidence and calm nature of Evan Wilson, the youngest of the group of assassins. He decided to keep an eye on the young man. He watched as Lucius began with the test. First, it was targeting randomly flying discs, with the Witcher wizard in a stationary position, in order to check the aim and accuracy of the assassins. Evan Wilson passed the test with a perfect score. Then there was a large box, magically expanded on the inside, within which all of them had to enter and take on deadly challenges for a week and survive in a duel against each other for another week. While all of them were talented, one of them stood out in the dark arts section. There was only one winner, Evan Wilson. "Lucius, ask him why he wants to serve me," said Voldemort, a small smirk tracing his lipless mouth. Lucius heard his master through the mirror and repeated the question. "Simple," said Evan coldly. "I hate muggles, and anyone who is willing to get rid of those filthy beasts and has actually done something concrete is worth my respect. The Dark Lord's record is better than anyone else in recent years. I have also heard how insanely powerful he is, and I respect true power. I am willing to work for him if he wants me." Voldemort's smirk widened. Even through the mirror, he could see the clear hatred in the brown eyes of the young man as he spoke about muggles. "Yes, this would do. Bring him and the other selected recruits here," Lucius ordered Voldemort. "It is time we added more talented members to our cause." "Yes, my lord," muttered Lucius as he deactivated the mirror. "Get ready, everyone," said Sirius. He looked at the group of the 25 of the best witches and wizards in the Auror Corps in the Department of Mysteries, which also included a couple of members of the Order of the Phoenix. "This is it. When we receive the address of Voldemort's headquarters, we attack. Wait for the signal." Everyone nodded as Sirius went back to listening to what was happening. There was a screen on which a red dot kept flashing every second, alerting them to a location they were monitoring. A crystal was suspended in midair from which they could hear what was going on. Unspeakables around him were working religiously, applying finishing touches to a small silver instrument that was puffing and releasing smoke. "Here you go," said Croaker, giving them a small phial containing a thick red liquid. Sirius watched intently as the instrument gave out a red puff of smoke. "It's ready, Minister." It had been nearly 4 weeks since they had been captured, and Bellatrix had finally decided that her torture wasn't enough and had decided to experiment on how much more she could do before the two of them snapped. Dylan had cracked under the pressure as he had been unable to take it anymore. Bellatrix had actually bitten on his arm, clawing the word, "mudblood," with her teeth. Coupled with her wand and hurtful words, the nearly 14-year-old boy had just not been able to handle it. "I think I'm beginning to enjoy this," said Bellatrix as she cackled. Licking her lips, she looked at Daphne. "I'll deal with you tomorrow. If little baby Dylan can crack, so can you. I can't wait to see the proud princess cry. It brings such warmth to my heart." Grinning at Dylan's crying form, Bellatrix left the room singing, "I'm going to kill my nephew, yay." Daphne moved over to Dylan as she tried to help up, but his body was too weak and his spirit crushed. Bellatrix had used all of Dylan's weaknesses and insecurities against him to work her way to his heart as she crushed it. She didn't even have to raise her wand, her words were enough to cause such damage. "Dylan, Dylan, please," said Daphne pleadingly as she helped him up, hugging him tightly. "Don't listen to her. You're not alone, you know that. There are people who love you. You have Harry, Astoria and I who love you. Dylan, don't listen to her." But Dylan didn't stop crying. "She's going to kill me," he sobbed. "I can't take it anymore, Daphne, I really can't take it anymore. I just want it to end. I want to go home. I want to see Harry again. I want to see Uncle Sirius and Aunt Amelia again. I miss them all so much. I want to be with my family. I want my life to go back to the way it was before all this started. Why am I always alone? Why doesn't anyone want me?" "Dylan," snapped Daphne angrily. "She's saying that to purposely needle you, can't you see that? I'm still here. Harry will rescue us, don't lose hope. I've been a failure at everything. I couldn't protect myself. I couldn't fulfill my promise to Harry to always keep you safe. I couldn't be a good son to my father, and Bellatrix was right. I don't deserve to live." Daphne was terrified of what she was hearing. Did the torture finally get too much for Dylan? Was it affecting his mind? "Dylan, please. Dylan." She sent a wandless stinging hex to his cheek, making him double over in shock. "Don't give up. she said firmly, cupping his face. We're going to survive this, understood? We're going to survive. Say it. We're going to survive, repeated Dylan quietly. Yes, said Daphne, sitting in a meditative posture. We will survive. We have to survive. We are going to prevail. We will escape. She wouldn't let him give up now, not when they were this close. Daphne's body began to change. Her skin darkened as fur began to form on her body. It was yellowish-orange in color with black stripes. Her hands changed to form paws, but her face remained human. Dylan began to transform too. His body was slowly being covered in gray fur with patches of brown here and there. The fur on his hands and legs were completely brown, matching the color of his hair. His ears began to change too, becoming pointier. His teeth elongated until the canines were sharper, but he too didn't fully change. They were both close. It was only a matter of time before they could fully transform. Evan Wilson adjusted the basilisk hide vest he was wearing under his robes. There were a dozen assassins here along with him being taken to Voldemort. They were certainly not the top quality assassins, but they would prove to be effective Death Eaters for any sort of magical fight. Essentially, they were cannon fodder, just like the rest of the lower-level Death Eaters Voldemort didn't care about. They were the ones on the front lines fighting for what they thought was for the Dark Lord, only not realizing that the Dark Lord didn't care about them at all. The inner circle was the one filled with exceptional warriors like the Lestranges, Roll, Rosier and Dolohov, ministry workers like McNair, Caro and Yaxley, highly talented people like Rookwood and Severus Snape, and political people like Malfoy, Nott, Avery, and finally, those who were there purely for a specific purpose and yet didn't really contribute much like Pettigrew, Parkinson, Crabbe and Goyle. Evan tightened the hood around his neck as they walked. They had been taken to different places via portkey before being brought here. He was not surprised. Until they were all marked or inspected by Voldemort, they were a threat. They were taken to a forest clearing where they were fully inspected for any magical tracking devices on them. I'll be taking you to the Dark Lord's manor, said Lucius in a superior tone. Remember that you are to kneel before the Dark Lord when he approaches you, never speak unless spoken to and do not make eye contact unless he demands it. If you make any unnecessary move, you would be killed before your wand can clear its holster. Evan's face remained impassive and so were the faces of the other assassins. It was their line of work, they knew not to antagonize their prospective employer or client. Read this and memorize it, said Lucius, giving them a piece of parchment. Pass it around once you are done. Evan stood at the very end of the line as he watched the piece of parchment being passed around quickly. Just before it reached him, he cast a wandless charm to cause a small diversion so that Lucius' attention would not be fixed on him. In a couple of seconds he had managed to get the man distracted. He wandlessly switched the piece of parchment containing the address in Bellatrix's handwriting to another similar-looking piece which was fake. Since Lucius already knew the secret, he shouldn't recognize the difference in the switch. Not yet anyway. Evan squeezed his fist. A house elf appeared silently in the clearing and took the piece of parchment which was in Evan's pocket. The elf disappeared just as silently before anyone noticed its presence. There were a dozen cracks as they all disapparated from the clearing. Master Sirius, Twinkie did as ordered. This is the piece of parchment that was in the wizard's pocket, said the elf as she passed the piece of parchment to Sirius. Thank you, Twinkie, that is all, said Sirius quickly as he took it. Reading it, he was able to picture Riddle Manor sitting innocently on top of a hill in Little Hangleton. The Fidelius charm had been compromised. Pass it around, he said to Croaker who read it himself before passing it to the rest. Form up, barked Moody. Divide into teams. Team Alpha, with me. Team Beta, with me, said Croaker. Team Gamma, with me, said Amelia. Team Delta, with me, said Sirius quietly as his team assembled. Well, 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 said Bellatrix in a babyish voice as she walked towards the dungeons. It looks like it is time for my daily session with our little babies. Oh, who knew I would think of myself as a mind healer? She said as she cackled with laughter. Oh, she was so amusing and she knew it. She looked at the door to the room where Dylan and Daphne were imprisoned. Look out, baby Dylan, she cooed. Aunt Bella is here to kill you. And today she's going to take little Daffy too. Oh look, that rhymes. Bellatrix grinned sadistically as he flicked her wand and opened the door. Closing it, she turned, only for her eyes to widen in shock for an instant as a massive tigress pounced on her. A large gray wolf, much bigger than any mundane wolf, came up to her other side and bit the arm clean off where she was holding the wand. Bellatrix screamed as her neck and arm broke in half, partially severed from her body, and she fell to the ground. Blood was pouring from her wounds and onto the floor. "I never thought it would work," said Dylan, breathing hard, covered in blood. "It wouldn't have if we hadn't acted so soon," said Daphne as she checked Bellatrix's body. "We only had a second to pounce on her, otherwise she would have killed us. She wasn't expecting any sort of attack and her overconfidence helped us, nothing more." "Dylan, look at this. Our wands." Dylan grinned. "It was so nice of Aunt Bella to keep them safe for us. Now let us get out of here." "Wait, not yet," said Daphne quickly. She tapped her wand on top of Dylan's head until he was nearly invisible. She did the same to herself too. "Disillusionment charm," she explained. "It may not work very effectively, but it should help us be inconspicuous." "Good idea," said Dylan. They transformed into their animal forms and carefully crawled out of the dungeons, hoping there were no anti-animagus wards. There weren't. Who expected two teenagers who were locked in a dungeon for 4 weeks with little food and constant torture, with no means of a wand, to become animagi and escape? Overconfidence had always been the downfall of great men and women in history. And history was about to repeat itself. Karma, that was the word to describe Bellatrix Lestrange as she died a painful, agonizing death several minutes later, ignored by everyone in the world. 30 men and women apparated to the village of Little Hangleton and slowly moved forward, applying disillusionment charms in the process. They could view their target. "Teams Alpha and Gamma, you are to engage any resistance we find outside and then make your way through," said Croker through his magical communications device. "Team Beta will work on the wards around the manor. Team Delta, be prepared to sneak in." "Yes, sir. All teams report ready. Begin Operation Gatecrash," said Sirius, his eyes hard as steel. Lord Voldemort stroked his wand with his long fingers as he observed the newest group of would-be Death Eaters. His eyes were not on them all though. No, he was searching for one particular person. This person had power, talent, and a strong hatred for Muggles, the perfect candidate for a future Inner Circle member. He would need such skills if he were to get rid of people like Sirius Black in the future. All the witches and wizards assembled got down to their knees, just as they were instructed. "Welcome, witches and wizards," said Voldemort silkily. "I have observed you all over the past 2 weeks and I am impressed with your skills. You all have shown the ability needed to become Death Eaters. The mark one shall bestow upon you would be the greatest honor of your lives. You will wear it with pride as it a mark that shows who you serve, Lord Voldemort. The ceremony will begin in a few hours, but first, I would like to talk to one of you." "Alone," finished Voldemort, smirking at the youngest in the group. "Evan Wilson, stay behind. The rest of you may leave." Evan rose to his feet as the rest of them cleared the room. Once only he and Voldemort were inside, he squeezed his hand tightly. "Algernon, it is nearly time," said Sirius through the tiny communication mirror studded in his earlobe. "How much longer?" "It's nearly done, Sirius," said Croker as he twisted his wand in a long, fluid motion, pointing it towards a silver instrument. This was the ward interference device which Sirius had given the Department of Mysteries after the attack on Potter Castle. Harry hadn't been lying when he had told Dumbledore that Voldemort had destroyed it remotely, but because of the distance between Riddle Manor and Potter Castle, it had not worked as well as it should have. The unspeakables at the Department of Mysteries were able to repair the device and using Harry's blood, they were using the device to interfere with Voldemort's hold of the protective enchantments around Riddle Manor. "The wards have been punctured," said Croker through his communications device. "All teams stand by. Teams Beta and Delta, prepare to infiltrate the manor. Teams Alpha and Gamma, prepare to engage the enemy outside." Sirius waited. "Any second now. I must say, I'm curious about you, Evan," said Voldemort, his red eyes not leaving the face of the younger boy. "You're quite talented. But I'm more curious about your tale of why you hate Muggles." "Oh, I hate Muggles all right," spat Evan. "It's because of my childhood, really. I grew up in an orphanage amongst those filthy beasts and I was abused because of my powers. But the reason I ended there was because of this mudblood. I assume we will eradicate mudbloods too, my lord." My record should prove that, Evan, said Voldemort with an arrogant smirk. This mudblood was the son of a muggle and a squib, said Evan. He was a good friend of mine, to be honest. I really looked up to him as he taught me many aspects of magic. But this mudblood didn't remain that way for long. He let his fears overrule his common sense and I suffered as a result. This mudblood also made a fatal mistake. He took something which I consider to be the most precious to me. You, Lord Voldemort, are nothing more than a filthy mudblood and a rabid dog, and I'm going to reclaim the two people you stole from me. Voldemort's eyes widened as the boy's features melted and changed right in front of his eyes. Red hair turned raven black, the cheekbones became higher and more pronounced, the lips thinned slightly, the skin tone lightened, the nose straightened and the brown eyes changed to vivid, emerald green. The unimpressive-looking Evan Wilson was gone, to be replaced by the handsome face of Harry Potter. Neither of them waited even for a fraction of a second. The wands slashed in the air as the battle began. "Attack!" shouted Sirius. The team of witches and wizards behind him followed as they burst through the front doors of Riddle Manor and began firing spells at all the Death Eaters they could see. The Death Eaters began fighting back and those who were guarding outside called for reinforcements. Soon, there was a battle being waged outside and inside the manor. The tigress and wolf stopped as they heard noises. Just then, they saw Rookwood running towards the entrance, his wand drawn as he spotted the attackers. "Avada K," said Rookwood, but he couldn't finish it before the tigress and wolf attacked him. Daphne again pounced on his back and twisted his neck, biting hard, while Dylan took care of the wand arm. Within a minute, Rookwood was disarmed and dead. The two animals growled as they ran forward. The Ministry of Magic had arrived. Turning back into their human forms, they drew their wands as they joined the battle. Inside the throne room, the battle was deadly. Spells of every variety were flying everywhere as Harry and Voldemort battled for dominance. Voldemort was shocked that Harry had infiltrated his lair and actually fooled him for 2 weeks. But then again, he had never actually seen Harry duel before, so there was no way to recognize the fighting style. "You shouldn't have come here, Harry," taunted Voldemort as he fired several killing curses at the boy. "You won't get out of here alive." Harry said nothing as he fired several curses with 2 wands in hand. Held in his right was the Elder Wand, the so-called most powerful wand in existence. He had learned a lot from accessing Dumbledore's memories, and his new position as the master of the Death Stick was something he was curious about. In his left hand was his loyal Yew and Thunderbird Feather Wand, as he used dual casting to the best of his ability. After just a few minutes, Harry realized that the Elder Wand did carry a unique power. The spells coming from it were more powerful than Harry had ever seen before. Pure ripples of magic were all that he could see, a testament to the amount of control and power Harry had through the wand. Harry felt as though the Elder Wand was connected to him in a way he had never realized before. The walls and roof of the manor were being blown to bits as they fought. The wood was transfigured into daggers which went flying at Voldemort, those of which were again transfigured into jet black serpents that Harry blasted to smoke. More animals were being conjured and the room was filled with attacking tigers, wolves, crocodiles, SS and any other lethal creature or instrument. This was transfiguration, charms and offensive magic at its best. Just then, Voldemort released a large S made of fire. "You can't go against this, Harry," yelled Voldemort as he laughed, the fiendfire basilisk snarling behind him. Harry slashed his wand as he released an almighty gust of wind, forming multiple tornadoes. The Twisters appeared and surrounded the Fiendfire S, forcing Voldemort to recall the deadly fire. Harry immediately acted as he trapped Voldemort in the tornado, trying to control him, but the Dark Lord escaped, banishing the tornado back at Harry, who disfigured it, completely destroying the manor and parts of the village around them. The Aurors and Death Eaters all fled outside, trying to save themselves from the debris and flying spells. While it was true that the Death Eaters were skilled, there were only 3 Inner Circle members left: Lucius, Rodolphus and Rabaston. The others were just not well trained yet, so the Aurors were able to gain the high ground. "You can't dodge me forever, Greengrass," snarled Rodolphus. "You'll pay for this. You killed my wife, didn't you? I'll kill anyone who dares to harm the man I love," spat Daphne as she danced around him, avoiding the curses. "You should never have tortured Harry in the first place. That filthy half-blood was asking for it," yelled Rodolphus. His eyes darkened in hatred as he looked at the girl who reminded him even more of his dead wife. It didn't take a genius for him to figure out what had happened to Bellatrix. The fact that she was not here fighting for the Dark Lord had clued him in, and the blood all over Greengrass robes was an indication that the girl and his nephew must have killed her before they escaped the dungeons. The loss of the family bond with his wife was the ultimate proof that he needed. Daphne used a wide range of charms, her speciality, as she did her best to bring Rodolphus down, but the older man was very skilled as well. Finally, just as she managed to distract him for a second, she transformed into a tigress and pounced on him. Rodolphus' last thought was that he was going to join his wife before the massive jaws ripped his neck from his body, killing him in seconds. "I can't believe you would betray your own father," spat Rabastan angrily. "I gave you a chance to join me, Dylan, and you do this." "I have no father," yelled Dylan as his spells got deadlier. "My father is dead to me. I'm an orphan. My father would never have allowed me to be tortured every day for 4 weeks." Rabastan dodged the spells and upped his attack. "I was only trying to show you where you went wrong," he said furiously. "The Dark Lord is all-powerful. He would one day be the ruler of not only Britain but the whole world. Don't be a fool, Dylan. Come to your senses. There is only one person who could ever be the ruler of the world," shouted Dylan. "And his name is Harry Potter. Not that S-faced loser you call a master." Rabastan's eyes were slits of fury at the insult to his lord. "Potter, Potter, Potter. If you love Harry Potter so much, then go join your so-called brother in misery." Avada Kedavra. The curse sped towards Dylan, who dodged it, but it was still too close. The spell missed him by less than an inch. His gray eyes darkened, glowing eerily. He transformed into a wolf and howled in anger and pain of betrayal at his own father trying to kill him. Rushing towards Rabastan, dodging curses with more speed than any human, Dylan latched onto Rabastan's neck and yanked on it, biting hard. Blood dripped from Rabastan's neck as it snapped, but not before a dark cutting curse impacted the wolf. Blood poured out of both man and wolf as they fell to the ground. Rabastan looked at the gray eyes of the wolf and his heart clenched in guilt. He shouldn't have done that. He had attempted to use the killing curse on his own son. And now, he had accidentally fired another spell that was slowly killing the boy. In his final moments, he realized that he had been a terrible father. He had been given a chance to get to know his son, but he had blown it, putting the Dark Lord ahead of his responsibility to Dylan. Worst of all, he had allowed his sister-in-law to torture his own son for nearly a month. Rabastan felt disgusted with himself. Oh, life was so unfair, he was so close to death and he couldn't make amends with his son whom he had wronged so terribly. He hadn't even told the boy how proud of him he was, and how much he truly cared about Dylan. Tears pricked his eyes as he placed a hand on the gray wolf. Summoning all the strength he had, he opened his mouth to speak. "I'm so sorry, Dylan," choked Rabastan to the large, injured wolf as he felt his life leaving him. "I failed you. Please forgive me." The wolf whimpered in pain as Rabastan breathed his last. A few seconds later, caring hands took him in their arms. "Don't worry. We'll get you help soon." Daphne was a mess too, with blood all over her face and robes. She had several cuts on her face, but right now she was worried about the boy she had come to regard as her own brother. "Hang in there, Dylan," she whispered as she closed her eyes and turned on the spot, both human and wolf dissipating with a crack. Harry gasped as a cutting curse grazed his throat, drawing more blood. He was wounded badly. He had performed rituals to strengthen his body, making him heal much faster, but they were all weak as compared to what Voldemort had done to his body. He and Voldemort had been constantly dueling and Harry had lost track of time. Riddle Manor and parts of Little Hangleton were now nothing more than rubble. Unknown to each of them, Harry and Voldemort had just beaten the previous record of the longest and deadliest duel in wizarding history, the previous record which was held by Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald for their duel 50 years ago. This duel was for the history books. Both Harry and Voldemort were feeling the strain of the duel now. They had transfigured everything possible around them, had charmed their environment to attack them, had cursed the life out of each other, yet both were not willing to give up. Harry did not notice a large S slithering behind him, too focused on the battle. Voldemort smirked, but Harry heard the angry hiss at the last second and dodged. The fangs impacted his shoulder instead of his neck. Snarling in fury, Harry slashed his wand and cut off Nagini's head in one swift motion, destroying the final Horcrux. Pain was spreading throughout his body as the venom infected him, but Harry was not done as he fired another powerful blasting curse, destroying the Dark Lord's wand arm in the process. Voldemort looked furious, especially at the death of Nagini, but he realized that staying here was futile. Pushing himself up, he shot off into the sky, flying without the help of a broom. It was a common misconception that a witch or wizard needed a broom to fly. Just like wandless magic, broomless flight could be achieved too. Harry, not yet having fully mastered the art of broomless flight, transformed into an eagle and flew after Voldemort. If the Dark Lord managed to breach the anti-apparition wards, then all their efforts would be futile. He had to be killed. Voldemort heard an eagle shriek. Just as he turned around to investigate, the sharp talons of the eagle clawed his face. Transforming in midair, Harry plunged Gryffindor's sword into Voldemort's skull, killing him instantly. Then the two of them fell. "Catch them!" screamed Amelia as she saw Harry fall with Voldemort, but it was too late. Harry crashed to the ground. The sword of Gryffindor was stuck in Voldemort's head as he looked back at everyone with lifeless red eyes, his body broken and mutilated. Tom Marvolo Riddle had been killed by the boy who was prophesied to kill him. It was all over. They had won the war. "Give me a portkey, we need to get him directly to St. Mungo's critical area." "Quickly!" yelled Amelia. She checked for a pulse, it was very weak. Blood was pouring from Harry's head and other places in his body. He was losing blood at a rapid rate as the venom infected him. She grabbed onto him and disappeared. In a flash of blue light along with another aura. Sirius limped forward, wiping the dirt and blood from his forehead. "Status report," he rasped out. "We've captured all the Death Eaters who are alive," said Head Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt in a low voice. "We lost 6 Aurors, Minister. Remus Lupin is also dead." Sirius closed his eyes in sorrow. Even if he had not been close to Remus over the last few years, they had been best friends for a long time before that. "Take the bodies to the Ministry morgue and bring all the wounded to St. Mungo's," said Sirius quietly. "Place a security detail around Voldemort's corpse. Contact the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, get the Obliviators to modify the memories of the Muggles here and get them to repair any damage to the village too. Instruct everyone that none of them is to talk to the media without my express permission. I'll be at St. Mungo's. I need to be with my family." Seeing Kingsley nod, Sirius disapparated with a crack. Magical Britain celebrated the death of Lord Voldemort and the end of the war with great happiness. Fireworks exploded all over the country as they had in 1991, with celebrations everywhere. People were happy that there would be no more destruction and that their lives could go back to normal at last. The common wizarding public could not even comprehend the fact that the Minister of Magic himself had been personally involved in the effort to bring down Voldemort. They were so used to having incompetent leaders for so long and listening to empty words from Albus Dumbledore that it was quite a shock to have a leader who took action, involving himself and his family personally. But people were also worried. They were worried about their greatest hero, the boy who had finally killed Lord Voldemort. The wizarding public was worried for one Harry James Potter. The nearly 16-year-old wizard had been at St. Mungo's Hospital for a week since the battle and had not yet regained consciousness, having been placed in a medically induced coma. He had been very badly injured while dueling Voldemort, and that was not just due to the curses which had impacted him. He was also bitten by AS whose venom was quite unique, so it took the healers some time to diagnose and treat him. Then there were the various broken bones, damaged organs and internal bleeding caused due to Harry and Voldemort crashing to the ground. Ancient healing rituals were being performed by druids publicly while various witches and wizards participated, all praying to Mother Magic to heal their beloved savior. Of course, the public had also not forgotten the newest heroes in town, Daphne Greengrass and Dylan Lestrange, the two kidnapped teenagers who together managed to kill the feared and notorious Bellatrix, Rodolphus and Rabastan Lestrange. There was an outpouring of sympathy towards them for having to brave Bellatrix's torture every day for a month. The fact that Daphne Greengrass had actually threatened Voldemort to his face had created a feeling of awe in the younger generation, especially girls, though more attention of the girls was now being directed at the cute boy who was now a hero, Dylan Lestrange. It was strange how they were willing to change their tune after the public realized on which side of the war Dylan had truly been, having called him all the possible names just several months ago for being the son of Rabastan Lestrange. Not that both of them cared. In fact, neither Daphne nor Dylan had stepped out of St. Mungo's since they had been healed. They were sitting in the private hospital suite, waiting for Harry to recover. They were not the only ones there. Cyrus, Elizabeth and Astoria Greengrass were there too. Sirius and Amelia had not been able to concentrate on their work either, as they went to St. Mungo's 5 times a day to check on his progress. Little Rigel Black had been inconsolable. He didn't understand what was going on, but he could see that his oldest brother was not well, and that made him cry. The healers had assured them that Harry would be fine and that he needed more time to heal, but to them, they wouldn't believe it until Harry woke up from the coma. The celebratory cheer had never existed for them as they waited for Harry to wake up and smile at them again. All of them would have done anything to see the vivid emerald green eyes look at them again, the usual twinkle of amusement present whenever the boy was happy. "Wake up, Harry. Wake up." Emerald green eyes blinked open slowly as they adjusted to the darkness of the room. Harry Potter groaned softly as he felt the ache in his muscles. He looked around and saw that he was in a large hospital suite. The last time he had been here, it had been right after Sirius had been released from Azkaban 4.5 years ago. The first thing he realized was that there was someone sitting on a chair next to him, holding his hand. He smiled slightly as he saw the dark hair of his fiancée. There was also someone on the couch opposite to him, but he couldn't make out clearly. He would bet his life that it was Dylan. Harry raised his hand as he slowly stroked Daphne's soft hair, waving his other hand casually as he cast a privacy charm around them. Tears stung his eyes as he saw her stir. Daphne slowly woke up and in the dim light, saw who was stroking her hair. She blinked in shock for several moments, but once she recovered, a bright smile formed on her face as she climbed on the bed next to him and hugged him tightly. "I missed you, Daphne," said Harry in a choked voice as silent tears trickled down his face. "I missed you so much. I'm sorry it took so long to rescue you. How are you? Did they hurt you?" "I'm fine, don't worry," whispered Daphne as she stroked his face lovingly, wiping the tears away. "How are you feeling? You've been unconscious for more than a week. You were very badly injured and the healers had to place you in a medically induced coma to make you heal." "A coma?" asked Harry in surprise. I guess that stunt of transforming midair was not a good idea after all. That stupid S bit me. He is dead, right? Yes, Voldemort is dead, the Death Eaters have all been captured or killed and the war is over." "Oh, Harry, you gave us quite a scare." Their lips brushed against each other adoringly for several seconds, becoming deeper as they went on. Harry wrapped his arm around her waist as he pulled her closer, dotting Daphne passionately. After more than a minute, they broke apart, gasping for air. "Where's Dylan?" asked Harry, looking at the form on the couch. "Is that him?" "Yes, that's Dylan," said Daphne quietly. "But not in a state that you might think." Harry felt as though his insides were suddenly made of ice. "Daphne, what happened to my brother?" he said in a low voice, his eyes darkening. "What did they do to him?" "He's fine, Harry, physically," said Daphne sadly. "We finished our animagus transformation during captivity and killed Bellatrix when she came down to the dungeons to kill us. We escaped and joined the fight. I killed Rodolphus while Dylan, he killed Rabaston. He was injured in the process, but I apparated him to St. Mungo's immediately, so the healers were able to save him. But I think killing his father has affected him very badly. Complicating the matter was you being in a critical condition for several days. Let's just say that Dylan didn't take it well." The lighting charms glowed a little brighter and Harry could see the large gray wolf sleeping on the couch. "He prefers to stay in his animal form, maybe because he can control his emotions better that way. The first time he saw your mother, he didn't let go of her for nearly an hour, he was so tired that he fell asleep in her arms. For the next few days at the hospital, Amelia stayed here with him every night because he refused to let her go. Like you, he has started addressing Sirius and Amelia as his mum and dad. When she and Astoria aren't around, he stays in his wolf form, refusing to leave your side. In fact, your mother, Astoria and I are the only ones who can even get him to eat something because he doesn't listen to anyone else. He rarely talks to anyone. He's in pain, Harry, but as I said, not physically. He's been visiting a mind healer, but I don't think it's helping all that much." Harry looked at the wolf with sad eyes. There was a reason Dylan was a wolf. He emphasized a lot on family and close friendships and cherished them. For someone like that who always referred to Rabaston Lestrange as his father ever since he had found out about him, even in the direst circumstances like when he had argued with Ron Weasley in front of the entire Order of the Phoenix, to have actually killed the man was probably eating him alive. "Are you sure you're okay?" whispered Harry as he stroked Daphne's cheek. "Did Voldemort or Bellatrix torture you?" Daphne's silence and downcast eyes answered his question. Pulling her to his, Harry hugged her tightly, breathing in her familiar scent as he closed his eyes, listening to Daphne's story as she recited what had happened during their stay at Riddle Manor. "I actually threatened Voldemort to his face," muttered Daphne. "I told him that he may torture me or kill me, but that didn't matter. I told him that someday you would come to avenge me, that Voldemort would have no place to run and would die by your hand. I don't think he liked that. There is a time and place for everything, and threatening a Dark Lord who held you captive was very reckless. Brave, but reckless. He pissed me off. And you know very well how I get when I'm angry, especially if someone has wronged you." "Don't I know it?" said Harry wryly. "I've taken the brunt of your anger several times, and so have people who have insulted me in the past. A tigress on the streets and in the sheets, aren't you?" "Harry. Oh, come on, Daph. You know how wild you are in bed. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. I certainly enjoy it." Quote. Daphne groaned as she buried her face in his, face pink with embarrassment. Harry chuckled in amusement, keying the top of her head affectionately. "I'll go outside and tell everyone that you're awake," she said quietly after a few minutes. "It'll give you some privacy." "Thanks, Daphne," Harry said softly. He slowly got up from his bed and moved towards the couch as he heard her slip out of the room. Gently stroking the wolf's head, he said, "Hey little brother. Wake up. It's me." The wolf's ears perked up as it heard the familiar voice. The gray eyes looked intently at Harry as it pounced on him, licking his face excitedly. Harry laughed as he tried to push the wolf off of him. "Cut it out, brat, that tickles," Harry grinned. "Look at you. You're a wolf. I'm so proud of you, Dylan." The wolf whimpered at the compliment as it turned away. "I want to talk to you. Will you please transform for me? After you hear what I have to say, I won't stop you if you want to go back to looking like that." The wolf looked at him for several seconds until there was a pop and a haggard-looking Dylan Lestrange was looking back at him. "Harry," Dylan whispered in a choked voice as he threw his arms around his older brother's neck, hugging him tightly. "You're safe. I'm so sorry. I should have been careful back in Hogsmeade. Had I been more alert, none of this would have happened." Shut up, Dylan," Harry snapped angrily. "Don't you dare blame yourself, you hear me? I will never stand for it. You exceeded my expectations in every way and I am proud of you. I consider myself blessed to have you as my little brother, and I would be damned if you start blaming yourself for all this. Voldemort organized the attack specifically to capture you and Daphne. You fought with all you had and I'm proud of you, and not for a second would I blame you for getting kidnapped, okay? Stop blaming yourself." Dylan nodded as he buried his face in Harry's as the tears started anew. All the guilt and frustration developed over the past month came crashing down on him as he cried. He had tried to bury his emotions until now, but it was no use. He was only prolonging the inevitable. Safe now in his brother's arms, Dylan let the emotions out. Harry rubbed his back soothingly as he rocked the younger boy, trying to calm him down while negating the wild magic Dylan was throwing around the room. The boy was clearly more distressed than he had let on. "I killed him, Harry," whispered Dylan, his voice trembling with guilt. "I killed my father. All it took were a few seconds of furious rage and I acted on impulse and I killed him. Why don't you tell me what happened?" Dylan looked away. "We had just escaped from inside the manor, which was falling all around us because of that large fire and tornadoes. Daphne and I had been together the whole time as we fought our way out. Suddenly, I found myself fighting with Father, and I could tell that he was surprised to see me. He said that I had betrayed him by dueling against my own father. I said that my father was dead, that I was an orphan. When he said that Voldemort was all-powerful, I said that you were all-powerful. I guess he got angry when I insulted his master, because the next thing I knew, he fired a killing curse at me." Harry tightened his hold on Dylan. "It missed me by an inch because I thought for sure I was done for. I transformed into my animal form as I couldn't handle the pain of my father trying to kill me just because I had insulted Voldemort. Shouldn't his priority have been me and not that S-faced loser? I guess I couldn't control myself. I was too angry, so I charged at him and I snapped his neck. Shish, it's all right, said Harry quietly as another tear slipped down the boy's cheek. If it had ended at that, I wouldn't be feeling this guilty, Dylan continued as he choked on a sob. A part of him was mortified that he was sitting on his brother's lap, bawling like a 5-year-old, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He accidentally fired a curse that formed cuts all over my body, so I collapsed next to him. I knew that he was going to die, but I was in pain too. But just before he died, he said that he was sorry, said that he had failed me, and asked me for forgiveness. There was always good in him, Harry, so why did I have to kill him? I'm such a failure. I failed him as a son. Of course there was good in him, Dylan, Harry muttered as he hugged his brother tightly. This was not the time to say anything otherwise. Rabastan was still the same man who had committed unforgivable crimes in the course of his life, but Harry wasn't about to say that to his brother. Dylan was traumatized, and if the boy wanted to think there had been even a spark of good in Rabastan, then that's how it was going to be. He may have done all those heinous crimes, but he was still human. The bond between a father and son was always there between you and Rabastan. That's the beauty and wonder of magic. He may have allowed Bellatrix or Voldemort to torture you because of his loyalty to them, but when he tried to kill you, he was overcome by guilt. You did not fail him, Dylan. He never fulfilled his role as a father, partly because he was never there for you when you grew up. Even then, he still cared about you. After knowing who your father was, not once have you addressed Rabastan as anything but the term, father. That shows that you have not failed him. You accepted him as your father. True, you were not on the same side of the war, but that's life, Dylan. It's not fair. If life was fair, my parents would never have died, said Harry softly. Look at everything that has happened in our lives. My parents were betrayed by Dumbledore and Pettigrew, two people they thought they could trust with their lives. Dad was sent to Azkaban and had to brave the Dementors for 10 years because Dumbledore wanted him gone. Mum's entire family except for one brother, including little children, were killed because Voldemort wanted them gone. You and I grew up in horrible environments and had crappy childhoods. All this shows that life is not fair, but you know what? A few years ago I would never have said this, but life is beautiful too. You need to look at the positives. I met several people who care about me, he continued. For years, I had locked away my emotions, and yet I was able to feel when I met people who loved me. I read my parents' journals and found out that they indeed loved me. My godfather and his wife adopted me, and now you as well, and showered us with love and affection, treating us like their own children when they never had any obligation to do so. I found my role models in both sets of parents. Most importantly, I met the two people who were the most important in my life. One of them was forced upon me, but she made my life worth living. When I was cold and distant with her, she persisted, trying to find my inner fire so that I could live, and later became the love of my life. Pretty soon I realized that Daphne was someone I could never live without. Then came this little boy, said Harry, lightly tapping the tip of Dylan's nose, whom I could relate to so much that within a span of 2 months, he entered my heart and cemented his place as my little brother. We bonded over our childhood as I grew to trust him. The title of brother, which I had casually given to him, actually held meaning now as I became protective of him and loved him. I found out that I could never live without him either. He held an integral part of my heart, always being there. When I entered Hogwarts, I used to frown and sneer at families and friends. I used to think they were quite useless. I admit that I only freed Sirius from Azkaban because I wanted him to be my guardian and the power he could wield as Lord Black, not because I felt anything for him. Even though he knew how I felt, he still tried to form a relationship with me and cared enough to adopt me as his son. It is also true that when I first met you, I was thinking of how best I could use your position as another child abused by Muggles to further my goals. But like my godfather and his wife, I found myself caring for you in ways I never realized or understood. That's the beauty of life, Dylan. Yes, you killed your father, but you also fulfilled your duty as a son to the best possible extent. The guilt would always be a part of you, but they are also the only memories you have of your father. Know that your father indeed cared about you. Accept that he made mistakes and that you are not to blame for his actions. Don't get me wrong, I'm not defending him. What Rabastan did to your mother was unforgivable. It was wrong of your mother to have taken her anger out on you, an innocent child. She willingly gave up her life instead of raising you, but she was the victim, a 17-year-old girl. You once told me that you don't hold it against her. That's what parents and children do, right? They forgive each other if they made mistakes because they're family. Well, he asked for forgiveness and you know in your heart that he would forgive you too. There is nothing more you can do. You need to accept it and move on. They sat in silence for a few minutes, not saying a word. Dylan tried to process what Harry told him as he tried to get his wild emotions under control. It took some time, but he was finally calm, breathing normally. Thanks, Harry, said Dylan quietly. I needed that. You're right. If I can forgive my parents, they would have forgiven me too. Exactly, and there is another way you can make it up to them, said Harry as he pressed his lips to the boy's forehead, looking at him proudly. Your father's body would still be at the ministry morgue. Your mother would have been buried somewhere near the orphanage, but wizarding culture dictates that it should have been done by you. Give your mother, father, uncle and aunt a proper cremation as per the traditions of your family. Do your duty as the scion of the Lestrange line. They may not have taken care of you as parents should, but they are still your birth parents and they deserve to be cremated by their son. Dylan smiled softly and nodded. Yes, he would do that. He would have to go to the Lestrange vault at Gringotts to grab any books on funeral rites of the family, but he would do it. As a final penance for killing his father, he would do his duty and cremate his father, mother, uncle and aunt. It was a long-standing wizarding tradition and he would honor it. He knew very little about his mother, but she was the woman who gave birth to him, and that deserved respect. Just because his father had acted without morals didn't mean he would too. The door opened and the healer stepped inside, followed by Sirius, Amelia, Cyrus, Elizabeth, Astoria, Rigel and Daphne. Harry, said Amelia as she rushed forward to hug her oldest son. Thank Merlin you're all right. I'm fine, Mum, don't worry, said Harry, smiling slightly. You always say that, but it doesn't necessarily mean you are doing well, said Sirius, hugging his son too. We were so worried, kiddo. Our mission was a success. I'm so incredibly proud of you. Harry's smile widened as he observed everyone. Rigel was clapping his hands excitedly, having morphed to look like a miniature form of Harry, much to the amusement of everyone else. You seem to be fine, Lord Potter, said Healer Thompson with a smile. But you'll have to stay here for 2 more days, just to be sure that there are no traces of the venom in your bloodstream. Once you are discharged, Healer Greengrass will give you a weekly check-up for the next month to ensure you are healing properly. Thank you, Healer Thompson, said Harry. One of the hospital house elves brought him a hot plate of food and everyone gathered around him. So, what's been going on? Did I miss anything? Asked Harry with a smirk, his eyes twinkling in amusement, making everyone laugh. Yeah, he's fine, said Astoria wryly. Dylan smiled softly too as Sirius wrapped in around the younger boy's shoulders. Harry mentally sighed in contentment and rested his head on Daphne's shoulder. The threat had passed and he was finally surrounded by people who loved him. Yes, life was not perfect, but it was still beautiful. Harry looked at the items before him introspectively. A wand, a stone and a cloak were sitting innocently on the ornate mahogany desk in his study at Potter Castle. He had returned from St. Mungo's Hospital just an hour ago and he was quite curious about the objects. These were the Deathly Hallows, the most powerful devices in the history of wizard kind. He did not know if they had been invented by powerful people or if there had actually been an entity called Death who had given it to the Peverell brothers. However, he remembered what Alfred Potter had said to him when he was a child. These objects were heavily sought after by many all over the world. The Potter massacre had taken place mainly due to the Deathly Hallows. It was then that Lord Alfred Potter ensured that nobody knew of the Potter family's connection with the Peverells, deciding to suppress all knowledge of it. But now, more than 1,000 years later, all 3 objects were back in the hands of the last descendant of Ignotus Peverell, one of the 3 brothers of the tale. Harry recalled what he had seen in Dumbledore's memory. Apparently, James Potter had demanded an unbreakable vow from Dumbledore to return the cloak to the former's family when the headmaster had requested to borrow it. Dumbledore had been very curious about the cloak and had been astounded by its discovery. He recognized that it was the 3rd Hallow. He had already won the Elder Wand from Gellert Grindelwald, but with the cloak in his possession, all he had to do was find the stone. Dumbledore had never been able to get over his obsession with the Hallows, desperately yearning for them, at the very least to apologize to his parents and sister for having failed them. When he had realized what and where the Resurrection Stone was, the Hallow he craved the most, he had hoped to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux and take the stone for himself at the same time. It was a win-win situation. But of course, there had been one problem. He had fallen victim to the lure of the Resurrection Stone as he put the fake ring on, triggering the deadly and horrifying curse which Harry had placed on it. That was when Dumbledore realized what a fool he had been. He had traded his life for a fool's dream and had not even found the Horcrux at all. It had been a fake. He spent more time looking for the Horcruxes. He had been close to finding the cave but had been bedridden after the attack on Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. Master of Death. Harry simply stroked the wand with a finger. The power of the Elder Wand was undeniable. Talented and powerful he may be, but Harry doubted he would have managed to defeat Voldemort without the help of the Death Stick. The connection he felt, the power flowing in his veins, the sheer pleasure of having one's body infused with the magic of death was alluring. No wonder the Elder Wand was the most sought-after treasure for more than a millennium. But was it worth it? Albus Dumbledore was many things, but he was hardly stupid. Knowing the wand was a dangerous target, he planned on destroying its power with his death. Having planned his death with Severus Snape, he hoped to die undefeated, the wand's last true master. However, he didn't anticipate Snape's true nature. Snape, until his dying breath, had been loyal only to himself. He may not have known about the Elder Wand, but his motives did not match with those of Albus Dumbledore. Intent was powerful when it concerned matters of old magic, and in this instance, Snape disarming Dumbledore, intending to kill the latter regardless of their agreement, made him the unintentional master of the Death Stick. That was until Harry killed Severus Snape, becoming the new master of the Elder Wand. Knowing of the wand's power, should it be preserved or destroyed? If it was preserved, it would always remain a concern at the back of Harry's mind. Even if his own family disarmed him in a friendly duel, the wand might switch allegiance. If that happened, no one could keep track of who the true master was. Things might spiral out of control several years down the line and could be the cause of a new war, and Harry did not want that to happen. Hiding it would not solve the problem either, as someone in the future could use it for their own benefit. The Potter family in the past had been quite power-hungry and he could not trust his descendants with invincible power. Did he truly need the wand? He would still be one of the most powerful wizards of his generation even without the Elder Wand, just like Albus Dumbledore, Gellert Grindelwald and Voldemort had been before him. There would be several others like him around the world who were that powerful too, but it was acceptable. He would be playing the political game now and his goal was to avoid war in the future. He would have used the Resurrection Stone to talk to his parents, but why? He had made peace with their deaths and had removed their remains from their graves in Godric's Hollow and had cremated them as per the traditions of the Potter family several years ago. Besides, the dead should stay dead. The invisibility cloak was a great asset, so it would remain with him and his descendants. It was the clan's identity. The clan, a memory from when he was a 10-year-old boy, flashed to Harry's mind. The Master of Death is said to be bestowed with immortality and immense power, said Alfred Potter, looking at the 10-year-old boy as they discussed the Potter massacre and what caused it. That's why those objects are so heavily sought after. My nephew told his so-called allies that we had the Peverell invisibility cloak. They reasoned with themselves that if we had the cloak, we would surely have the wand and stone as well. With that in mind, they nearly brought the Potter family to the brink of extinction. We held the Peverell lordship for centuries, ever since Aradia Peverell married into the Potter family, but I buried the title and any information about our connection with the Peverells after the attack. Buried? Asked Harry, surprised. How? I doubt you could make everyone forget that you were Lord Peverell. There were bound to be records of that in ministry archives, in books, and in the minds of several people. Alfred smiled softly, his ghostly form shimmering in the sunlight in the classroom at Potter Castle. You know how the Fidelius charm works, don't you? He asked. Seeing Harry nod, he continued. This works on a similar principle, but instead of hiding an object, we decided to hide any information that revealed the continued existence of the Peverell family. My wife and I altered the charm and placed it into the Peverell signet ring itself. It was very tricky and it took us 10 years to perfect it, but when we were done, nobody remembered the merge of the Potter and Peverell families that occurred centuries earlier. Everyone thought the line had died a long time ago, and that's what your history books say as well. I was then known only as Lord of House Potter, not as the Lord of the Peverell clan, as we had been known since the early 14th century. But you essentially gave up a powerful title, protested Harry, still retaining his perfectly expressionless face. Peverell is our name, our identity. Why would you give up your name? You would have lost political power and influence, right? Yes, but I realized that our clan's thirst for power actually cost us our family, explained Alfred patiently. You don't understand how the Potter massacre truly was. For that, you will have to understand how our family was before the incident. Our clan was so powerful that we had contacts all over, controlling so much international trade in the magical world. That's the reason we are so wealthy. Let me tell you, it was not easy building a business empire. We strived and worked hard for centuries, so many generations working with a single vision in mind. And so by the 14th century, our might in international trade was unparalleled. None of our enemies lasted long, as anyone who caused us trouble would find themselves utterly destitute, their large fortunes lying in our vaults at the castle. We eliminated all threats, whether magical or muggle, whether nobles or royals. Nothing got in our way of business. If we wanted some legislation to be passed in the Wizengamot, we used the money we had at our disposal. We believed ourselves to be untouchable, arrogantly resting on a large pile of gold, he finished bitterly. From being one of the most powerful families in the world, to be nearly driven to extinction, having to cremate several dozen bodies of my family members on the same day, from my grandparents, uncles, aunts, nephews, nieces and other cousins, to my little grandnephews and grandnieces, was traumatizing. I never recovered from that, which is why I decided not to move on, remaining as a ghost. The Potter massacre changed our clan forever. We were at risk, with only 3 members of our once large family alive. I had to do something to protect the future of our clan. That's why we decided to hide the Peverell name. What's the point in having that title if I lose my wife and son? It doesn't matter, Harry. We are Peverells, no one can deny that. The clan exists to this day, in you. We just don't use the title in public. Family above all, Harry, always remember that. Nothing is worth losing your family due to something as stupid as money or titles. I learnt that lesson the hard way. This lesson is something I ensured all my descendants learnt from the time they were children so that we don't make the same mistake again. But you still gave up your seat on the Wizengamot, didn't you? Harry persisted. His 10-year-old mind couldn't understand why his ancestors would strive so hard to give up a name that gave them their identity. It was like telling him to give up his last name of Potter, and he couldn't ever imagine doing that. His name had been the only connection he had to his dead parents when had lived with the Dursleys. The castle's wards protected you when they launched an attack and you prevailed. In that case, why would you want to give up the power you hold? What power? Asked Alfred, frowning. I've told you, Harry, we never had much political power. If we wanted something, we bribed Wizengamot members to get the legislation passed. The Black family essentially controlled the Wizengamot and had political connections throughout magical Europe. Politics is a heavy commitment and you need to invest time and money, something we didn't bother doing as it wasn't profitable. Since we didn't care about politics, we kept to ourselves. We were more interested in magical innovation and our business ventures. We still held the vote of the Potter family, so it wasn't a big deal. We only concealed the name. Nothing happened to our wealth and the Peverell family magic still flowed in our veins. The Peverell clan still existed, but in secret, as we were known to the public simply as the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Not as a clan. The family magic still exists? Asked Harry, surprised. Of course it does. What is family magic? It's nothing but the inherent magic developed in the children of a family through their parents, again in their children's children, and so on. It's the unique brand of magic in our blood that ties family members together. Family magic is like an individual's magical signature, they're unique but unlike the latter, they also change with every generation. But even with change, the crux of the magical signature remains the same. Some families have certain traits that are unique to their bloodline. It can be a manifestation or a change in the structure of magic that flows in their blood, I'm not really sure how it truly works as I never studied blood magic in detail. Only witches and wizards at the masters or sorcerers level study family magic. What you need to understand is that every magical family in the world has family magic. No one can take it away. It's part of your blood, your very existence and identity. The Peverell family magic is still strong in you. Coming back to what we gave up, let me point out that just because you are considered nobility doesn't make you special, Harry. The title of Lord gives you a permanent seat on the Wizengamot and a few fringe benefits, nothing else. Not all ancient and noble houses are wealthy or influential, several of them aren't. The House of Ollivander, for example, is one of the oldest families in the country, but their political influence is less than zero. The rest of the Wizengamot is comprised of elected representatives. The heir ring you currently wear on your finger and the head of house ring you will inherit on your 11th birthday were designed by the family for protection and as a means of identification. Anyone can have a signet ring made for their family too, even Muggle-borns. So in essence, the noble houses are just a title for politics, the members holding one permanent seat. That's it. Now, tell me, what did we lose by hiding the existence of the most ancient and noble clan of Peverell? Harry thought for a minute as Alfred observed him. Nothing, really, he admitted quietly. I'm still as much a Peverell as I am a Potter. The loss of one vote in the legislative body doesn't take away my identity. Exactly, said Alfred, a proud smile on his face as he beamed at his descendant. We, in fact, saved our clan from extinction. No power is worth losing your family, Harry. Harry nodded slowly, his mind thinking fast. What happened to the Peverell signet ring? He asked curiously. Do you remember the secondary blood ward in the bowels of the castle near the high-security vaults? The place I asked you to pour several drops of your blood in a small basin. Well, it contains the Peverell signet ring. There is no secret keeper as it is strictly not a Fidelius charm, but it is protected by our family's blood. My wife placed a very complex intent-based enchantment on it so that if the ring feels there is someone in our clan who is worthy, it would accept them as Lord Peverell. If you are indeed capable of protecting your family in the face of danger, the ring will automatically come to you. You can then revive the clan. Have you understood what we have discussed this morning, Harry? Yes, grandfather, said Harry in his usual monotonous voice, his intelligent green eyes sparkling with curiosity as he walked towards the castle's library to find out more information. Alfred Potter smiled in satisfaction. The boy was going to confirm everything that was told. Good. It meant Harry wouldn't accept anything at face value. The boy was truly unique and special. If there was anyone who could revive the clan, it was him. 16-year-old Harry James Potter stared at the three objects placed on his table. He had a decision to make. Just as he turned towards the floor-to-ceiling windows, the Deathly Hallows glowed. Identical silvery eyes belonging to Luna Lovegood and Garrick Ollivander snapped open as they were assaulted by a vision. The centaurs observed the stars and planets from their home in the Forbidden Forest near Hogwarts. Mars is unusually bright tonight, said Ronan. And to think we thought the war had finally ended, only for the stars to warn us of another, replied Firenze. Come, we must warn the others. We have to prepare for what is eventually going to happen. With that, the two centaurs trotted off deeper into the forest. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.